10 senior sisters, my master sent me here to toy with you. At the peak of a picturesque mountain in Kunlun, the deep voice of a man and the seductive gasps of a woman could be heard. I can't take it anymore, I'm getting too old for this is too stimulating, I can't handle it anymore. In a small courtyard of a thatched hut, Liu Ruyan, dressed in a beautiful ancient Hanfu, raised her delicate hand to wipe the sweat from her forehead. A lock of hair damp with sweat clung to her fair, flushed cheek, adding an extra layer of allure to her enchanting beauty. He was breathtakingly handsome, with curves that were a feast for the eyes, a true masterpiece of nature. Master Qi, why don't you keep using the rope whip? She asked. In the courtyard, Yi Cheng, whose handsome features were now twisted by pain, had his hands bound, hanging from a thick wooden post. She stood topless, her body sleek and muscular like that of a sculpted warrior. Her 8 abdominal muscles were clearly defined, causing Liu Ruyan to cast flirtatious glances at her. Liu Ruyan walked to the stone table, gently sat down, resting her chin in her hand, gazing at Yi Cheng with deep, captivating eyes. HMPH, why should I reward you? She said coldly. Though her words were harsh, she was secretly impressed. This brat's talent is terrifying. In just 7 years, he's mastered the unbreakable dragon body technique to such a level, my divine whip can't even harm him. Master is really good at punishment. Yi Cheng smirked, twisting his arms to easily snap the thick ropes binding his wrists. Master, I want to leave the mountain. Leave the mountain? No way. If you leave, I won't have anyone to whip. Usually as calm and cold as the snow goddess, Liu Ruyan now displayed a rare tantrum, which left Yi Cheng dumbfounded. Who knew the 7th master had such a girlish side, he thought. Master Qi, I'm leaving, don't you still have those 6 old guys to whip, he teased. HMPH, those 6 old farts can't compare to your figure, she snapped back. Just then, an elderly man in white robes appeared in the courtyard. His silver hair revealed his advanced age, yet he was still full of vitality. As he stepped into the yard, the air was filled with the strong scent of herbs. Master, you brat, have you finally decided to leave the mountain? The old man laughed. Yes, master. I'm going to seek revenge. The scum who killed my parents 7 years ago, I will make them pay. Yi Cheng's eyes burned with hatred. 7 years ago, Yi Cheng's family, the Yi family, was the most powerful clan in Yunhai City. But trouble had followed, and during a stormy night, his entire family was wiped out, with over 70 people killed. Only Yi Cheng was saved by Liu Ruyan, who happened to be passing by and took him to Kunlun mountain to be trained. Now, after learning everything his 7 masters had to offer, Yi Cheng was stronger than ever and prepared to seek vengeance. Har, you brat, there is nothing left for me to teach you. The elderly man reached into his robes and pulled out a golden needle with dragon markings, handing it to Yi Cheng. Remember, with these dragon-marked golden needles, you are the new master of the Medicine King Hall. The Medicine King Hall was an organization created by Yi Cheng's master, known for its vast collection of medicinal herbs and the greatest doctors of the country. At that moment, 5 more figures appeared out of nowhere. These elderly men radiated an immense aura, intimidating anyone nearby. Kid, you're leaving the mountain, one of them said. Second master, I don't have much to give you, but take this jade pendant. It's from the divine temple. Anyone who sees it will call you young master, and all the experts in the temple will follow your orders, said an old man cloaked in black, tossing a black dragon jade pendant to Yi Cheng. The Divine Temple was an international assassin organization, known for its terrifying power. Hey, third master, what about me? A chubby old man with a kind smile asked. I don't have as much to offer, but take this jade ring. If you're ever short on money, just go to the Heavenly Wealth Bank, and you can take whatever you want. The chubby old man handed Yi Cheng a jade ring. Brat, this is the war god's seal. If anyone dares to bully you, command the 300,000 soldiers of Beiliang to destroy them. You should also take this green dragon sword to protect yourself. Here's a dragon phoenix compass, the treasure of the heavenly sect. It can help you predict fate and find dragon veins. As his masters loaded him with gifts, Yi Cheng's eyes became red with emotion. He knelt before them, banging his head on the ground 3 times. Master, your kindness will always be remembered. Once I've avenged my parents, I'll return to take care of you all in your old age. The old men's expressions softened as they looked at their proud disciple. Cheng, after you leave the mountain, go find your 10 older sisters. They have a special gene that can suppress the poison in your body. If you can make them your own, your condition will be completely cured. Liu Ruyan gently helped Yicheng up from the ground. She had told him about his 10 older sisters before. They were all beautiful and skilled. The 10 older sisters, are they really as beautiful as heavenly fairies? If I can win them over, it would be quite a joy. Yicheng grinned. You brat, do I lie to you? Liu Ruyan teased. After receiving her affirmation, Yicheng saluted his masters and headed toward the mountain's foot. As Liu Ruyan and the others watched his retreating figure, their emotions were complex. The weather's about to change, muttered Master Qi, stroking his beard. The talent of this kid, Cheng is terrifying, almost like a demon. In just 7 years, he has surpassed us in medical skills, martial arts, feng shui, divination, and many other fields. Looking at him, I believe that one day, he will soar and truly become a dragon. Master Chen's background is already extraordinary, so his talent is not surprising. Whether he can rise to the top, however, depends on his own fate. The next day, Yicheng appeared at the Yunhai City train station. Suddenly, a luxurious Mercedes-Benz business car smoothly stopped in front of him. The car window slowly rolled down, and a beautiful woman in a professional office lady outfit appeared before him. She was breathtakingly beautiful, with a hot, seductive figure, especially her long, slender black silk legs, which caught the eye. Suen Yuer furrowed her brows, looking at Yicheng, who was dressed like a beggar. You're Yicheng, my only junior brother, she asked. Yicheng's gaze lingered on Suen Yuer's curvy, alluring figure for a while before he smiled and replied, Indeed, junior sister, just as master described, you're as beautiful as a fairy. Upon hearing this, Suen Yuer shot him an irritated look. Let me warn you. Don't think that because I'm your senior sister, you can get close to me. Master sent you to protect me, but I don't need protection. Here's 1 million. Take the money and leave Yunhai City. Suen Yuer nonchalantly handed him a check without even looking at him. Her demeanor was proud, resembling a swan, in stark contrast to Yicheng's shabby appearance. Junior sister, I just arrived, and you're asking me to leave? Isn't that inappropriate? Yicheng replied with a grin. Don't think I don't know what you're after. 2 million to leave Yunhai City. After that, I'm no longer your senior sister. Suen Yuer looked at Yicheng with disdain through the car window. But how could Yicheng leave? This time, his purpose was twofold: first, to find out who destroyed his family 7 years ago, and second, to protect his junior sister, Suen Yuer, as her bodyguard. She possessed a unique yin body, and staying close to her could help suppress the yang poison in his own body. Was he really going to leave for a mere 2 million? That was a joke. Besides, he now controlled his master's Medicine King Hall and his third master's Heavenly Money Bank. In terms of wealth, even 10,000 Suen Yuers couldn't compare to him. There was no way Yicheng would leave Yunhai City for just 2 million. He opened the car door, sat down next to Suen Yuer, and immediately inhaled a deep breath of the sweet, fragrant scent that filled the car. Junior sister, you smell so good. Suen Yuer, startled by his sudden action, felt a blush creep across her flawless, beautiful face. Get off, she shouted angrily. No way. Yicheng replied. Master said you've offended many people, and that I must protect you closely. I can't disobey Master's orders. Suen Yuer glared at him with furrowed brows, her chest rising and falling in anger. Wow, so big. Yicheng thought to himself, noticing her anger was making her body shake in an exaggerated way. At that moment, the female secretary in the driver's seat leaned her head out cautiously and asked, Sue, what should we do now? The secretary, in her early 20s, had a fresh and delicate appearance, with a standard oval face, though her figure wasn't as striking as Suen Yuer's. Suen Yuer glared at Yicheng, then said, Let us go back to the company. With that, she turned her head away and stared out the window, no longer looking at Yicheng. The secretary obediently nodded and stepped on the gas, sending the car speeding off. As the car sped down the wide road, Yicheng looked out the window with interest. It had been years since he last visited Yunhai City, and the changes were massive. High-rise buildings had sprouted everywhere. Suen Yuer secretly glanced at Yicheng a few times, the disdain in her eyes growing as she saw him looking like a country bumpkin. About 20 minutes into the drive, Yicheng suddenly spoke up. Junior sister, we're being followed. Suen Yuer, who had been handling some business on her phone, immediately put it down and frowned. We're being followed. She turned around to look, and through the car window, she could see a gold van without a license plate following them at a steady pace. How do you know they're following us? Suen Yuer didn't believe him immediately and asked for an explanation. Yi Cheng smiled faintly. This car has been following us since we left the station. We passed 3 interchanges and 7 intersections, changed for main roads, and yet they are still behind us. Is that just a coincidence? The female secretary, who was driving, looked surprised upon hearing Yi Cheng's words. She didn't expect him to have such extraordinary memory. Master said you've offended many people. Looks like that's true. Yi Cheng remarked with a smirk. Don't worry, junior sister, I'll make sure to protect you closely, he added with a grin. Who asked you to protect me? Get over yourself. Suen Yuer snapped. Dao, drive faster. Shake them off. The secretary nodded and pressed the accelerator, causing the Mercedes to speed up like an arrow. But just then, a dump truck full of stones suddenly swerved toward them. The secretary panicked and swerved the wheel to avoid the truck, but immediately, several more gold vans appeared beside them. The vans surrounded the Mercedes and stopped it. A group of thugs wielding clubs jumped out of the vans. The leader, a man with yellow hair and a tattoo of a fierce tiger on his chest, wore sunglasses and held a machete. He grinned and walked toward the Mercedes, tapping the car window with the machete. The female secretary, terrified, turned to look at Suen Yuer. Su, what should we do? 002 compensation. Dao's voice was slightly trembling, clearly terrified. Suen Yuer's face became serious. She first glanced at Yi Cheng, and noticed that the guy seemed to be watching the scene with an expression of amusement. A deep sense of disappointment immediately arose within her. A bodyguard up close, yet is completely stunned by this situation. I don't understand why Master values him so much. She inwardly mocked him, taking a deep breath before opening the window. Dao hurriedly lowered the car window, and the man with yellow hair immediately leaned in. When he saw Dao and the stunningly beautiful Suen Yuer, a lustful glint flashed in his eyes. Then, his gaze shifted to Yi Cheng. Li Qianhu paused for a moment but, upon seeing Yi Cheng sitting there silently, he sneered internally. This kid must have been scared silly. He then turned to Suen Yuer and said, Miss Su, we need you to come with us. Suen Yuer's face turned cold, and she coldly asked, who sent you? Miss Su, you're a smart person. You should know who sent us, right? Li Qianhu grinned. Suen Yuer narrowed her eyes after a brief pause. It's that bastard Zhu Jinshan. Li Qianhu laughed heartily, picked up the watermelon knife in his hand, and began rhythmically tapping it against the car door, creating small indentations. You're as sharp as they say, Miss Su. It seems you're not just a pretty face after all. Since you already know, then please get in the car. Don't make us rough people take action if we do, it'll dirty your hands. That wouldn't be very nice, now would it? Suen Yuer's expression turned darker, and a look of despair appeared in her eyes. It was obvious that they came prepared. It seemed that today, she would have to go with them. It's all this bastard's fault. If Yi Cheng hadn't come to pick me up, how would I have ended up in this situation? Just as Suen Yuer cursed Yi Cheng internally, she suddenly heard him speak. Hey, he can't come with you. Also, if you damage my senior's car, you'll have to pay for it. Yi Cheng's sudden words made Suen Yuer, Dao, and even Li Qianhu freeze in surprise. Suen Yuer and Dao looked at him in disbelief, while Li Qianhu's face contorted into a vicious sneer as he spoke. Kid, what did you say? You want me to compensate? Do you know who I am? Li Qianhu waved the watermelon knife in his hand, exuding a terrifying aura. I don't care who you are. You break my senior's car, and you're paying. Yi Cheng opened the car door and slowly walked up to Li Qianhu, his eyes flashing with a sharp gleam. Suen Yuer in the car hurriedly shouted, Yi Cheng, what are you doing? Are you crazy? Although she looked down on this junior, he was here for her, and there was no reason to drag Yi Cheng into this. Don't worry, senior sister. Leave this to me. Suen Yuer thought Yi Cheng must have gone mad. He is going to deal with this. On what grounds? Li Qianhu was from the Black Tiger Hall, a notorious gang in the underworld. He was ruthless and violent, willing to go to any lengths to achieve his goals. How could Yi Cheng handle him? Besides, there were dozens of his subordinates. There was no way Yi Cheng could take them all on alone. Yi Cheng, unaware of Su Nur's thoughts, looked at Li Qianhu and said coldly, "Pay for the damages, then get lost." Li Qianhu laughed like he had heard the greatest joke. He turned and looked at the dozens of angry men behind him. "Little brat, unless you're asking for death, do you really think the name of Black Tiger is just for show?" Without further warning, he raised the watermelon knife and swung it toward Yi Cheng's head, aiming to take his life in one strike. He was clearly ruthless. Yi Cheng's pupils contracted for a moment, but he remained calm. "HMPH, you think I'm afraid of you? Too bad for you." In the next moment, a flash of light passed, accompanied by the sound of a dragon's roar. A bloody arm flew off and landed heavily on the ground, still gripping a watermelon knife. Blood sprayed everywhere, and Li Qianhu first felt his arm go numb, followed by excruciating pain, making him howl like a pig being slaughtered. My arm." His subordinates behind him were shocked and horrified. "Boss, are you okay?" Li Qianhu's face twisted with rage, like a demon. "Stop asking useless questions. Do you want me to kill him or not?" His subordinates, with murderous intent in their eyes, rushed toward Yi Cheng. "Yi Cheng, be careful." In the car, Su Nur's face turned pale as she saw dozens of subordinates charging at Yi Cheng. But Yi Cheng, facing the group, showed no fear. It seemed like dealing with these thugs was a walk in the park for him. The Qinglong sword quickly swung, and sword lights flashed. In the blink of an eye, the watermelon knives and steel pipes in the thugs' hands were all severed, their cuts smooth as mirrors. The Qinglong sword, a divine weapon passed down by his sixth master, was capable of slicing through iron like mud. Yi Cheng dispatched a thug with a flying kick, sending him flying and knocking down several others. He then landed a punch, sending another flying and knocking down even more. In just a few breaths, all of Li Qianhu's men were knocked to the ground, unable to get up. Su Nur and Dao Dao, watching the scene unfold, were stunned. Dao Dao, with sparkling eyes, gazed at Yi Cheng's tall figure and murmured, "Wow, so handsome." Even Su Nur, now seeing Yi Cheng in action, couldn't he help but notice his skills. The seemingly unimpressive junior actually had some serious abilities. After knocking out everyone, Yi Cheng walked over to Li Qianhu and kicked him to the ground. Li Qianhu groaned in pain, rolling around on the ground, while Yi Cheng stepped on his chest. "Now can we talk about compensation?" Li Qianhu's eyes were wide with rage, ready to lash out, but before he could speak, a gleaming long sword was pressed to his throat. Having witnessed the sharpness of the Qinglong sword earlier, he was now trembling at the sight of it. He swallowed hard. "Oh boss, please spare me. I was just following orders. If you're looking for someone, it's Zhu Jinshan. He's the one who sent me to kidnap Ms. Su." Zhu Jinshan was another major business tycoon in Yunhai City, incredibly wealthy and influential. He had hired Li Qianhu to kidnap Su Nur in order to stop her from winning the upcoming Commercial Star Award. Yi Cheng silently noted Zhu Jinshan's name, then scoffed. "HMPH, who paid you? Tell him that if he dares to lay a hand on my senior, I, Yi Cheng, will never forgive him. Now, let us talk about compensation." Li Qianhu's face showed an expression of difficulty. He had lost big this time. Not only had he failed in his mission, but he also lost an arm. Now Yi Cheng was asking him to compensate. The Black Tiger Hall had never taken such losses. He sighed. "Boss, although I broke Ms. Su's car, you see, my arm was also cut off. Why don't we call it even? Har har har, I'm from the Black Tiger Hall. You can ask around." Li Qianhu's words were half submissive, half threatening, trying to use his identity to avoid further compensation. "Looks like you don't want to pay after all." Yi Cheng's voice suddenly turned colder, and he pressed the Qinglong sword a little harder, cutting through Li Qianhu's throat, drawing blood. "Brother, leave some room for the future. Don't do anything too extreme." Before Li Qianhu could finish, Yi Cheng swiftly slashed with his sword again, severing his other arm. "HMPH, you talk too much. This arm is your compensation to my senior. Get lost." Yi Cheng coldly shouted and kicked Li Qianhu away. Once back in the car, Dao Dao kept sending Yi Cheng flirtatious looks, clearly showing her admiration. But Su Nur looked deeply worried. "Junior sister, what's wrong? Have you caused big trouble? Yi Cheng, do you know who Li Qianhu is? He is from the Black Tiger Hall. They won't let you off for injuring him." Seeing how frightened Su Nur was about the Black Tiger Hall, Yi Cheng was indifferent. Don't worry, senior sister. The Black Tiger Hall is nothing. If they dare come after me, I won't hesitate to destroy them. You sure talk big. Suen Yuer glared at him, her chest rising and falling with frustration. I don't know. Yi Cheng replied seriously, his gaze lingering on her figure, unwilling to look away. You. Suen Yuer was so angry she didn't know what to say. Forget it, let us just go back to the company. At the same time, in a luxurious villa in Yunhai City, Li Qianhu, whose arms were cut off, was lying on a stretcher. He said to a middle-aged man with a fierce face in front of him, "Boss, you must help me get revenge." Jiang Dabia was furious, and his eyes were full of murderous intent. "Tianhong, don't worry, I will never let the boy who killed you go. Someone, check for me, I want to know all the information about that boy within an hour." It's the Xinguang building in Yunhai City, this is Sun Yuaner's company. As soon as he got off the car, Yi Cheng looked up at the tall building in front of him in amazement. "Little sister, this whole office building is yours." Before going down the mountain, she heard Liu Ruyan say that Sun Yuaner was a little rich woman. When she saw it today, it was true. Sun Yuaner looked at him as if he had never seen the world, and couldn't help but roll her eyes at him. "Okay, I still have things to do. Where do you want to go? You can let Dao Dao take you." After saying this, he quickly walked into the office building in high heels. When the security guard at the door saw Sun Yuaner, he immediately bowed and said hello to General Manager Su. Seeing this scene, Yi Cheng couldn't help but exclaimed, "Wow, the little sister is so stylish." General Manager Su is usually like this. "Yi Cheng, where do you want to go? I'll take you there." Dao Dao winked at Yi Cheng playfully. The scene of Yi Cheng teaching Li Qianhu a lesson just now is still vivid in her mind, and Dao Dao also has a good impression of this handsome boy in front of her with extraordinary skills. Yi Cheng thought about it, "Then trouble you to take me to Yaowang Island first." Yaowang Island is the base camp of Yaowang store in Yunhai City. Since he has come to Yunhai City, Yi Cheng plans to go to Yaowang store first to inherit the position of store owner. Dao Dao was surprised when he heard that Yi Cheng was going to Yaowang Island. He knew Yaowang Island. It was said that this place was quite special in Yunhai City. Many dignitaries and even the first-class masters of the country were trying their best to go to the island. It was rumored that there were countless divine doctors and elixirs on the island. As long as they could go to Yaowang Island, even the most serious diseases could be cured. I wonder what Yi Cheng was going to do on Yaowang Island. Although he was puzzled, Dao Dao still drove Yi Cheng to Yaowang Island. Just as the two of them left, an armed helicopter suddenly landed slowly at the bottom of Xinguang building. This armed helicopter was very advanced, and there was a lifelike blue dragon painted on the fuselage. When someone saw this helicopter, they were petrified on the spot. "Oh my god, isn't that the private plane of the Azure Dragon God of War? Oh, how could it appear in this place? Azure Dragon God of War, the guardian god of Yunhai City?" At this time, the cabin door opened, and a middle-aged man with 3 stars on his shoulders and a resolute face jumped out of the cabin. Several guards followed closely behind him. After confirming that Dr. Yi had come here, Xiao Qinglong, with a resolute face, asked the guards behind him. "Lord God of War, according to what the old doctor in Kunlun Mountain said, Dr. Yi should be here." Xiao Qinglong raised his sword and nodded slightly. "Let's go, follow me to meet Dr. Yi." Soon, Xiao Qinglong came to Sun Yuaner's CEO's office surrounded by a group of people. When Su Naer saw Xiao Qinglong, she was shocked and speechless. "Jean, Lord God of War, what are you doing?" Sun Yuaner looked at Xiao Qinglong in confusion. Facing the patron saint of Yunhai City, he dared not slack off at all. After all, the other party was the most powerful person in the entire Yunhai City. I'm not satisfied with the search. I came here to visit Dr. Yi. Where is Dr. Yi now?" Xiao Qinglong said directly. As the god of war, he doesn't have the roundabout ways of businessmen. He likes to be straightforward. Knight Dr. Sun Yuaner frowned slightly, and a suspicious look appeared on her beautiful face. "What did you hear? Dr. Yi? Lord good God, are you mistaken? Lord good God, I don't know who this Dr. Yi you are looking for is." "I don't know." Xiao Qinglong paused. "Oh, Yi Cheng Dr. Yi? Search, don't you know him? 003 God of War seeks medical help." Upon hearing Xiao Qinglong mention Yi Cheng, Sun Yuer grew even more confused. When did this junior brother, who had just come down from the mountains, become a divine doctor? Although she was puzzled, Sun Yuor didn't dare to hide anything. It's true that Lord Yi Cheng, the god of war, knows him, but he is not a divine doctor, and he isn't here right now. What? Yi Cheng, the divine doctor, isn't he there with you? Then, where did he go? He had my secretary take him to the Medicine King Island. Upon hearing this, Xiao Qinglong's eyes flashed with surprise, but then he clasped his hands in front of Sun Yuor and said, "Since Yi Cheng, the divine doctor, isn't he here, I will not disturb you further. Farewell." After saying that, Xiao Qinglong quickly left with his guards, leaving Sun Yuor in a daze. Yi Cheng, that bastard, is a divine doctor. And he even managed to get Xiao Qinglong to come personally to ask for his help. How is that possible? Sun Yuor thought to herself in confusion. After getting back into the helicopter, a guard looked at Xiao Qinglong and asked, "Lord, where are we heading now?" "To Medicine King Island to find Yi Cheng, the divine doctor." Upon hearing this, the guard's eyes brightened. "Great. Lord of War, once we find Yi Cheng, the divine doctor, Miss S' illness can be cured." Xiao Qinglong also clenched his fists, nodding, "Yes, as long as we find Yi Cheng, the divine doctor, Miss S' illness will be cured." Xiao Shijuan is Xiao Qinglong's daughter. 3 years ago, she suddenly contracted a mysterious disease, and none of the famous doctors in Yunhai City could cure it. Even the national medical grandmaster who was invited couldn't help. In the end, he learned from another national medical grandmaster that there was an old divine doctor on Kunlun Mountain, the head of the Medicine King Hall, whose medical skills were unmatched. As long as he was willing to intervene, his daughter's illness would surely be cured. So, he took his daughter to Kunlun Mountain, and after much persuasion, even kneeling in front of the old man in the name of the god of war, they finally got him to agree to see her. However, after examining Xiao Shijuan's condition, the old man shook his head and said that he was powerless. Just when Xiao Qinglong thought his daughter was beyond saving, the old man told him about his disciple, Yi Cheng, who was now in Yunhai City. If he could find Yi Cheng and have him act, there was still hope for Xiao Shijuan. Medicine King Island, as the name suggests, is an island. Yunhai City is surrounded by the sea on 3 sides, and the scenery is beautiful. On the eastern coast of the city, there is a secluded island, 40 kilometers from the shore. The island is not large, but it is full of valuable medicinal herbs. This island is named Medicine King Island, and it is also the headquarters of the Medicine King Hall. After sending Yi Cheng to the shore and leaving him his phone number and WeChat, Dao Dao said goodbye. Yi Cheng then took a speedboat to Medicine King Island, and soon, a beautiful island appeared before his eyes. However, as soon as he stepped onto the island, he was surrounded by a group of imposing individuals wearing white robes. "Who are you? How dare you trespass on the island?" Yi Cheng glanced around and smiled. "HMPH. I am the new owner of the Medicine King Hall. I've come to take up the position of the Hall Master." "What? You are the new owner?" The white-robed elders stared at the young Yi Cheng in disbelief. "Yes, it's true," Yi Cheng replied confidently. Standing tall like a sturdy old pine tree, his entire demeanor exuded an unmistakable sharpness. The elders exchanged silent glances before the leader, with a solemn expression, asked, "Do you have a token?" "Of course." Yi Cheng slowly took out a leather pouch from his chest. Opening it, inside were 108 meticulously arranged dragon pattern gold needles, a set of needles passed down to him by his master. When the white-robed elders saw the dragon pattern gold needles, their pupils contracted, and their faces changed dramatically. "Ah! The dragon pattern gold needles. It really is their Hall Master's token." The leader quickly bowed to Yi Cheng, saying, "Young master, please." As the island's guardians, they had indeed received news that the previous Hall Master had stepped down, and the new Hall Master would soon arrive with the token to take over the position. But what they hadn't expected was how young the new Hall Master was. Could this young man named Yi Cheng really be capable of leading the Medicine King Hall? "I don't think he has the skills," one elder muttered under his breath. To become their Hall Master, one needs not only the token but also the medical skills. "Enough of the talk," said an elder named Medicine Lao, waving his hand. "Take young master in. No matter his abilities, don't forget that the dragon pattern gold needles are in his hands." Hearing this, the previous speaker's expression froze. The dragon pattern gold needles were not something just anyone could possess. Those who held them were trained in the dragon chanting needle technique, a technique created by the founder of Medicine King, Shinon. It was said that anyone who mastered this technique could even bring the dead back to life. Looking at Yi Cheng's back, Medicine Lao took a deep breath and then ordered, "No one is allowed to enter the island today for any reason, even if it's the old king of medicine himself." Understood, Medicine Lao. Soon, the group escorted Yi Cheng into Medicine King Island. Although Medicine King Island was not small, the area where people could live was limited to a flat area, with a quaint wooden building rising from the ground. The old-fashioned wooden structure, combined with the meticulously crafted flower gardens, made it feel like a paradise. When Yi Cheng saw the island's beautiful surroundings, he couldn't help but compliment, "Not bad, not bad. I didn't expect my master to enjoy life this much, turning the headquarters of the Medicine King Hall into a paradise." Under the guidance of Medicine Lao, he entered the wooden building. To successfully inherit the position of Hall Master, in addition to having the token, he needed to pass a strict assessment, which was very simple: his medical skills. Only when his medical skills were recognized by the higher-ups of Medicine King Hall could he truly become their Hall Master. However, for him, this was as easy as eating and drinking. During the 7 years he had spent training on Kunlun Mountain, he had already mastered his master's skills to perfection. Moreover, he had surpassed his master. His master, even when using all his strength, could control only 49 dragon pattern gold needles to treat a patient. But Yi Cheng, casually, could control 81 gold needles at once. The difference between them was vast. So, their whole master's test was a piece of cake for him. Before long, under the astonished gazes of everyone in the Medicine King Hall, he passed the assessment. The higher-ups of the Medicine King Hall were in awe, calling Yi Cheng a monster. It is worth noting that even the founder of the Medicine King Hall, Yi Cheng's master, did not achieve such feats when establishing the hall. But Yi Cheng had done it. At the same time, an armed helicopter slowly descended from above Medicine King Island. "Who dares to trespass on Medicine King Island?" a guardian shouted fiercely, his voice cutting through the hurricane-like winds from the helicopter's rotor blades. Wearing a long robe that fluttered in the wind, he exuded the presence of an unparalleled expert. And indeed, he was a top-tier martial artist. The reason he willingly became a guardian was that Medicine King Hall provided him with rare medicinal herbs that were almost impossible to find elsewhere. Meanwhile, Xiao Qinglong and his guards jumped off the helicopter. One of his guards angrily shouted, "How dare you! When you see Lord Qinglong, kneel immediately." As the guardian of Yunhai City, Xiao Qinglong held nearly absolute power within the city. However, no matter how great his power, he could not control Medicine King Island, which was a transcendent existence. When the guardian realized that the visitor was none other than Lord Qinglong, his expression shifted slightly. It's Lord Qinglong. My apologies, but there are urgent matters on Medicine King Island today, and we cannot allow anyone to enter. Please return." Urgent matters. So coincidentally. Xiao Qinglong raised his brow, a hint of skepticism on his face. What could be more important than something related to Lord Qinglong? One of the guards was about to demand that the guardian allow them in, but Xiao Qinglong stopped him. Xiao Qinglong looked at the guardian and cupped his hands in a respectful gesture. "I am here to find Yi Cheng, the divine doctor. Would you be kind enough to inform him that I, Xiao Qinglong, urgently need his help?" Yi Cheng. Why did this name sound so familiar? The guardian's mind suddenly cleared. The young man earlier, who claimed to be inheriting the position of the Medicine King Hall's master, wasn't his name Yi Cheng. He had already received the news that Yi Cheng had passed the test and was now the new master of Medicine King Hall. In other words, the person Xiao Qinglong was looking for was the new master. "You wish to see our master? What business do you have with him?" Upon hearing the guardian call Yi Cheng the new master, Xiao Qinglong's expression subtly changed. He seemed to have realized something and quickly added, "Please tell him that Xiao Qinglong urgently needs his help." Facing the guardian, even Xiao Qinglong showed great respect. But the elderly guardian had been instructed that, even if the King of Heaven himself came, no one was allowed on the island. So the guardian impatiently waved his hand and said, "Sorry, but today there are important matters on Medicine King Island. I cannot allow you in. Please leave." Rejected. One of Xiao Qinglong's guards immediately raised his assault rifle and aimed it at the guardian, shouting, "How dare you disrespect Lord Qinglong? Do you believe I won't shoot you?" His action caused the other guards to lift their guns, all pointing at the guardian with a sense of impending danger. Under the dark barrels, the guardian's expression turned cold, and his voice grew stern. "HMPH. You want to make a move? Do you dare? Let's see if you dare, the guard replied, his finger tightening on the trigger, clearly ready to shoot at any moment. But at this moment, Xiao Qinglong quickly intervened. Assistant, what are you doing? He shouted, his voice commanding. I'm here to seek medical help, not to start a fight. Xiao Qinglong's sudden outburst caused the guards to hesitate. But Lord, there's no need to say more. Step back. Xiao Qinglong snapped. If you continue to disrespect the guardian, the military will handle it. Xiao Qinglong scolded his subordinates harshly, though in reality, he was also protecting them. As their war god, he could clearly sense that this guardian was no ordinary person. He was even unsure if he could defeat him in a fight. Indeed, Medicine King Island was an extraordinary place, and even its guardians were on par with top martial artists. After calming his subordinates, Xiao Qinglong turned to the guardian and bowed respectfully. I apologize for the trouble. I hope you can forgive us. The guardian's expression softened when he saw Xiao Qinglong's gesture of respect. I still stand by my words today. Medicine King Island has important matters to attend to. I cannot allow anyone in. Please leave. Hearing this hopeless response, Xiao Qinglong's eyes turned red. He took a deep breath, and then, in front of everyone, made a bold move. He bent his legs and, with a thud, knelt down. I humbly ask that you pass on the message to Yi Cheng, the divine doctor. I, Xiao Qinglong, seek an audience. If he refuses to see me, I will kneel here until he agrees. Xiao Qinglong was willing to do anything to save his daughter. In his heart, only Yi Cheng could save her, and he was determined to gamble everything. Seeing him kneel, his guards followed suit, kneeling beside him. The guardian was at a loss for how to handle the situation. After all, the person before him had a prestigious identity. Even if Medicine King Island had an exalted status, it was not proper to make decisions without consulting Elder Ya. Reluctantly, the guardian sighed and said to Xiao Qinglong, Fine, I'll notify him. But if our master refuses to see you, please do not blame me. Xiao Qinglong was overjoyed, bowing in gratitude. Thank you, Elder. 004, Dragon Abyss. The island guard didn't waste any words and turned around to leave. Before long, he arrived at a wooden pavilion in the center of the Medicine King Island. At this time, Elder Yao, dressed in a white robe, was explaining everything about the Medicine King Hall to Yi Cheng. Upon seeing the island guard appear, Elder Yao frowned slightly and said with some displeasure, Wasn't I supposed to have you guarding the island? Why have you come here? The island guard replied, Elder Yao, the dragon god of war, Lord Xiao Qinglong, requests an audience with their whole master. He wishes to meet him. Elder Yao raised his brow in surprise. Yi Cheng quickly asked, Who is Xiao Qinglong? Elder Yao responded, Oh, Lord Xiao Qinglong is the dragon god of war, the protector of Yunhai City. The peace and stability of Yunhai City is largely due to his efforts. I see. Yi Cheng nodded thoughtfully. The dragon god of war has said that if he cannot meet their whole master, he will kneel outside and not rise until their whole master agrees to see him. The island guard relayed Xiao Qinglong's request, but it was up to him to decide whether Yi Cheng would meet him or not. Yi Cheng, without hesitation, said, Let us go meet him. But Hall Master, there are many things in the Medicine King Hall that require your attention. Elder Yao reminded. Yi Cheng waved his hand dismissively. Those things can wait. Meeting the dragon god of war is more urgent. With that, Yi Cheng turned to the island guard, Bai Lu, who immediately led the way. Since the dragon god of war was the protector of Yunhai, Yi Cheng didn't want to be disrespectful. After all, his senior sister was going to attend a business awards ceremony soon, and if he could help garner some support, it would be the best time. This information had been shared with Yi Cheng when Dao Dao brought him to Medicine King Island. Soon, guided by the island guard, Yi Cheng arrived at a soft sandy beach where Xiao Qinglong and his guards were kneeling with serious expressions. Upon seeing Yi Cheng, Xiao Qinglong's eyes brightened. You must be Yi Cheng, the divine doctor. He had never seen Yi Cheng's face, but when he had visited Kunlun Mountain earlier, he heard from Yi Cheng's master that Yi Cheng was young, which helped him recognize him right away. Yi Cheng nodded slightly. I am Yi Cheng. Why are you kneeling, Lord Xiao? Xiao Qinglong looked up, his eyes red with emotion. Yi divine doctor, please save my daughter. Yi Cheng asked, What happened to your daughter? Before Xiao Qinglong could answer, Elder Yao leaned in and whispered to Yi Cheng, Lord Xiao's daughter has been suffering from a mysterious illness for 3 years. No doctor could cure her, and her condition has worsened recently. I believe he wants you to help her. Yi Cheng understood immediately. Is she beautiful? Elder Yao was momentarily stunned, not understanding the question, but he answered honestly, she is renowned as one of the most beautiful women in Yunhai City. At this moment, Xiao Qinglong stepped forward, his face full of pleading. Please, ye divine doctor, save my daughter. I will do anything you ask. Yi Cheng waved his hand and said calmly, my master once told me that saving a life is more valuable than building a 7-story pagoda. Where is your daughter now? I'll go treat her right away. Upon hearing Yi Cheng's consent, Xiao Qinglong was overjoyed, immediately expressing his heartfelt thanks. Ye divine doctor, I cannot repay you enough. If you encounter any trouble in Yunhai, just ask, and I'll do whatever I can to help. He quickly invited Yi Cheng onto an armed helicopter, instructing his men to head straight to his home. Xiao Qinglong's home was located in the city center of Yunhai, and it was built around a natural spring that had been there for centuries. The spring, known as the Dragon Abyss, was about half an acre in size, and its water never froze in winter or dried up in summer. It was sweet and refreshing, rich in minerals. Soon, the helicopter arrived above Xiao Qinglong's house, and Yi Cheng looked down from the sky, spotting the large spring. From above, the spring appeared dark green, like a massive emerald, and it resembled an eye. Yi Cheng was taken aback upon seeing the spring. He then instructed Xiao Qinglong's men to lift the helicopter higher. As they did, the landscape became clearer, and Yi Cheng's expression grew more puzzled. He looked even more surprised as he realized the terrain surrounding Xiao Qinglong's house was a rare dragon vein, a powerful feng shui site. Xiao Qinglong seemed to notice Yi Cheng's surprise. Yi divine doctor, is something wrong? Yi Cheng smiled and waved his hand. Oh, nothing. I was just admiring your home's feng shui. It's quite interesting. Xiao Qinglong was startled. Although Yi Cheng looked young, he was already a master of medicine, and now it seemed he also understood feng shui. Just a little knowledge, Yi Cheng replied casually. As they spoke, the helicopter steadily landed on a helipad. Xiao Qinglong's house was large enough to accommodate it, and even fighter jets could land without any issue. As the door opened, a few figures rushed to greet them. Father, did you find Yi divine doctor? A sweet, melodious voice rang out. Yi Cheng looked up and saw a stunning young woman approaching. She looked around 20, with delicate features and a graceful figure. What caught his attention was her JK uniform, her twin ponytails bouncing as she moved, radiating youthful energy. She was a true beauty, with long, slender legs adorned in white stockings, and her large, dark eyes sparkled with innocence. Xiao Qinglong smiled warmly when he saw her. Meng Meng, Yi divine doctor has arrived. He turned to Yi Cheng, signaling him. Xiao Yumeng looked at Yi Cheng with a hint of confusion in her eyes. Father, this is Yi divine doctor. Why is he so young? Quickly apologize to him. Xiao Qinglong scolded his daughter before turning back to Yi Cheng. Please forgive her. She has been spoiled by me. Yi Cheng waved it off. It's no trouble. Then she looked Xiao Yumeng up and down, especially lingering on her straight and slender white silk legs for a moment, and then looked at Xiao Qinglong in confusion. Qinglong god of war, is this your daughter? I don't think she is sick. Xiao Yumeng noticed Yi Cheng looking at her jade legs, frowned slightly, and flashed displeasure in her eyes. She explained on behalf of Xiao Qinglong, you bastard, it's not me who is sick, it's my sister. Har, Lord Yi, I have 2 daughters. This is the younger daughter Xiao Yumeng, and the one who is sick is the older daughter Xiao Shijuan. So that's the case. He heard Yao Lao say before that Xiao Qinglong's daughter is a well-known beauty in the whole Yunhai, but he was talking about Xiao Shijuan. I didn't expect that Xiao Qinglong's youngest daughter Xiao Yumeng is also a top-notch beauty. In terms of appearance, Xiao Yumeng is not much worse than Sun Yuaner, especially the pair of white silk jade legs. If you can touch them, it will definitely be great. Yi Cheng was thinking in his heart, and then he heard Xiao Yumeng mumbling to Xiao Qinglong, Dad, you didn't find the wrong person, did you? How old is he? How could he be a miracle doctor? Did you get cheated? Xiao Qinglong's face darkened, and he angrily said, Old Meng, don't be rude to Yi, the miracle doctor. Let's go, take Yi to see your sister. Others don't know Yi Cheng's background, but he does. Just now, Yao Lao said that Yi Cheng is the new owner of Yao Wine store, so his medical skills are naturally beyond words. After being scolded, Xiao Yumeng pouted his little mouth in dissatisfaction and glared at Yi Cheng fiercely. He blamed this kid for being scolded. Humph, you'd better really cure my sister's illness, otherwise I, Xiao Yumeng, will never let you go. Xiao Yumeng stared at Yi Cheng with a threatening look, and waved her little pink fist at him, looking like she was holding a grudge, which made Yi Cheng laugh and cry. He could see that this girl had some martial arts skills, but not much. If he couldn't cure his sister's illness, this top-grade white silk girl would make him look bad. The group crossed the lawn and soon walked into a sushi manor. When they arrived at the door of a room on the second floor, Xiao Qinglong asked his men to retreat first, and then he took Xiao Yumeng and Yi Cheng to push the door in. As soon as the wooden door was opened, a unique fragrance of a woman's boudoir came to her face, which refreshed her spirit. Immediately, she felt a terrible chill coming. This chill was particularly overbearing, and even in this hot summer, people couldn't help but shiver. Soon, he realized that this chill was emanating from a beautiful woman lying on the bed. The woman was 1 or 2 years older than Xiao Yumeng, with delicate features and a unique gentle temperament of a Jiangnan woman, but her pretty face was a little sickly pale. And on such a hot day, it was okay that there was no air conditioning in the room, but there were actually several thick quilts covering her. But even so, her delicate body trembled from time to time, and she kept saying in a dreamy way that she was so cold. Seeing this, Xiao Qinglong's resolute face flashed with distress. He quickly came to the bedside and caressed the woman's pretty face with a doting look. Shijuan, Dr. Yi is here to see you. However, Xiao Shijuan was in a coma due to the illness and didn't know Yi Cheng was here. Yi Cheng also walked to the bedside at this time. The closer he got to Xiao Shijuan, the more terrifying the bone-chilling coldness became, and even frost formed on the bedside. Hey, why are you still standing there? Hurry up and treat my sister. Xiao Yumeng didn't want to see her sister in pain, so she urged Yi Cheng to see Xiao Shijuan. Yi Cheng didn't argue with Xiao Yumeng, but quickly took Xiao Shijuan's pulse. Xiao Shijuan was in her prime, with fair, tender, smooth and soft skin, which was particularly comfortable to touch. It's just that the cold air emanating from this woman's body was too overwhelming. If she wasn't born with the 9-yang divine body and full of yang energy, she would probably be frostbitten just by touching her. Holding the girl's snow-white wrist, Yi Cheng concentrated on taking her pulse. Seeing this, Xiao Qinglong's eyes flashed with surprise. You know, the cold air emanating from Xiao Shijuan's body was too terrifying. Even a strong man at the level of a god of war dared only touch her lightly. Once the contact time was too long, he would be severely frostbitten. But Yi Cheng, who had been holding his daughter's wrist, had nothing to do. It can't be seen from this that Yi Cheng was really capable. And Yi Cheng, who was taking her pulse at this time, also frowned. Xiao Shijuan's condition was very strange. He observed the pulse and did not find out what caused Xiao Shijuan's body to emit a strong cold. However, one thing is certain, Xiao Shijuan has the same extremely yin constitution as Sun Yuaner. If it were not for his special constitution, any ordinary person would have died in this terrifying cold. Well, there is no lesion and no cause of the disease, which is strange. Xiao Qinglong saw Yi Cheng frowning, his heart trembled, and he asked with concern. Dr. Yi, Shijuan's disease? Yi Cheng waved his hand to interrupt you and said that Miss Xiao suddenly fell ill 3 years ago. Before the onset of the disease, was there anything special about Miss Xiao? After taking Xiao Shijuan's pulse just now, Yi Cheng did not see what the cause of the disease was, so he wanted to ask Xiao Qinglong to see if he could infer the cause of the cold from some special things before the onset of the disease. He did not believe that Xiao Shijuan would get this cold for no reason. Before Xiao Qinglong could answer, Xiao Yumeng's disdainful voice came over. Hey, you bastard, you can't possibly have figured out what disease my sister has, so you're asking questions here on purpose. If you can cure it, prescribe a prescription for treatment. If you can't, get out of here as soon as possible. 005 Erotic treatment. Xiao Yumeng had a rather impatient temper. Xiao Qinglong glared at him fiercely, then said to Yi Cheng, there was nothing unusual before the Western army got Hanzheng. Oh, Yi Shini, can the bacterial disease in our family be cured? It can be cured, but I have to find out the cause first. Otherwise, it will be futile to treat the symptoms without addressing the root cause. You bastard, I don't think you can cure any disease. Dad, don't be fooled by him. Xiao Yumeng looked at Yi Cheng warily, her eyes full of distrust. As a result, his words angered Xiao Qinglong. Right now, the only person who can cure Xiao Shijuan is Yi Cheng. If he is offended by this girl, Xiao Shijuan will surely die. Asshole, is this how you talk to Dr. Yi? Apologize quickly. Xiao Yumeng was frightened by her angry father, and a look of aggrieved immediately appeared on her delicate face. But this little girl was obviously not an easy person to deal with. She looked at Yi Cheng and said with disdain, I won't apologize to him unless he can cure my sister. Xiao Qinglong was very angry with his little daughter. Fortunately, Yi Cheng was not angry, but thought that Xiao Yumeng was quite cute. Since the cause of the disease cannot be found for the time being, she plans to save Xiao Shijuan's life first. Qinglong, god of war, please have someone prepare a large wooden barrel filled with hot water. I will save Miss Xiao's life first. As for whether her strange disease can be cured, we have to wait until the cause is found. After hearing this, Xiao Qinglong didn't dare to refuse and immediately asked people to prepare things. Soon, a large wooden barrel filled with hot water was placed in Xiao Shijuan's boudoir. Yi Chengjian had prepared almost everything he needed, so he asked Xiao Qinglong and Xiao Yumeng to leave first so as not to disturb him from treating Xiao Shijuan. Xiao Yumeng originally wanted to see what method Yi Cheng was going to use to treat her sister, but was forcibly pulled out of the room by Xiao Qinglong. Dad, are you so confident in leaving my sister to this bastard for treatment? What if nothing happens, and Yi Shini is now your sister's last hope? If even he can't cure her, your sister, I can only say that this is her fate. Xiao Yumeng secretly clenched her fists and prayed silently for her sister in her heart. Yi Cheng in the room pulled the curtains, and the whole room became dark in an instant. He looked at the pretty lady on the bed, and said with a strange expression, Little girl, Yi Cheng, I'm not using this method to treat you just to take advantage of you. It's because I haven't found the cause of your illness, and I have no choice but to save your life first. Please don't blame me. After saying this, she reached out and lifted the quilt. In an instant, a charming body as perfect as a work of art appeared before her eyes, with skin as white as cream and beautiful curves. Looking at the perfect body in front of him, Yi Cheng swallowed hard. On the bed, Xiao Shijuan had his eyes closed and his brows slightly furrowed, as if he was enduring great pain. Seeing this, Yi Cheng did not dare to delay. He quickly picked her up and jumped into the huge bucket filled with hot water. He planned to use the method of harmonizing yin and yang to cure Xingsijuan's illness. Although this method cannot completely cure Xingsijuan's strange disease, it can suppress the coldness in his body. Not to mention, he is probably the only one in the world who can temporarily suppress Xiao Shijuan's coldness. Because he possesses the 9 yang divine body, he was born with excess yang energy and accumulated yang poison in his body. This treatment can not only suppress the coldness of the message bacteria, but also help him get rid of the internal heat. It is a good way to kill 2 birds with 1 stone. After entering the bucket, Yi Cheng also wiped his clothes clean to prevent them from blocking the capillaries. At this time, Xiao Shijuan was still in a coma, but he seemed to vaguely feel that there was a warm thing beside him, like a big stove, which made him want to get closer. It seemed that as long as he stayed close to this big stove, his pain would be relieved. As soon as Yi Cheng sat down in the bucket, he felt a cool, soft body throw itself into his arms. Xiao Shijuan's body is very domineering, at least comparable to Sun Yuaner. He is pressed tightly against 2 lumps of milky white snow, and the touch is simply indescribable. As a young virgin who has remained chaste for more than 20 years, Yi Cheng said that he could hardly bear it, but Xiao Shijuan was like taffy and he couldn't get rid of him at all. The 2 bodies were getting closer and closer, and Yi Cheng felt an unknown evil fire burning in his lower abdomen. It's hard for me to concentrate on treating you. It must be said that Yi Cheng actually enjoyed this type of treatment. With the beauty in his arms warm and soft, the strong yang energy in his body made the hot water bubble vigorously. The yang energy in his body also penetrated into Xiao Shijuan's body through his capillaries and began to neutralize the coldness in his body. The night passed quietly. The next morning, Qinglong Mansion was awakened by a scream. You rascal! A sharp sound was followed by a crisp slap. In Xiao Shijuan's room, Yi Cheng sat in a bucket, looking at the stunning beauty in front of him who was wearing a suspender nightgown with an embarrassed look on his face. She exudes the gentle temperament of a Jiangnan woman, with a standard oval face, delicate features, soft lines, and especially her exquisite and curvy figure, which makes her look as beautiful as a fairy from the 9 heavens. But at this moment, a look of anger appeared on the beautiful woman's face. Who are you? Why would you stay in the bucket with me? Xiao Shijuan covered his surging chest with his hands, staring at Yi Cheng with wide eyes as he questioned him. I am your savior. The reason we are together is because I am treating you. Cure disease. A look of doubt flashed across Xiao Shijuan's eyes, but soon returned to normal. Do you think I'm a 13-year-old kid? How can you cure illness like this? Moreover, you have no shame. Xiao Shijuan glared at him fiercely, and a hint of shyness appeared on his delicate face. Just now, after a night of treatment, the coldness in Xiao Shijuan's body was finally suppressed, and he woke up from his coma. But when he opened his eyes, he was stunned. He was hugging Yi Cheng in a very ambiguous posture, soaking in the bathtub, with that pressing against his lower abdomen. Although she was still a virgin, it didn't mean that she didn't know anything, so the scene just now happened. Although Yi Cheng was slapped, he was not angry in his heart. Anyone would probably be misunderstood if they were in the same situation just now. At this time, Yi Cheng jumped up and jumped out of the suitcase, but he was naked. Xiao Shijuan was so embarrassed that he quickly covered his eyes with his hands. You filthy rascal, put on your clothes quickly. Without his reminder, Yi Cheng quickly put on his clothes. At this time, footsteps were heard at the door, and then the door was pushed open. Xiao Qinglong and Xiao Yumeng walked in quickly. When they saw Xiao Shijuan with a blushing face, they all showed surprised expressions. Oh, Zixijun, are you cured? Sister, you're okay. Dad Meng Meng, oh, Dr. Yangshan, thank you for curing Shijuan's illness. Xiao Qinglong showed a grateful expression on his face and almost wanted to kneel down to Yi Cheng. Yi Cheng gave an awkward but polite smile and said, well, it's okay, they are all small matters. How did this bastard sister cure you? Xiao Yumeng looked suspiciously at the big wooden barrel in the room, then looked at her sister whose pretty face was blushing. You know, many of the miracle doctors who came to treat his sister in the past used the best and most precious medicinal materials, but his sister's illness showed no signs of improvement. Yi Cheng cured his sister's illness with just a bathtub full of water, which couldn't help but make him curious. Hearing this, the already shy Xiao Shijuan wanted to find a crack to hide in. However, Xiao Qinglong, who had experienced this, seemed to have noticed something. But far from being angry, she seemed quite happy. Although Miss Xiao, the Azure Dragon god of war, is no longer in danger, her illness has only been suppressed temporarily. If she wants to cure it completely, she needs to find the cause. Thinking of last night's treatment, Yi Cheng felt it was wonderful. But in fact, even if the cause of the disease is not found, it can use means to suppress the coldness in the body of the bacteria, so that it will not recur for at least half a year. But why does it do this? Isn't it nice to come to Xiao Shijuan to take a bath every now and then? When Xiao Qinglong learned that his daughter's illness was only temporarily suppressed, he suddenly looked a little panicked. What should I do then? Yi Cheng smiled and gestured for him to relax, saying, I just need to come over on time every month to treat Miss Xiao. A miraculous doctor, your kindness and virtue are beyond my reach. I, Xiao Qinglong, am unable to repay you, so please accept my greeting. As Xiao Qinglong was about to kneel down to kowtow to Yi Cheng, but Yi Cheng raised his hand slightly and an invisible force lifted Xiao Qinglong, making it impossible for him to kneel down. No, you are the god of war, the patron saint of Yunhai City. How can I accept such a great gift? But at this moment, Xiao Qinglong was shocked beyond words. He stared blankly at the young man in front of him, his heart filled with horror. Yes, the miracle doctor's martial arts skills are so terrifying. Although the two of them didn't seem to fight just now, Xiao Qinglong knew that Yi Cheng's martial arts skills were better than his. He was a master who was proficient in medicine, martial arts, and feng shui, and he was still so young. What the hell was this monster? However, just when he was shocked, an old man who looked like a butler suddenly appeared and said, Sir, this is Mr. Su, the president of Starlight Group, Mr. Qiu Jian, Starlight Group. Isn't he that senior sister's company? After hearing what the housekeeper said, Yi Cheng's heart moved. He couldn't understand why Sun Yuaner came to Xiao Qinglong's house. Was it because of him? After hearing what the housekeeper said, Xiao Qinglong turned around and glanced at Yi Cheng. He knew that there must be a relationship between Sun Yuaner and Yi Cheng, but he didn't know what the relationship was. Seeing that Yi Cheng did not respond, Xiao Qinglong said to the housekeeper, Hey, Mr. Su, please go to the living room. I'll be there soon. It's the master's reception room. Sunner held a cup of the best Longjing tea brewed by the housekeeper, feeling very nervous. The reason why he came to find Xiao Qinglong was actually for Yi Cheng. Yesterday, he had investigated privately and found out that the Black Tiger Hole where Li Qianhu was located was actually founded by the younger brother of an adjutant under Xiao Qinglong. Thinking back to yesterday, Xiao Qinglong had a serious face and took an armed helicopter directly to the company to find Yi Cheng. He immediately had a bad guess in his mind, and then he couldn't contact Yi Cheng all night. Although he looked down on his junior brother, after all, what happened yesterday was caused by himself, so he quickly used his connections to find Xiao Qinglong's address, wanting to go to his house to apologize so that Xiao Qinglong would let Yi Cheng go. At this time, Xiao Qinglong brought Yi Cheng, Xiao Yumen and Xiao Shijuan and walked quickly towards the reception room. As soon as she entered the reception room, Sun Yuaner immediately handed a beautifully packaged century-old ginseng to Xiao Qinglong and said, "My lord god of war, I am Yi Cheng's senior sister Sun Yuaner. Yi Cheng was wrong for what happened yesterday. Please, my lord god of war, spare his life." Sun Yuaner's words confused Xiao Qinglong. He looked at Sun Yuaner, then glanced at Yi Cheng suspiciously, only to see Yi Cheng shaking his head slightly at him. Immediately, a voice came into his ears, "Qinglong god of war, please hide my identity as the owner of the Medicine King store in front of my senior sister. If necessary, I hope you can cooperate with me in acting." The reason why Yi Cheng said this was that he didn't want to make junior sister worry, so that he wouldn't have to waste time explaining himself. When her voice rang in Xiao Qinglong's ears, Xiao Qinglong's eyes quickly swept over his two daughters and Sun Yuaner. Seeing that there was no expression on their faces, he realized that Yi Cheng's words were only meant for him. "Unaman, what is this premiere? Could it be a secret message?" Transmitting sound into secret is a very advanced martial arts technique. The person speaking can condense the sound and send it directly to the ears of a specific person. Only one or several people present can hear it, but other people cannot. Speaking of the shock in his heart, Xiao Qinglong nodded imperceptibly towards Yi Cheng. Although he didn't understand why Yi Cheng did this, he didn't dare to ask more. He turned to look at Sun Yuaner and asked, "Mr. Su, I don't quite understand some of what you said. Can you explain it more clearly?" When Sun Yuaner heard this, her body trembled slightly. In his opinion, what Xiao Qinglong said was clearly an attempt to call for an explanation. Knowing that Yi Cheng had cut Li Qianhu's arm, he asked himself what happened at this moment. Just pretend to be ignorant when you know the truth. However, facing the patron saint of Yunhai City, he did not dare to act rashly, so he obediently recounted everything that happened yesterday. After finishing speaking, he bowed deeply towards Xiao Qinglong, "The god of war Qinglong, my junior brother has just arrived in Yunhai City. He has been practicing in the mountains before and does not understand the ways of the world. I beg the god of war Qinglong to spare his life. If you need any compensation, please give it to me and I will bear it for him. 006 I'll beat you every time I see you." Sun Yuaner bit her bright red lips with her pearly teeth, an expression of embarrassment appearing on her pretty face. After Xiao Qinglong understood the whole story, he nodded and planned to cooperate with Yi Cheng in acting. Okay, since Li Qianhu was the one who started this, there is nothing more to say. Sun Yuaner finally breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, she managed to save her junior brother's life. At this time, Yi Cheng was worried that if he stayed any longer he would be exposed, so he said to Xiao Qinglong, Qinglong god of war, well, I'll leave first. Bye." After saying that, he took Sun Yuaner's hand and walked quickly towards the door. After the two got in the car, Sun Yuaner's delicate and beautiful face instantly turned cold. After he signaled Dao Dao to drive back to the company, he turned around, glared at Yi Cheng fiercely and said, "Yi Cheng, do you know how much trouble you have caused me this time?" "Trouble? What's the trouble?" Yi Cheng was a little puzzled. He had clearly helped Sun Yuaner a lot, so why was there any trouble? Seeing that he had done something wrong and was still unrepentant, Sun Yuaner became furious. In order to meet Xiao Qinglong this time, he deliberately used his most valuable network of contacts. This meant that he would lose the support of a heavyweight figure at the Business Star Awards ceremony a few days later. For him who wanted to gain a foothold in the business world of Yunhai City, this would be a devastating blow. "Yi Cheng, you really disappoint me. If it weren't for saving you, I would have secured the title of Business Star. But now this title is getting further and further away from me." Sun Yuaner's eyebrows were raised and her pretty face was frosty, and she was obviously really angry. Yi Cheng looked at the angry Sun Yuaner and laughed in his heart, HMPH, even though the junior sister is angry, she's still so beautiful. Junior sister, don't worry, isn't it just the title of business star? I promise you'll get it. Just you. Sun Yuaner looked at Yi Cheng in surprise, and then her eyes turned to disappointment. How could Yi Cheng have the ability to help her get the title of business star? He must be just bragging. After realizing this, Sunner simply folded his arms across his chest, turned his head away, and ignored Yi Cheng. At the same time, in the reception room, Xiao Qinglong said to the housekeeper, "Go and find out why the people from the Black Tiger Hall attacked Sun Yuaner. It's the master." After the housekeeper left, Xiao Qinglong took out his cell phone, found a number and called Jiang Dazhuan, warning, "If your brother dares to offend Dr. Yi Cheng, I will take him and destroy his Black Tiger Hall." Jiang Dazhuan was one of his adjutants. He followed him in many battles and made great contributions. The leader of the Black Tiger Hall, Jiang Dabiao, is Jiang Dazhuan's younger brother. A large part of the reason why the Black Tiger Hall has been able to thrive in Yunhai City over the years is due to this relationship. The old forces in the underground world of Yunhai City were not afraid of Jiang Dabao, but they were afraid of his brother who served as the adjutant of the Azure Dragon God of War. After giving instructions to Jiang Dazhuan, the butler returned to the reception room. "How about it, did you find it?" The master found out that the reason why Li Qinhu wanted to kidnap Miss Su yesterday was because he was instructed by Zhu Jinshan, and the reason why Zhu Jinshan wanted to kidnap Miss Su was that he wanted to use this shady means to gain the title of business star. Business star? Xiao Qinglong raised his eyebrows, somewhat puzzled. "Oh, sir, the business star title is an event held every year by the Yunhai City Chamber of Commerce. Any entrepreneur who can obtain the title of business executive will benefit greatly from his or her business. This year, the two people most likely to receive the business star title are Miss Su and Zhu Jinshan." "Oh, so that is how it is." After listening to the news the housekeeper had found out, Xiao Qinglong pondered for a moment, then said, "Go and notify the Chamber of Commerce. The title of business executive must be given to Miss Su. If anyone dares to disobey, well, that would be disrespecting me, Xiao Qinglong." "Yes, sir." "Butler, please leave." The reason why Xiao Qinglong did this was to do Yi Cheng a favor, and Xiao Shijuan's illness was getting better and he needed treatment, so he had to establish a good relationship with Yi Cheng no matter what. Dao Dao drove Sun Yuaner and Yi Cheng towards the Xinguang building. At this moment, a red Ferrari supercar suddenly turned straight over from the side lane and forced Sun Yuaner's business car to stop. Then the car door opened, and a handsome man in an expensive suit holding a bouquet of flowers walked towards the business car with a smile. "Mr. Su, is this Zhang Shang?" Dao Dao recognized the man's identity at a glance and said to Sun Yuaner, "Why is this bastard here?" Sun Yuaner frowned, and a hint of displeasure flashed in her eyes. Yi Cheng noticed the look in Sun Yuaner's eyes, so he curiously asked Dao Dao, the pretty secretary wearing black stockings, who was Zhang Shao. Peachy face, solemn expression. Zhang Shao is the young master of the Zhang family, one of the 12th families in Yunhai. His name is Zhang Huan, and he is a well-known playboy. Some time ago, Mr. Su and Zhang Jia discussed a cooperation, and the two met at that time. Later, Zhang Shao kept pestering Mr. Su and wanted to pursue him. "Oh my god, it turns out he is trying to poach my employees." Yi Cheng frowned and made up his mind that he must warn this kid named Zhang Huan and tell him to stay away from Junior sister. While the two were talking, Zhang Huan had already come to the back seat of the car. He first ostentatiously adjusted his hair in front of the transparent car window, and then knocked on the window in a gentlemanly manner. Dao Dao glanced at Sun Yuaner and saw her nod at him, so he quickly lowered the car window. At this time, Yi Cheng just happened to be brewing a mouthful of thick phlegm. Pooh! Outside the car window, Zhang Huan seemed to have rehearsed this many times. Just as he opened his mouth and was about to greet Sun Yuaner with a smile, a mouthful of thick phlegm landed right in his mouth. He subconsciously made a swallowing motion and swallowed the thick phlegm directly. Then, Zhang Huan realized that the person sitting in front of him was not Sun Yuaner, but Yi Cheng. Zhang Huan's originally smiling face suddenly became gloomy. He stared at Yi Cheng and asked with a ferocious face, "Boy, who are you?" "I am your uncle." Yi Cheng answered almost without thinking. This answer made the two beauties in the car giggle, especially Sun Yuaner, who laughed so hard that her body shook, and the big white rabbits on her chest swayed, making Yi Cheng drool. Zhang Huan was about to lose his temper when he heard this, but thinking that he must not leave a bad impression on the female minister, he tried hard to maintain his own character and background, forced a faint smile on his face, looked at Sun Yuaner and said, "Hey, Yuaner, be my girlfriend." As she spoke, she handed the flowers in her hand to Sun Yuaner. But before Sun Yuaner could answer, Yi Cheng couldn't sit still anymore and said, "Fuck, you are so arrogant. How dare you steal my girl in front of me?" Yi Cheng looked at Zhang Wan with disdain, then put his arms around Sun Yuaner's slender waist and held her in his arms. Sun Yuaner never thought that Yi Cheng would be so bold, but he only struggled symbolically and stopped moving after a while. How dare this bastard take advantage of me? But this is also acceptable. As long as Zhang Wan can be made to back down, then letting him take advantage of me won't be a big deal. Ever since I met Zhang Wan, this guy has been like a sticky candy, harassing me every few days. If she could use Yi Cheng to completely get rid of him, Sun Yuaner wouldn't mind taking advantage of this junior brother. Sure enough, when Zhang Wan outside the car saw Yi Cheng holding Sun Yuaner in his arms, his eyes instantly turned red. At this moment, he could no longer maintain his gentlemanly appearance. His handsome face became extremely ferocious, his eyes were red, like a man-eating beast. "You little bastard, let him go, are you out of your mind? She is my woman, why should I let go of Yi Cheng?" As he said this, he put his other hand through Sun Yuaner's legs and hooked them lightly. Sun Yuaner let out a soft cry, and then she sat directly in Yi Cheng's arms. This posture was extremely ambiguous, and Yi Cheng even boldly placed his hands on Sun Yuaner's round black silk legs and rubbed them gently. "Junior sister, these legs feel so uncomfortable to touch." Sun Yuaner's pretty face turned red with embarrassment at her bold action, but she didn't dare to struggle, for fear that Zhang Wan would see that she was just acting. "Zhang Kuan, I am already his, please don't harass me again." "Damn, Sumer, you stinky bitch." A crisp slap abruptly interrupted Zhang Wan's words. Then, Yi Cheng gently put Sun Yuaner down, and touched her round black silk legs hard again, then opened the car door, stood in front of Zhang Wan and asked angrily, "If you dare to say a dirty word about my girlfriend again, do you believe I will tear your mouth apart?" When had Zhang Wan ever suffered such humiliation? She covered her swollen cheeks with her hands and roared, "Fuck you, you little bastard, how dare you hit me? Do you know who I am? Who is it? Listen carefully, I am the eldest son of the Zhang family." Zhang Wan said with pride. In his opinion, Yi Cheng, a man dressed in ordinary clothes, would be so scared that he would kneel down and beg for mercy on the spot after hearing his identity. But the other party's next words made him feel greatly insulted. The eldest son of the Zhang family. Never heard of it." Yi Cheng shook his head, and immediately made Sun Yuaner and Dao Dao laugh again. Zhang Wan felt that he had been greatly insulted. He looked at Sun Yuaner with a crazy look in his eyes. "Sun Yuaner, do you know the consequences of offending me? From now on, the cooperation between our two companies will be terminated. In addition, you will not be able to get the support of my Zhang family at the Business Star Awards ceremony." Zhang Wan immediately used his ultimate move. He knew that Sun Yuaner's company was currently in a stage of rapid development. If she lost the cooperation with his family, it would be like cutting off one's own arm and would result in heavy losses. In addition, without the support of the Zhang family at the Business Star Gala, it would have been almost impossible for him to win the Business Star Award. Sun Yuaner's expression also changed. She obviously didn't expect Zhang Wan to do this. She was a little panicked. She had used up her last bit of connections to save Yi Cheng, and now she lost a big trump card. If she loses the support of the Zhang family now, she might really miss the honorary award of Business Star. Noticing the change in Sunal's eyes, Zhang Wan burst into laughter, looked at Sunal with his lustful eyes, and said, "Of course, if you break up with this brat immediately and come to the hotel to accompany me tonight, the cooperation can continue, and you will still get the strong support of my Zhang family. I think you should know that my Zhang family is not weaker than Zhu Jinshan. With our support, the Business Star will be yours. So, have you figured out what to do?" Zhang Wan stared at Sun Yuaner like a hunter staring at his prey. Sun Yuaner hated Zhang Wan to the extreme. "Zhang Wan, you are a despicable bastard." "I am a bastard, but what can you do to me?" My advice to you is to be obedient. As long as you serve me well tonight, I will give you whatever you want." Zhang Wan's words completely angered Yi Cheng. He grabbed Zhang Wan by the collar, then pressed his head against the glass of the sports car. The glass of the sports car shattered, followed by Zhang Wan's screams. "I think you are ugly, but you think you are beautiful." You even dare to take advantage of my girlfriend. You are looking for death. Yi Chang would show no mercy to such a person. His fists rained down on Zhang Huan, and in a moment his face was beaten like a pig's head. Yi Chang, stop it, stop hitting me. Sun Yuor spoke up to stop Yi Chang, and only then did Yi Chang stop. If you dare to harass my girlfriend again, I will beat you up every time I see you. After saying that, Yi Chang returned to the car, drove away quickly, leaving Zhang Huan staring at the direction the car went with a face full of resentment. Damn you little bastard, I want you to die, I must make you die. As the eldest son of the Zhang family, when has he ever suffered such a loss? Taking out his phone, Zhang Huan roared, cut off all cooperation with Sun Yuaner immediately. After hanging up the phone, Zhang Huan seemed to remember something, then found a number and dialed it. Hello, Zhu Jinshan, I have a deal to make with you. In the luxurious office on the rooftop of the Starlight building, Sun Yuaner looked at Yi Chang with shame and anger. What made her feel embarrassed was that Yi Chang had just taken advantage of her in front of Zhang Huan and Dao Dao, especially her pair of black silk legs and black stockings, which had almost made her balls ache because of him touching them. What makes me angry is that he acts too impulsively. Although Zhang Huan was at fault in this matter, he was the eldest son of the Zhang family after all and had a high status in Yunhai City. After Yi Chang humiliated him like that, the other party would definitely retaliate against him. Sure enough, before Sun Yuaner could start to question him, Dao Dao rushed into the office in a panic. It's bad, Mr. Su, Zhang Jia has now severed all cooperation with the company, and the company's stock price has begun to fall sharply. What? 007 Yang Ruyu. Sun Yuaner stood up from the boss chair in a flash, and veins on her smooth forehead were faintly throbbing. Sun Yuaner turned her head and glared at Yi Chang fiercely, and said angrily, Yi Chang, look at what you have done. Now the Zhang family has severed cooperation with my company. He will definitely target me at the upcoming Business Star Awards ceremony. How could I be so unlucky to meet a junior brother like you? Facing the complaints from the female CEO, Yi Chang smiled faintly and said, what is there to be afraid of, little senior sister? It's just the Chu Zhang family. What's there to be afraid of? Chu Zhang family, it's easy for you to say that, but do you know how terrifying the Zhang family's background in Yunhai City is? As far as I know, Zhang Huan's family has reached a cooperative relationship with Tianziki Answine, the top financial group in Yunhai City. If nothing unexpected happens, they will definitely be promoted to the first-class level within 5 years. When Shijiaswan Yuaner mentioned Tianzi Bank, his expression was both solemn and yearning. Tianzi Bank is one of the largest financial groups in the world, with countless businesses under its umbrella. Although Tianzikian Village in Yunhai City is only a small branch, its social status in Yunhai City is incredibly high. Even the right to elect the president of the Chamber of Commerce is in their hands. It can be said that in Yunhai City, Tianziki Answine is the absolute boss when it comes to business matters. Today, Zhang Huan's family has reached a cooperative relationship with Tianzi Bank. It is only a matter of time before they board this big ship and become a first-class family. At this moment, when Yi Chang heard these 4 words, his heart moved slightly. Before going down the mountain, the third master gave him a ring and said that with the ring he could go to Tianziki Answine to withdraw money. Although I don't know much about the specific identity of the third master, I think he should be a very high-ranking person in the Emperor's Bank. Thinking of this, he felt karma. Junior sister, don't panic. With just one word from me, Tianziki Answine will cut off cooperation with the Zhang family. As the saying goes, one must shock people before they die. As soon as he opened his mouth, Sunner was shocked beyond words. You, just based on Yi Chang, I really don't know how you dare to say such big words. With just one sentence from you, Tianzi Bank and Zhang family broke off their cooperation. Who do you think you are? The young master of Tianzi Bank. Don't believe me? Yi Chang raised his eyebrows and looked at Sun Yuaner with interest. Hey, junior sister, I'm not bragging, I really have this ability. Sun Yuaner glared at me with her almond-shaped eyes and said angrily, do you think I will believe you? Hey, junior sister, how about we make a bet? What to bet on? Sun Yuaner didn't know what tricks Yi Chang was planning to play, so she bet that if I could really make Tianzi Bank and the Zhang family break off their cooperation, you would let me owe you something. The wonderful feeling he had when he touched Sun Yuaner in the car before made Yi Chang unable to stop, and now he was planning to use the bet to continue taking advantage of his junior sister. When Sun Yuaner heard this, she said without thinking, if you can really do it, I'll even have sex with you. Of course he didn't think Yi Cheng could do such a thing. Okay, you go out first, I have other things to do. Sun Yuaner sent Yi Cheng away impatiently. The company's stock price had plummeted, and he was in no mood to argue with Yi Cheng. Yi Cheng was tactful and did not continue to pester Dao Dao. Instead, he pulled Dao Dao aside and asked how much money had been lost after the company's stock price plummeted. He planned to go to Qinxi Bank to withdraw some money to fill their hole. After all, it was he who beat Zhang Wan just now, which caused the stock price of Sun Yuaner's company to plummet. According to the current situation, the company will lose at least 80 million by the afternoon closing. 80 million? I understand. Give me a company account and I will have someone transfer the money to me later. Although Dao Dao was shocked as to why Yi Cheng dared to say such a thing without blinking, he still obediently told him the company account. After getting the account number, Yi Cheng left the company and planned to go to Tianziqianshuang to withdraw some money first. Just as he walked not far from the Starlight Building, he suddenly stopped and shouted coldly, "Who are you? Get out here!" Yi Cheng was filled with murderous intent. At this moment, two figures in black robes slowly appeared behind him. As soon as the two appeared, they were enveloped by a terrifying aura, and they were so scared that they quickly knelt on one knee. "Young master, we are from the Trial Temple. We heard that you have come to Yunhai City, so we came here to assist you." A woman has a nice voice. Although she is covered in a black robe and her face is covered with a black veil, revealing only a pair of watery, foxy eyes, she can't hide her domineering body and enchanting temperament. Yi Cheng's intuition told him that this woman was definitely a great beauty. When he heard that the other party was from the temple, he quickly restrained his breath, and the two of them immediately felt relaxed. The previous pressure like a mountain pressing down on their heads disappeared in an instant. Rose from the Temple of Servant of God has met the young master, and Dark Knight from the Temple of Servant of God has met the young master. "Oh, what do you guys come to me for?" Yi Cheng looked at the two of them and asked puzzledly. The Red Sand Palace was a force founded by his second master. Before going down the mountain, his second master gave him a jade pendant and told him that with the jade pendant, everyone in the Red Sand Palace would have to call him young master when they saw him. "Young master, we received a message from the shop owner this morning saying that you came to Yunhai City and might need help, so we came to find you." The one who spoke was the charming woman named Rose. "Second master asked you to come." Yi Cheng raised his eyebrows and immediately understood second master's intention. He came to Yunhai City this time, firstly to harm his junior sister, and secondly to investigate the tragedy that destroyed his family. But it's been a long time since those events happened, so it's quite difficult to investigate. As a terrifying assassin organization, the temple possesses a unique intelligence network. The second master sent two people to assist him, probably because he wanted to use the intelligence network of the Shikigami temple to investigate the tragedy of that year. After understanding his master's intention, Yi Cheng felt a little warm in his heart. "You two came at the right time. Help me investigate the Yi family tragedy 7 years ago." Dark Knight and Rose nodded immediately. "It's the young master." Rose, wearing a black robe, took out a black business card from her chest and handed it to Yi Cheng, bowing and saying, "Young master, this is my address, which is also the Shikigami Temple, the intelligence center in Yunhai City. You can come here for any needs. I have also received that business card with the woman's body fragrance and residual warmth, and saw the words, Rose Bar, written on it." "Okay, I get it. Oh, by the way, do you know where the word Qian is placed? I need to get some money." Rose immediately told Yi Cheng the location of the device in front of the word. "Okay, if you have nothing else, just go and check it out first. This is what I want to tell you, young master." Half an hour later, Yi Cheng arrived at the headquarters of Tianziqianshuang. After showing her ring, a very elegant young woman named Yang Ruyu took the initiative to receive her. In the luxurious office, Yang Ruyu stretched out her fair and delicate hand, and said to Yi Cheng with a smile, "Welcome, Mr. Yi." Yi Cheng hurriedly shook hands with Yang Ruyu. The young woman's hands were smooth, soft and tender, like a piece of peerless jade, which made her unable to let go. But after all, it was the first time they met, so Yi Cheng couldn't behave like a pervert, otherwise he would leave a bad impression on the other party. Just a light grip and they will separate at the touch. "Are you Yujie? You are so beautiful." Yi Cheng showed his big white teeth and praised generously. To be honest, Yang Ruyu was indeed extremely beautiful. She was tall and well-rounded, with her jet black hair piled high in a bun. Her age of just over 30 did not leave any signs of aging on her delicate and beautiful face. Instead, she had a unique young woman's temperament that seemed to be able to hook people's souls away. It is true that the old saying is true: young girls are alluring and young women are charming. However, what made Yi Cheng curious was that although Yang Ruyu exuded the temperament of a beautiful young woman, she was still a virgin, and no one knew what caused it. At this moment, after hearing Yi Cheng's praise, Yang Ruyu immediately covered her mouth and chuckled, her almond-shaped eyes curved into crescents as she introduced him jokingly. Ruyu was already an old and ugly woman, so how could she be considered beautiful? Although she said so, Yang Ruyu was extremely happy in her heart. It would be difficult for any woman to resist such compliments. Are you Yujia? I didn't lie, you are really as beautiful as a fairy in the sky. Yi Cheng continued to praise the stunning young woman in front of him without reservation, and Yang Ruyu smiled even more happily. This young Master Yi was not only handsome, but also very good at flirting. Taking a deep breath, Yang Ruyu forced herself to suppress the inexplicable palpitations in her heart, then looked at Yi Cheng and asked, Yi Xiao, come to the bank to collect the money. The ring given by Master Yi Cheng-san proved his identity. As the deputy owner of the Yunhai City branch of Tianziqian Manor, Yang Ruyu must obey all his orders, even including showing up in person. Yi Cheng nodded and transferred 200 million into this account. When it comes to business, Yi Cheng was not careless at all. After all, the stock price of his junior sister's company was still falling. Yang Ruyu took the account and out of curiosity, she immediately checked it on the computer and found that this account was the corporate account of Starlight Group. So, he quickly asked, is this account from Starlight Group? Seeing Yang Ruyu easily found out the ownership of the account, Yi Cheng couldn't help but feel moved. He thought to himself that Qianzi Bank was indeed a giant in the business world of Yunhai City. It easily found out the account of the little senior sister. Sun Yuan, the president of Starlight Group, is my junior sister. Her company was targeted by the Zhang family and its stock price plummeted. This was all trouble caused by me, so I wanted to compensate my junior sister in this way. When Yang Ruyu learned that Sun Yuan was Yi Cheng's junior sister, she immediately made up her mind, Master Yi, there are many ways for you to help Miss Su recover her losses. Directly transferring money is not actually the best way. She wanted to please Yi Cheng at this time. He had been sitting in the position of deputy owner for many years. Since Yi Cheng was holding the ring representing the identity of the young master of Qinci Money House, it could be said that it was beneficial to have a good relationship with him. Maybe in the future, the two of them could become close friends. By that time, wouldn't the position of owner of Qinci Money House be hers? Thinking of this, Yang Ruyu covered her mouth and giggled twice, her eyes full of smiles as she said, I can let Qinci Bank buy shares in Miss Su's company. With a little operation, I won't say much, but I can help Miss Su turn losses into profits and easily earn a few hundred million. When Yi Cheng heard this, his eyes suddenly lit up. Damn, can it be done this way? Young Master Yi may not know that in Yunhai, we, Tianziqian, have the final say on business matters. That's great, so I'll do as you say. In that case, how long will it take for my senior sister's company to turn a profit? Manipulating stock prices takes a certain amount of time, sometimes 5 or 6 days, sometimes 2 or 3 days. Otherwise, if a company's stock fluctuates too much in one day, it is easy to be targeted and investigated. Although Tianziqian is not afraid of investigations from higher-ups, it is a bit of a blow to Sun Yuaner's company. When Yi Cheng heard that the stock price of his junior sister's company could go up in just 3 to 5 days, he immediately felt a lot more relaxed. Okay, then you arrange it quickly. Okay, Mr. Yi, please wait. Yang Ruyu quickly picked up the phone on the desk and made a call. Hello, I want you to manipulate the stock price of Starlight Group. Within 5 days, I will make the stock price of Starlight Group increase 3 times. After giving instructions for these small matters, Yang Ruyu looked at Yi Cheng and said again, Young Master Yi, everything has been arranged. It's getting late now, why don't we have a meal together? After working all morning, Yi Cheng was really hungry, so he simply agreed to Yang Ruyu's request. Soon, the two arrived at a high-end restaurant near Tianziqian and booked a luxurious private room. After all the dishes were served, Yang Ruyu filled herself a glass of red wine, then said to Yi Cheng, this glass is for you. After saying that, he tilted his head back and drank the wine in the glass without leaving a drop. The scarlet wine slowly slid down his snow-white neck and finally fell into the bottomless ravine. Seeing this scene, Yi Cheng felt a surge of desire in his lower abdomen. This guy is definitely a demon. Whether it is appearance, figure or temperament, Yang Ruyu is the best of the best and can be called a stunner. It would be so wonderful to have a meal with such a pretty lady. After drinking a glass of red wine, a blush appeared on Yang Ruyu's pretty cheeks, making her temperament even more charming and seductive. Sister Ruyu, you have a good alcohol tolerance. Yi Cheng gave Yang Ruyu a thumbs up and glanced at her fullness with a sly look in his eyes. He was so reluctant to move away from the heavy, white breasts. After noticing Yi Cheng's gaze, Yang Ruyu was not shy at all. Instead, she moved closer to him and let him admire her openly. 008 Impeachment of the President. The two of them ate and chatted, and then Yi Cheng talked about the Business Star Awards ceremony that would be held soon. After telling him the purpose of his visit, Yang Ruyu patted her heavy chest and said, "Sir, please rest assured about this matter. Ruyu will definitely make Miss Su the winner of this year's Business Star. Anyone who dares to disobey will be going against my chintzy money house." While Yi Cheng and Yang Ruyu were drinking and chatting happily, Sun Yuan was being troubled by the company's senior management. He convened a meeting of the company's top executives, intending to discuss how to recover losses from the company's stock crash and try to minimize the losses. But just as the meeting began, someone started to lead the pace and tried to force himself, and the leader was the company's vice president Li Dabiao. "Mr. Su, I heard that the reason why the company's stock price suddenly plummeted is because the Zhang family suddenly terminated cooperation with the company. It's common. You have been following up on that side. Har har, Mr. Zhu, can you explain to the company's senior executives present here what is going on?" At the conference table, a middle-aged man sitting on Sunner's left narrowed his eyes and spoke to him with a smile. This man has a Mediterranean hairstyle, a big belly, and looks very greasy. While speaking, his pair of cunning green eyes kept looking at Sun Yuan's hot body, and a hint of greed flashed in the depths of his eyes from time to time. He is Li Dabiao, their vice president of Starlight Group, and his position in the entire Starlight Group is second only to Sun Yuan. Sun Yuan had long guessed that Li Dabiao might use the company's stock crash to frame her, but she didn't expect that he would actually bring up this matter at this high-level meeting. Faced with such a tricky question, Sun Yuan's pretty face changed. "Regarding this matter, I would like to apologize to everyone first. The termination of cooperation between Zhang Jia and the company was caused by me, but please give me some time. I will immediately contact other partners and strive to minimize the losses." His words made all the company executives present change their expressions. Reduce the losses to a minimum. Mr. Su, we are all smart people, so please stop making promises for us, okay? Sun Yuan raised her delicate eyebrows and said to Wu Yu, "President Li, what do you mean by this? Who is Cai Yunhai? I don't know. Zhang Huan, the eldest son of the Zhang family, is pursuing you. A big part of the reason why our company can cooperate with the Zhang family is because of this. I heard that just this morning, a man beat Zhang Xiao severely and humiliated him, which led to the Zhang family suddenly terminating their cooperation with the company." Li Dabiao sneered and looked around at the company's senior executives. When he saw that they all had surprised expressions, he continued, "What's even more coincidental is that today, someone in the company saw a young man getting out of your car, and he was the one who humiliated and beat Zhang Xiao. Mr. Su, don't you have anything to explain about this?" As their vice president of the company, Li Dabiao has spies throughout the entire company. He had heard about what happened in the morning a long time ago. The reason why he came to question Yi Cheng now was, firstly, he was not sure about Yi Cheng's identity, and secondly, he wanted to see what the Zhang family's attitude was. Being able to sit in the position of vice president, Li Dabiao is definitely not a reckless person. When he learned that the Zhang family had terminated the cooperation with the company, Li Dabiao realized that Yi Cheng was not a powerful person, and his identity was most likely a kept gigolo. Otherwise, Zhang Jia would not have terminated the cooperation with such fanfare. What he has to do now is to use this incident to shake Sunul's foundation. Sunul's face was livid at this moment. "Li Dabiao, do you dare to investigate me?" He, Mr. Su, I think you still don't understand the current situation. Are we discussing my investigation of you now? You'd better give an explanation to the higher-ups immediately. If this continues, I'm afraid your position as president will be unstable. Li Dabiao said to Sun Yuan half jokingly and half threateningly. After the senior executives in the office learned the news, Li Shi could no longer sit still. They all looked at Sun Yuan, wanting him to give everyone an explanation. Mr. Su, we are all the backbone of the company and own the original shares. To put it bluntly, the company's stock price plummeted today and our net worth has also shrunk significantly. You can't be irresponsible about this. Mr. Su, who was the guy who beat up Mr. Zhang. Why don't you call him over and let's ask him in public what the reason is? Humph, I've said it before, the position of president should be given to Mr. Li, just step down, has something gone wrong? Everyone was talking at the same time, arguing loudly in the conference room. Seeing this, Sun Yuaner suddenly became a little panicked. After all, she was just a woman in her early 20s. Although she had great business talent, her methods were still a little immature in front of these old foxes who were omnipresent in the business world. The most important thing is that this matter was indeed caused by him, and he has an unshirkable responsibility for the company's current situation. Just when Sun Yuaner was at a loss, the office door was suddenly kicked open from the outside, and then Yi Cheng walked in slowly. It's you? Li Dabia recognized Yi Cheng at a glance and knew that he was the man who beat Zhang Huan. Why are you here? Get out quickly, if you don't see me, I'm in a meeting. When Sun Yuaner saw Yi Cheng, a complicated look flashed in her eyes. Although the current situation of the company was caused by him beating Zhang Huan, he was only trying to protect himself at the time. Yi Cheng did not listen to Sun Yuaner's words, but glanced at everyone, and finally his eyes fell on Li Dabiao. It was you who bullied my senior sister and attempted to usurp the throne and take the position of president. Yi Cheng's eyes were so scary that Li Dabia felt scared. However, in front of everyone, Li Dabia could not give in. He also did not believe that Yi Cheng would dare to do anything to him in front of everyone. The company's stock price plummeted due to President Su, and he has an unshirkable responsibility. I suggest that we remove Mr. Su from his position as president first. It won't be too late to let him take over when the company returns to normal. Li Dabiao exposed his wolfish ambition with just one sentence. He wanted to usurp the throne and used this incident to remove Sun Yuaner from her position. Once removed, he would be the most suitable person to be the president of the entire company. Then he would replace the employees in core positions of the company with his own people. Even if the company's stock price returns to normal and Sunil returns to the position of president, his core of power has already been hollowed out, and his words will no longer count. Although Yi Cheng didn't understand the twists and turns in the company, he knew that Li Dabia's actions would definitely be detrimental to his senior sister. Humph, dismissal? You say impeachment, so just impeachment, who do you think you are? Besides, I have already made up for the sharp drop in the company's stock price. Within 5 days, the company's stock price will increase by 3 times. What? The stock price increased 3 times. Yi Cheng's words shocked everyone present. You know, a rise in stock prices means an increase in the status of these core backbones. If it can really rise by 3 times, that would be a very scary number. Who are you, little bastard? You don't even think about drafting before bragging? Do you think it is possible to increase the company's stock price? Is it up to you to make the company's stock price go up? Li Dabia looked at Yi Cheng with disdain, and even Sun Yuaner didn't believe what he said. Yi Cheng, you have nothing to do here, get out quickly and I will take care of it. Yi Cheng frowned and did not leave immediately. But at this time Li Dabia said, Boy, it was you who attacked Zhang Xiao today, right? In other words, the reason why the company's stock price plummeted is because of you? In the conference room, when the senior executives learned that Yi Cheng was the one who beat Zhang Huan, everyone cast angry glances at him, and some even had murderous intent in their eyes. It turns out that the person who caused their net worth to drop drastically was Yi Cheng. That's right, I was the one who hit him. But that bastard deserves a beating. As soon as Yi Cheng finished speaking, there was an uproar below. You little bastard, do you know how much trouble you have caused to the company? You are Jinx, you are Jinx. Mr. Su, we have no objection to you keeping a gigolo, and we have no right to interfere in your private life, but you can't let him interfere in the company's affairs. At this moment, some people actually said that Yi Cheng was Sun Yuaner's kept gigolo, which made Sun Yuor very angry. His silver teeth were grinding, and his eyes were full of grievance. Seeing this, Yi Cheng walked up to the man who had just slandered his relationship with Sunner and slapped him in the face. The crisp sound of applause instantly made the originally noisy meeting room silent. Just as the man who was beaten was about to explode, he was met with Yi Cheng's fierce eyes. This look was extremely terrifying, like a peerless ferocious beast. Under Yi Cheng's gaze, the man swallowed hard, and in the end, he didn't even dare to fart. If anyone dares to gossip again, I, Yi Cheng, will make him regret coming into this world. Yi Cheng looked down at everyone present and suppressed them with his terrifying aura. Seeing this, Li Dabia gritted his teeth and said, HMPH, Yi Cheng, no matter what, the company's stock price has already plummeted, and there will definitely be retaliation from the Zhang family in the future. It will be difficult for the company to survive this crisis. This matter was caused by you, and today you must give everyone an explanation. With Li Dabia taking the lead, the other core members of the company also began to make a fuss, demanding that he give everyone an explanation. Sunner finally couldn't suppress his emotions at this moment and suddenly exploded. He slammed the conference table heavily and shouted, "Don't you just want me to be responsible? Okay, then I promise you that within 1 month, I will restore the company's stock price to its original level." 1 month 1T work, that's too long. Li Dabiao objected immediately. He couldn't give Sun Yuaner any time to delay. If she wanted to overthrow him and take the position of president, she would have to do it within 5 days. At this moment, Yi Cheng slowly stretched out 5 fingers and said to Li Dabiao, "In 5 days, I will triple the company's stock price." What? 5 days? Sun Yuaner's pretty face changed, and he quickly looked at Yi Cheng, not knowing what his junior brother was doing madly. In a month, he might not be able to restore the company's stock price to its original state. Yi Cheng is now making a boast, saying that he can increase the stock price by 3 times in just 3 days. Isn't this pure nonsense? For a moment, Sun Yuaner even thought that Yi Cheng was from Li Dabia's side, otherwise why would he cheat her? "Yi Cheng, do you want to kill me?" Sun Yuaner frowned, her almond-shaped eyes filled with anger as she glared at Yi Cheng. However, Yi Cheng gently took her hand and said confidently, "Junior sister, I didn't harm you. Just trust me once. Within 5 days, I can really make the company's stock price surge by 3 times. Since Yang Ruyu has already given her guarantee, then this matter is a done deal, so Yi Cheng is so confident." At this moment, Li Dabia looked at Yi Cheng with a smile on his face, and said in a stern tone, "I can give you 5 days, but what should I do if the company's stock price has not increased by 3 times after 5 days? If I can't make the company's stock price surge 3 times in 5 days, Mr. Su will resign." "Har ha har har, boy, that's what you said." The smile on Li Dabia's face became more and more wild, and then he looked at Sun Yuaner, "President Su, do you agree with this plan?" Sun Yuaner bit her red lips lightly with her pearly teeth. Now he was forced into a corner. If he didn't agree, he was afraid that all the senior executives would impeach him immediately. Helplessly, he could only nod and agree. "Since Mr. Su has said so, it doesn't matter if we wait another 5 days. It's just 5 days, it will pass in a flash, but Li Dabiao can still wait. If I can do what I say in 5 days, Li Dabiao, what will you do?" Yi Cheng looked at Li Dabiao with a smile and asked. Li Dabiao's expression suddenly paused. "Boy, what do you mean?" "Humph, what we are talking about is just a bet. If it is a bet, there should be stakes. Our bet was that if we lost, my senior sister would resign. So what's your bet?" Li Dabiao was a little hesitant. Yi Cheng sneered immediately and said, "I can't afford to play this game." "Okay, then let us stop playing. What I said just now doesn't count." Yi Cheng spread his hands and prepared to leave while pulling Sun Yuaner. Seeing this, Li Dabiao immediately became restless and asked quickly, "But what do you want?" Yi Cheng raised the corner of his mouth slightly and smiled, "It's very simple. If we win, will you quit?" "Impossible." Li Dabiao was about to refuse without even thinking about it. "No answer, forget it. The bet is void. My junior sister is still the president of the company. 009 attend the award ceremony. In fact, these negotiation skills were told to me by Yang Ruyu when I was having dinner and drinking with her just now. As the deputy owner of Tianzikian Manor, Yang Ruyu is an old fox in the workplace. She had already anticipated that Sun Yuaner would be impeached. After learning that Sun Yuaner was Yi Cheng's senior sister, in order to leave a good impression on Yi Cheng, she offered advice to Yi Cheng. Unexpectedly, when Yi Cheng returned to Sun Yuaner's company, she found that everything was just as Yang Ruyu said. The company's top management was preparing to impeach her senior sister, so she followed Yang Ruyu's teachings and lured Li Dabiao into the trap step by step. This could be regarded as helping her senior sister eliminate dissidents and eliminate hidden dangers in the company. As expected, Li Dabiao took the bait at this time. After weighing the pros and cons, he decided to agree to Yi Chang's conditions that the company's stock price would increase by 3 times within 5 days. Sun Yuaner keeps her position as president and he resigns, and vice versa. Okay, that concludes today's meeting. Sun Yuaner waved her hand, signaling her subordinates to leave. Soon, he and Yi Chang were the only ones left in the conference room. Yi Chang, why are you doing this? Do you know how difficult it is to raise a company's stock price by 3 times in 5 days? In the entire Yunhai city, almost no one can do this except Qianxi Bank. Yi Chang patted his shoulder and comforted him, "Junior sister, don't worry, I have arranged everything. Not only the stock price, but also the title of business star will definitely be yours this time." Sunner would not believe what Yi Chang said. "Yi Chang, you really disappoint me. Junior sister, don't forget the bet you made with me. If I can make Qianxi Bank and Zhang family break off their cooperation, you will have to roll in the sheets with me." Sun Yuaner was very angry when she saw that Yi Chang was talking about things that were not related to the topic. Roll. After leaving the meeting room, Li Dabia did not stay in the company, but drove to a beautiful villa by the sea in Yunhai City. After entering the villa, he respectfully said to the man sitting on the sofa, "Mr. Zhang, I have a favor to ask of you." On the leather sofa, Zhang Wan was wrapped in bandages like a mummy, looking extremely funny. However, Li Dabiao did not dare to show the slightest mocking expression on his face at this moment. "Li Dabiao, what do you want to see me for?" "Professor, I am here to collaborate with you." "Oh? Cooperate? You are the vice president of that jerk company Sunil. Don't you know that our Zhang family is planning to target your company now?" "Our Zhang Shao." The thing is, Li Dabiao told Zhang Wan what had just happened in the conference room. The purpose of his trip was simple, which was to let Zhang Wan increase his crackdown on the company, and then use this incident to force Sun Yuaner after 5 days. "Young Master Zhang, the Business Star Awards ceremony will be held in 5 days. When the time comes, you can mix this stuff into the wine and let Sun Yuaner drink it. I promise that you will be treated like an emperor." As Li Dabia spoke, he took out a packet of medicine powder from his arms and stuffed it into Zhang Wan's pocket. "What's this?" "Young Master Zhang, this is her wand powder. Once you take this, no matter how dignified a woman is, she will become an ordinary person at your mercy." "Interesting, very interesting." Zhang Wan carefully put away the Herwan powder, and then said to Li Dabao, "Don't worry, in 5 days, after I sleep with Sun Yuaner, the position of president of the company will be yours." Li Dabia smiled and bowed. "Thank you so much, Mr. Zhang." Time flies like an arrow, and in the blink of an eye, 5 days have passed and the Business Star Awards ceremony has quietly arrived. But during these few days, Sun Yuaner spent her time in endless torment. The first thing he did when he came to the company every morning was to check the changes in the stock price. However, 5 days later, the company's stock price not only did not rise, but instead fell below the freezing point, and was only a little bit away from the limit down. During the day he was busy as a dog looking for partners, but everyone in Yunhai City knew that he had offended the Zhang family, so they either made it clear that they were unwilling to cooperate or simply refused to even meet him. This made him very worried. Today is the day of the Business Youth Award ceremony, but he is not happy at all. He no longer expects to win the title of Business Star. It would be good enough if he can keep the position of president. "Mr. Su, the award ceremony is about to start, let us go to the venue first." The female secretary Dao Dao pushed open the office door and said to Sun Yuaner. Looking at the motionless skeleton on the computer screen, Sun Yuaner let out a long sigh, then stood up and prepared to go to the venue. The Business Star Awards ceremony will last from noon to evening. "Senior sister, I'll take you there." At this time, Yi Chang suddenly appeared and said that he would take Sun Yuaner to the awards ceremony. Sun Yuaner was no longer in the mood to argue with Yi Chang at this time, so she just let her go, while Dao Dao stayed. The venue for the Business Star Awards ceremony is located in the Yunhai 7-star Hotel, which is one of the most luxurious hotels in Yunhai and also a top-notch industry. The Yunhai 7-star Hotel is particularly lively today. Although the awards ceremony has not yet begun, the cars outside the hotel have already formed a long queue. There are countless luxury cars worth millions and tens of millions. The scene is spectacular and can be called a luxury car show. After queuing up and parking the car, Yi Chang followed Sun Yuaner into the hotel. It was Yi Chang's first time to come to such a high-end hotel. At this moment, he was like Granny Liu entering the Grand View Garden, looking around everywhere. Seeing this, Sun Yuaner simply ignored her existence. Yi Chou, after you go in later, don't make trouble for me. I am now in a difficult situation and can hardly save myself. If you cause trouble again, you can only wish for the best. Do you understand? Senior sister, there's going to be a good show soon. Yi Cheng said to Sun Yuaner with a smile, but Sun Yuaner was not in the mood to joke with him. The award ceremony was held on the second floor of the hotel. The bright hall was packed with people. Almost all the business tycoons in Yunhai City gathered there, and Ming Yuan and Ming Liu gathered together to chat and laugh. Seeing the grand scene before his eyes, Yi Cheng couldn't help but sigh. It is indeed the world of the rich, so decadent and extravagant. After entering the venue, he was not idle. He moved freely among the crowd, looking for Yang Ruyu's pretty figure. The host of today's award ceremony is this wonderful young woman, Sunil. After entering the venue, he rushed between the major bosses. This was his last chance. If he could get an investment at this time, perhaps he could still keep his position as president. But these big bosses had already heard the news, and either they did not dare to cooperate with him due to the influence of the Zhang family, or they directly made some excessive demands, which made him feel sick. Just when Sunner felt he had reached his dead end, Zhang Huan, dressed in a neat suit, suddenly appeared beside him. Mr. Su, you look so worried. Are you worried about the company's stock price? After several days of treatment, Zhang Huan returned to his original state. Seeing Zhang Huan, Sun Yuaner frowned subconsciously. Zhang Huan, it's not your turn to worry about my company's affairs. Hey, Mr. Su, even if others don't I know the situation in your company? Hey, don't hold on. I have already informed most of the business tycoons in Yunhai City. There is no way they will cooperate with you. After hearing this, Sunner finally understood why several partners had been lukewarm towards him over the past few days. It turned out that it was Zhang Huan who was behind it. You are shameless. Sun Yuaner, these are just some of my tricks. The purpose is to let you know the consequences of offending me. However, I am a soft-hearted person. If you can have a couple of drinks with me, I don't mind forgetting our grudges over a drink. As he spoke, Zhang Huan stretched out his hand and snapped his fingers, and a waiter immediately came over with champagne. He picked up 2 glasses of champagne, sprinkled the love powder into one of them without leaving a trace, then turned around and looked at Sun Yuaner with a smile. He handed him the champagne mixed with albizia. How about it, have you thought about it? Sun Yuaner didn't notice his little trick, but asked suspiciously, if I drink with you, you won't continue to attack my company. But of course, I, Zhang Huan, keep my word. If you drink this glass of wine, I will ask my family to stop suppressing your company. If you can have a couple of drinks with me, I can even buy your company's stock at a high price and drive up your company's stock price. Hearing this, Sun Yuaner was moved. As long as the Zhang family stopped suppressing his company, the stock price would go up sooner or later. Sunner nodded and said, okay, I'll drink with you, but I hope you can keep your word. As he spoke, he took the champagne from Zhang Huan without any precautions and drank it all in one gulp. Zhang Huan looked at Sun Yuaner with greed in his eyes and thought to himself, Sun Yuaner, you can't escape from my palm. After drinking a glass of champagne, 2 blushes immediately appeared on Sun Yuaner's pretty cheeks. At this moment, her cell phone suddenly rang. It was her secretary Dao Dao calling. However, just as he was about to answer the phone, the lights in the conference hall suddenly dimmed, and then Yang Ruyu, wearing an evening gown and looking sexy and enchanting, appeared in the center of the stage. Thank you all for taking the time to attend the Town of Commerce Awards ceremony. I am Yang Ruyu from Chinsi Money House. I will be the host of this awards ceremony. Please turn your cell phones to silent mode. The awards ceremony will begin now. The award ceremony has begun. Sun Yuaner thought about it, hung up Tao Tao's call, and turned off her phone. On the other side, Dao Dao, who was working in the office on the top floor of the Starlight building, was looking at the computer screen with excitement, and saw the stock price of the Starlight Group displayed on it. At this moment, the stock price was like a rocket taking off. It not only easily broke through the highest point since its listing, but also continued to rise. At this time, the stock price was more than 3 times the original price. Not only did the company's previous losses make up, but it even made hundreds of millions of dollars. Dao Dao was slightly stunned when he heard the busy tone coming from the phone, then he dialed again, trying to tell Sun Yuaner this great news. But when he called again, he heard a tone indicating that the other party's phone was turned off. Forget it, it won't be too late to tell Mr. Su the good news when he comes back. Yunhai 7-star Hotel. As the awards ceremony officially began, a 40-something elegant middle-aged man with short hair in the crowd also smiled. This person was Sun Yuaner's arch-enemy Zhu Jinshan. Before attending the party, he had already received the support of a mysterious boss. Before this mysterious boss gained all-powerful means in Yunhai City, Sun Yuaner had a trump card to fight against him. But just a few days ago, he heard that Sun Yuaner used this trump card to go to Xiaoqinglong's city to rescue a boy, and the gap between the two of them suddenly became apparent. What made him happiest was that the kid Xiao had beaten Zhang Wan a few days ago, which led to a complete break between the two companies. Not only did the company's stock price plummet, but he was even about to lose his position as president. Now Zhang Jia has begun to support me secretly. I think with these trump cards, Sun Yuaner will definitely not be my opponent at this awards ceremony. Mr. Su, if I were you, I would not come to this awards ceremony today, so as to avoid being embarrassed. Zhu Qingshan came close to Sunayer and said in a teasing tone. Yi Cheng glanced at Zhu Jinshan, then frowned and asked, "Senior Sister Qiao, who is this person?" "He is Zhu Jinshan." "Oh, he is the one who sent people to kidnap you before." There was a flash of anger in Yi Cheng's eyes. This Zhu Jinshan was so ignorant of his own life that he even dared to find someone to kidnap his senior sister. This was touching Yi Cheng's reverse scale. Humph, don't brag too early. The award ceremony hasn't even started yet, and it's still uncertain who will win the prize. Har har, where did this ignorant brat come from? Seeing how you talk to Boss Zhu, do you know that the Business Star Award has already been reserved by Boss Zhu? Everyone has witnessed the development that Boss Chow has made in Yunhai City over the years. I think he is the undisputed business star. Boss Zhu, let me congratulate you first. Next time you eat meat, don't forget to bring your brother some soup. Some business tycoons around who knew Zhu Jinshan's trump card began to flatter him at this moment, and Zhu Jinshan was quite pleased with this and kept bowing to express his gratitude to everyone. Of course. Everyone upstairs, I have already booked a private room. After the award ceremony is over, please don't leave. Give me, Zhu, a favor and have a simple meal. Boss Zhu is so generous. Boss Zhu, congratulations first. Congratulations in advance on winning the title of Business Star. 010 Business Star Ownership. This scene made Sun Yuaner very unhappy. Her delicate and beautiful face was covered with frost. Originally, this title should have belonged to him, but now it fell into the hands of his mortal enemy Zhu Jinshan. How could he swallow this? Yi Cheng seemed to have noticed Sun Yuaner's unhappiness, and hurriedly held her hand to comfort her. "Sister, don't panic. I said I have already arranged it. You are the business star." Sun Yuaner did not respond to Yi Cheng's words. He thought that Yi Cheng was just comforting him. "Zhuangjuo, here we come." At this moment, someone suddenly shouted, and then a middle-aged man suddenly appeared in the crowd accompanied by several followers. When everyone saw him, they greeted him with great respect. Zhuang Wenshao responded with great vigor and finally came in front of Zhu Jinshan. When Zhu Jinshan saw Zhuang Wenshao, he bowed 90 degrees like a dog servant in ancient times seeing the prince. After meeting Commander Zhuang Wenshao patted Zhu Jinshan on the shoulder with a smile and said indifferently, "Old Zhu, you have added a lot of projects to our Yunhai city in the past 2 years. I, Zhuang, have seen all that you have done. I will personally present the award to you later." When Zhu Jinshan heard this, he was immediately excited. "Thank you very much, Governor Zhang. It's a small matter. I'll go on stage and prepare first. You guys can talk slowly." After saying this, Zhuang Wenshao walked straight to the stage. As the governor of Yunhai City, he personally presented the trophies to the winners at this award ceremony. Huh? Senior sister, who is this person? Seeing that Zhuang Wenshao seemed to be of great importance, Yi Cheng became curious. He is the governor of our Yunhai city, all-powerful and once a subordinate of the Azure Dragon God of War. Zhu Jinshan has been successful only because of him. Originally, Sun Yuaner wanted to say that he also had a trump card that was no less powerful than Zhuang Wenshao's, but unfortunately he used it up to save you. However, he swallowed the words back when they came to his lips. It was useless to say anything now. As a result, I heard Yi Cheng say disdainfully, "Who do you think I am?" It turns out he is Xiao Qinglong's younger brother. Don't worry, senior sister, the business execution is yours and you can't escape it. He spoke in a loud voice and many people around heard it, and then showed disdain. This guy is such a fucking boaster. Zhu Wenshan laughed contemptuously and said, HMPH, you are bragging too much. Humph, don't believe it. Then let us go and take a look later. Okay, let us wait and see. Am I afraid of you just because I smoke King Soft? Just as the two were talking, Yang Ruyu's pleasant voice suddenly came from the stage. Everyone, after unanimous selection by our Yunhai City Business Association, I announce that the winner of this business star is the one on the stage. Yang Ruyu paused, then raised her eyes and looked down. At this moment, everyone's heart was in their throat, and they looked at him intently with an impatient expression. Everyone wanted to know who would be the business star of this year. Even Zhu Jinshan, who was usually steady, held his breath and looked at Yang Ruyu with a serious face, with Chinese characters appearing on his forehead. Yang Ruyu's eyes passed through the crowd and finally fell on Sun Yuaner, who was also extremely beautiful. Noticing his eyes, Zhu Jinshan frowned, and an ominous premonition suddenly came to his mind. What does Yang Ruyu's eyes mean? Could it be? Could it be that the business star is not me, but that bitch Sun Yuaner? How is this possible? Zhu Jinshan's expression suddenly became particularly solemn. Yang Ruyu looked at Sun Yuaner, then her gaze fell on Yi Cheng, who was next to Sun Yuaner. Yi Cheng just nodded slightly at him, and Yang Ruyu immediately announced as if she had received some information. The winner of the Town of Commerce is Miss Sun Yuaner. Please give her applause to encourage her. However, the imagined thunderous applause did not appear. Instead, waves of surprised and doubtful voices rose one after another, echoing in the huge conference hall. What the hell is going on? This business star is actually Sun Yuan. Damn, is this so outrageous? How could someone of your level, Sun Yuaner, win this award? Well, shouldn't he the business star belong to boss Zhu Jinshan? I just heard Governor Zhuang speak personally, how come it became Sun Yuaner's in the blink of an eye? Compared to the shocked crowd, Sun Yuaner, the winner of business star, was also in a daze at the moment. How is this possible? I am the shame of business. Sun Yuaner's delicate face was filled with an expression of disbelief, but Yi Cheng on the side reminded her, senior sister, I didn't lie to you, did I? Sun Yuaner just remembered at this moment that Yi Cheng had always mentioned that he would let her get the business star award, but she had never taken his words seriously before. She didn't expect that the award would really be hers. Wow, why are you still standing there, senior sister? Hurry up and go on stage to receive your award. Seeing that Sunner was standing there motionless, Yi Cheng urged him quickly, and he finally woke up from his dream. Oh! He was very excited at this moment, as the business star was the award he had always dreamed of. He originally thought that he had lost his trump card, and coupled with offending the Zhang family, he was doomed to have no chance of winning this award. But who could have thought that there is always a silver lining? However, just as Sun Yuaner was about to go on stage to receive the award, a loud and angry rebuke suddenly rang out. Why did Sun Yuaner deserve to win the Business Star Award? Mr. Chen, you must have made a mistake. The person who spoke was Sun Yuaner's archenemy Zhu Jinshan. He obviously didn't think Sun Yuaner could win this award. After all, Sun Yuaner was not as good as him in every aspect. In terms of trump cards, I have the support of Zhuang Dudu, and Sun Yuaner's trump cards have already been used up before. Just for this reason, she can't compare with me. In terms of connections, who in Yunhai City doesn't he know Zhu Jinshan? Besides, Sunil had a complete break with the Zhang family not long ago, which led to a sharp drop in the company's stock price. Based on these 2 points alone, how could he be able to surpass himself and win the Business Star Award? Facing Zhu Jinshan's questioning, everyone present looked at Yang Ruyu. Many people wanted to find out if Yang Ruyu was deliberately joking with everyone. However, Yang Ruyu on the stage glared at Zhu Jinshan with cold eyes and said in a cold tone, "Do you think I would joke with everyone on such an important occasion? The winner of this year's Town of Business is Miss Sun Yuaner. I am not wrong. It is Miss Sun Yuaner who wins the title of Business Star." Humph, Mr. Yang, I don't accept it. After learning that Yang Ruyu was not wrong, Zhu Jinshan's face suddenly became extremely embarrassed. He even had an urge to explode. No matter from which perspective, he was more suitable than Sun Yuaner. Are you dissatisfied with this business star? Why are you not convinced? Yang Ruyu's tone was even colder than before, and even a hint of displeasure appeared on her pretty face. It was obvious that she was angry. A powerful pressure from a superior suddenly pressed down on Zhu Jinshan, causing the latter's face to turn pale. The others present were so frightened that they dared not even fart. The entire venue was in complete silence, so quiet that you could hear a pin drop. As the deputy owner of Tianziqian Manor, Yang Ruyu has a great reputation in the business world. Although Zhu Jinshan was also afraid of Yang Ruyu, in order to find out what was going on, he still plucked up the courage to say, in terms of seniority, I have been working in Yunhai City for 10 years ago, and Sun Yuaner only came to Yunhai City 5 years ago. I started from scratch in Luanban City and have built up to its current scale. The market value of my company is more than twice that of Sun Yuaner's company. I want to ask, why am I not the business star? What Zhu Jinshan said was well reasoned and true. Whether in terms of net worth, scale or qualifications, it was indeed slightly better than Sun Yuaner, which was why everyone believed that it would win the title of business star. But now the business executor is not him, but Sun Yuaner. Snort. Zhu Jinshan, what do you mean? Is it possible to question the jury? The title of business star is finally selected by the internal jury of Tianziqianshuang after layers of screening. It has always been like this. Now that Zhu Jinshan dares to question the jury, he is questioning Tianziqianshuang. Yang Ruyu was indeed an old fox. After a few words, she put a big hat on Zhu Jinshan, which made Zhu Jinshan feel pressured. Although he was doing well in Yunhai City, he was nothing in front of Tianziqianshuang. In the entire Yunhai business world, Tianziqianshuang has the final say. Faced with Yang Ruyu carrying out the giant Buddha, Zhu Jinshan could only look at Zhuang Wenshao behind Yang Ruyu with a pleading look. Zhuang Wenshao immediately realized that he was the governor of Yunhai and had once been a subordinate of Xiao Qinglong, the patron saint of Yunhai City, so he also had a lot of say in the business world. He was also a little surprised that Sun Yuaner was named a business star. After all, he had already taken care of everything that needed to be done. Logically, Zhu Jinshan should have been a sure winner. There was no reason for him to lose to Sun Yuaner. But at the moment he didn't have time to think so much, but walked up to Yang Ruyu and asked, Mr. Yang, I think this award is controversial. It would be better to let the jury review it again to avoid unnecessary trouble due to negligence. Oh, from what Zhuang Dudu said, it seems that he also has opinions about the jury of our Qinxi Bank. Facing the pressure from Zhuang Wenshao, Yang Ruyu still put a big hat on him. Although Zhuang Wenshao has considerable power and is in an ascending period, and it is very likely that he will be promoted to a higher level in the future, but don't forget that Qinxi Bank is a major taxpayer in Yunhai City. Therefore, Yang Ruyu was not very afraid of Zhuang Wenshao, unless he could bring out the Azure Dragon God of War. Yang Ruyu, what do you mean? Are you trying to use your best tactics to pressure me? Zhuang Wenshao heard the hidden meaning in Yang Ruyu's words and became filled with anger. Zhuang Dudu, I didn't use Qinxi Bank to pressure you, I was just speaking the truth. According to our judging panel, Misu has great potential. At this point, he suddenly glanced at Yicheng, implying that Yicheng was the important reason why Sunil won the award, and then continued to say that therefore, it was legitimate to give the Business Star Award to Misu, and there was no problem at all. As a military governor, Zhuang Wenshao has the ability to read people's expressions. He followed Yang Ruyu's gaze and looked at Yicheng. Well, it was this guy who made Yang Ruyu give the Business Star Award to Sooner even at the cost of offending me. Who is he? Zhuang Wenshao couldn't tell Yicheng's true character. Apart from being handsome, there was nothing else about him that would catch people's eyes. Could it be that this guy has a special relationship with Yang Ruyu? His thoughts raced through his mind, and Zhuang Wenshao came up with a possibility. Justified? Yang Ruyu? I don't think this matter is that simple. Zhu Jinshan is better than Sun Yuaner in every aspect. Why didn't you give the award to him but to someone else? Is there some unspeakable secret? Zhuang Wenshao is also an old fox. When he said this, his eyes kept moving back and forth between Zhuang Ruyu and Yicheng, and his expression showed a hint of ambiguity. Everyone present was a smart person, how could they not understand what he said? Immediately, some people started whispering in the audience. Could it be that this enchantress Yang Ruyu has some ambiguous relationship with Sun Yuaner's junior brother? It's hard to say. Yang Ruyu's husband died on the day of her wedding, and she has been single ever since. It's inevitable that she has some needs. Who knows, maybe something happened between her and that guy. This boy really has a good-looking face. It turns out that being handsome can really make a living these days. The gossip from the audience made Yang Ruyu's pretty face turn cold. It was not that he didn't want to hear people talking about the relationship between him and Yi Cheng. If something could really happen between him and Yi Cheng, that would be what he wanted. The main reason is that they are afraid that Zhuang Wenxiao will take advantage of the situation to stir up trouble, and if they are not handled properly, they might get very angry. The emperor is not afraid of a Zhuang Wenxiao in front of the village, and the emperor is not afraid of a Zhu Jinshan in front of the village. But if we stand against all the merchants in Yunhai City, even Qianzi Bank will have a hard time doing business. Just when Yang Ruyu was feeling a little embarrassed, Yi Cheng took the initiative to step forward. She took Sun Yuaner's hand, walked through the crowd and went up to the podium. Then she looked at Zhuang Wenxiao calmly and said in a deep voice, "Why are you still standing there? Come and give the award to my junior sister quickly. Have you found it?" As soon as these words were spoken, there was an uproar at the scene. Sun Yuaner was so scared that she quickly grabbed Yi Cheng's arm and said, "Yi Cheng, what are you doing? He is the governor of Yunhai City, please be polite." Unexpectedly, Yi Cheng smiled and comforted her, saying, "Little senior sister, don't worry, I'm here, he won't dare to do anything to you. 011 Take down this troublemaker." At this time, Zhuang Wenxiao's expression was a little gloomy. "Who are you? How dare you talk to me like that? I'm your grandfather, hurry up and give the award to my senior sister. How dare you order me around? You're not worthy." Zhuang Wenxiao was completely furious. He was a governor general, so how could he be ordered around by someone like Yi Cheng, who even called him grandpa in front of him? Yang Ruyu looked at Yi Cheng with loving eyes, a look of gratitude on her delicate and beautiful face. Just now, Yi Cheng rushed onto the stage carelessly, successfully diverting everyone's attention and invisibly saving himself from the predicament. As an award ambassador, isn't it your job to present the award to the presenter? Now my senior sister is the winner of Business Star, why don't you give her the award? I think this award is controversial. There is a woolly controversy. Give out the awards quickly, don't force me to do it. Yi Cheng said to Zhuang Weixiao in a domineering manner. After hearing this, Zhuang Wenxiao narrowed his eyes slightly, showed a threatening look and said, "Do you dare to try it? I am the governor." As soon as the words fell, dozens of figures stood behind Zhuang Wenxiao. These people were all dressed in black suits. Each of them had a sturdy build and bulging temples. It was obvious that they were all practicing clamps. They are Zhuang Wenxiao's bodyguards. At this moment, the bodyguards looked at Yi Cheng vigilantly, and some even put their hands on their waists, where there were bulges, obviously containing pistols. If Yi Cheng made the slightest movement, they would take extreme measures to subdue him. Yi Cheng glanced at the bodyguard's actions with disdain in his eyes. What's so great about having a pistol? He has already learned the immortal dragon body technique, and his body is as hard as a rock. Even Master Seven's divine whip cannot hurt him at all. What is a mere pistol to him? But just because he is not afraid of pistols doesn't mean others aren't afraid. Seeing this, the two peerless beauties Sun Yuaner and Yang Ruyu's faces changed instantly, and they both hid behind Yi Cheng almost subconsciously, as if only in this way could they have enough sense of security. Feeling the soft touch of the wind on his back, Yi Cheng curled up the corners of his mouth, but did not do anything extreme. He was mainly afraid that the bodyguards in front of him would accidentally hurt Sun Yuaner and Yang Ruyu, the two flowers being watered. For a moment, the atmosphere on the stage became tense. Jin Yiqing didn't dare to move, and a smile appeared on Zhuang Wenxiao's face. "You were quite arrogant just now, why don't you dare to shout now?" Zhu Jinshan in the audience sneered with glee. "Humph, brat, do you know who is the backer behind Zhuang Dudu? It is the patron saint of our Yunhai City, Lord Azure Dragon God of War. It is no longer a secret in the entire Yunhai City that Zhuang Wenxiao's backer is Xiao Qinglong. If it were not for Xiao Qinglong, he would not be able to reach his current position." After hearing the news, Yi Cheng was not afraid at all. Instead, his expression became even more arrogant. "Xiao Qinglong still counts on me to treat his daughter's illness and prolong her life every month. Not to mention offending Zhuang Wenxiao, even if I beat him up, Xiao Qinglong would never dare to seek justice for his subordinates. Besides, he is in the right and is not afraid anyway. I'll ask you one last time, will you give the award to my senior sister? Wow, you still dare to threaten me. Har har, someone come here, capture this troublemaker for me." At Zhuang Wenxiao's command, more than a dozen bodyguards behind him took 2 steps forward, ready to capture Yi Cheng. The two beautiful girls behind Yi Cheng showed horrified expressions when they saw this. They did not expect that Zhuang Wenxiao would suddenly take action. Want to get started? Humph, come and try it. Facing more than a dozen strong and powerful bodyguards, Yi Cheng was not afraid. Just when the two sides were about to fight, suddenly, the door of the venue was kicked open by someone. The assistant shouted loudly, and a thunderous explosion sounded in the venue, making people's scalps numb. Afterwards, several figures filed in from the door, and the leader was Xiao Qinglong. There were several figures following Xiao Qinglong, two of whom looked almost identical, like twins. The two men carried a man with a missing arm and quickly walked into the venue. That's the Qingqing dragon god of war. At this time, someone recognized Xiao Qinglong. After Xiao Qinglong entered the venue, he leaped over 10 meters away and landed on the stage with a bang. Young Master Zhuang Wen was stunned at first, then after recognizing Xiao Qinglong, he quickly clenched his fists, knelt on one knee, bowed and said, "Boss, why are you here? If I don't come, you will get into so much trouble, get out of here." Xiao Qinglong cursed angrily and slapped Zhuang Wenxiao hard in the face, not giving the governor any face at all. After being slapped, Zhuang Wenxiao didn't even dare to fart. In front of others, he was a governor of noble status, but in front of Xiao Qinglong, the god of war, he was just a younger brother. Xiao Qinglong's action shocked everyone. They didn't understand why the patron saint of Yunhai City would suddenly attack his own younger brother. However, the next scene was even more outrageous, making everyone present think they were dreaming. Xiao Qinglong snatched the trophy from Zhuang Wenxiao's hand. This trophy was the Heart of Business trophy. After winning the trophy, Xiao Qinglong said in a deep voice to everyone, "I, Xiao Qinglong, on behalf of the Yunhai City Chamber of Commerce, congratulate Miss Sun Yuaner on winning the Business Star Award." Everyone applauded and encouraged him. He took 2 steps towards Sun Yuaner and handed the trophy to Sun Yuaner with both hands. Sun Yuaner was confused, Yang Ruyu was also confused, neither of them knew what was going on. Only Yi Cheng nodded towards Xiao Qinglong with satisfaction, indicating that he had done a good job. The god of war would personally present the Heart of Business award to the junior sister. In this way, no one would dare to object to the junior sister winning this award. At this time, Sunner was still standing there blankly, not reaching out to take the trophy. Yi Cheng reminded, "Junior sister, why are you still standing there? Hurry up and take the trophy." These words woke Sun Yuaner up from her dream. She immediately took the trophy and looked at Xiao Qinglong with gratitude, thanking His Majesty the God of War. "Oh, Miss Su, you don't have to thank me. If it weren't for Yi he was just about to say that everything he did was arranged by Yi Cheng, but he heard Yi Cheng coughing. Obviously Yi Cheng doesn't want to reveal his identity. Xiao Qinglong was stunned for a moment, and quickly changed his words, "Miss Su, you have contributed to the development of Yunhai City. I can't thank you enough. You are worthy of being called a business star." As soon as Xiao Qinglong finished speaking, thunderous applause broke out in the conference hall. "Senior sister is awesome. I just want to ask you, can you get this award?" Yi Cheng took advantage of the opportunity and immediately flattered him. However, Yang Ruyu looked at Yi Cheng with complicated eyes. She saw everything that she and Xiao Qinglong did just now. As a female CEO who is influential in the business world, how could Yang Ruyu not see that Xiao Qinglong showed up to present the award to Sun Yuor just because he wanted to please Yi Cheng? Who is this stinky little brother that even a famous figure like the Azure Dragon God of War would come to him? Yang Ruyu couldn't understand. If it was because of Yi Cheng's identity as the young master of Qinzi Bank, then he was obviously not qualified. The status of the young master of Qinzi Bank is indeed not low, but is it not enough to make the guardian god of Tang Tang Yunhai lower himself to please him? Well, it seems that this naughty brother has a lot of secrets. If there is a chance, I can develop a good relationship with him. Maybe we will fall in love with each other over time, and I may even have a chance to become the young master's wife. Thinking happily in my heart, Yang Ruyu saw Zhuang Wenxiao walking towards Xiao Qinglong with an unwilling and puzzled look on his face. "Boss, what are you doing?" Xiao Qinglong knew what he wanted to say, so he raised his hand to interrupt him, and then said to everyone, the reason why Miss Sun Yuaner won the Business Star Award is not because of any inside story as everyone thinks. Instead, some people did whatever it took to get this award, and even kidnapped Miss Sun Yuor." When Xiao Qinglong said this, his eyes were fixed on Zhu Jinshan in the audience. Zhu Jinshan's face turned pale in an instant, his expression terrified to the extreme, because he saw that the twins who had just come in with Xiao Qinglong were carrying the person Li Qianhu who had helped him before, and one of the twins was Li Qianhu's eldest brother, Jiang Dabia, the leader of the Black Tiger Hall. Xiao Qinglong's words instantly caused an uproar in the meeting place. Many people cast questioning looks at Zhu Jinshan, obviously guessing that he might have done it. If this matter is confirmed, Zhu Jinshan will forget about making a living in the business world of Yunhai City. It is normal to have some frictions in doing business, and it is not impossible to even maliciously disrupt market prices, but you can't use such despicable means. How can you play like this? Jiang Dazhuang, bring the person up to me. Xiao Qinglong shouted to his adjutant. Yes, he is strong, like a calf. Jiang Dazhuang and his younger brother Jiang Dabia hurriedly carried Li Qianhu to the stage. When Li Qianhu saw Yi Cheng, his whole body was trembling with fear on his face. His arm was cut off by this kid in front of him a few days ago. He thought he could ask their Hall Master to get justice for him, but he never expected that the next day, their Hall Master's brother Jiang Dazhuang directly led hundreds of soldiers to capture him. Later he learned that Yi Cheng's identity was very important, and even Xiao Qinglong had to be polite to him. Later, their Hall Master Jiang Dabia personally said that if he wanted to survive, he must accuse Zhu Jinshan at the Business Star Awards ceremony. In order to save his life, he went to the awards ceremony. Li Qianhu, you'd better tell me the truth. What shameful things did you do a week ago? Xiao Qinglong's voice was as loud as a bell as he looked at Li Qianhu and questioned him. How could Li Qianhu dare to hide anything at this time? He just told everything that had happened before like pouring beans out of a bamboo tube. After hearing this, everyone was furious and demanded that Li Qianhu punish the perpetrator severely. Lang Lang is so abominable. He actually did such a bad thing under the heavens. It is simply disturbing Yunhai, disturbing the affairs of Yunhai, and disturbing the business order of Yunhai City. Yes, I suggest that this bastard be sentenced to death. Fortunately, Miss Sunal and her friends are in control of the world, so you, a bastard, didn't he succeed? Otherwise, the consequences would be disastrous. Someone in the audience publicly condemned Li Qianhu's behavior, and Li Qianhu explained with a wry smile, well, everything I did was ordered by that old bastard Zhu Jinshan. He said that as long as I kidnapped Miss Su, he would give me 5 million as a reward. Zhu Jinshan said that he kidnapped Miss Su for today's award ceremony. He said that Miss Su was a stumbling block to him and must be eliminated. Li Qianhu's revelations were extremely explosive. Although some businessmen would use such shameful means to deal with their competitors, they might have done it secretly and would never let anyone catch any evidence. But now that everything Zhu Jinshan did was exposed by Li Qianhu, needless to say, he would definitely not be able to survive in Yunhai in the future. Damn it, Zhu Jinshan, you actually dared to hire someone to kidnap someone just for an award. If everyone uses such despicable means like you, who will dare to do business in Yunhai in the future? Severe punishment, must be severe punishment. Oh, this Zhu Jinshan, he actually did such a thing for the award. I suggest that we kick these bad apples out of the Chamber of Commerce. Yunhai does not welcome such people. Several businessmen who had some minor conflicts with Zhu Jinshan immediately seized this opportunity and dealt him a heavy blow. With them leading the charge, the atmosphere in the venue gradually became more heated, and people clamored to bring Zhu Jinshan to justice. Zhu Jinshan's face turned pale when he saw this. He knew that his situation was hopeless and the best thing to do now was to run away quickly. If he was really caught by someone, he might even have to go to jail. So, taking advantage of the chaos in the meeting place, he quickly slipped out the door. After everyone's excitement had calmed down, they discovered that Zhu Jinshan had disappeared. I'm sorry, I let him escape. Xiao Qinglong cursed angrily, then looked at Yi Cheng. Just as he was about to apologize to the other party, he saw Yi Cheng waved at him. Zhu Jinshan ran away. It didn't matter. Such a small character couldn't cause any trouble. It was just right for her to run away. The junior sister could then take away her property with good reason. In this way, the junior sister's assets would surely increase dramatically, and she would definitely become a wealthy woman. This little episode did not last long. Soon, the business tycoons present came to congratulate Sun Yuaner with shameless faces. Of course, a big part of the reason for this is because of Xiao Qinglong. We are not blind, we can see that Xiao Qinglong is deliberately favoring Sun Yuaner. Although I don't know what the relationship between the two is, it's always right to be polite to Sun Yuaner. Besides, the other party is now a business star, and there is still a lot of room for development in her reputation in the future. Miss Su, our chintzy bank has reserved a performance seat for you upstairs to celebrate your winning of the Business Star Award. Please go upstairs now to attend the banquet. 012 Sun Yuan Crisis. In order to please Cheng, Yang Ryu spent a lot of money this time. She immediately ordered the people in the hotel to prepare wine and food and held a rather luxurious banquet to congratulate Suner for winning the Business Star Award. In such an atmosphere, Suner naturally would not refuse. Yuan thank you very much, Sister Ryu. Sun Yuan smiled sweetly at Yang Ryu. Everyone moved upstairs to their hall to prepare for the banquet. And at this moment, Zhang Wan received a message from his subordinates. What? Suner's stock price has soared, exceeding its peak by 5 times. Upon hearing the news, Zhang Wan could no longer sit still. After Sun Yuan won the Business Star Award, there would surely be a large number of people who would want to cooperate with him. In a short period of time, the Starlight Group would surely take off. Now that he was targeting her, the stock price of his company would soar. It was imaginable what would happen in the future. But now the Zhang family has broken up with Sun Yuan. Look, reconciliation is definitely not possible. What if Sun Yuan wants to attack the Zhang family after she becomes bigger and stronger? Thinking of this, Zhang Wan felt a chill running from the soles of his feet to the top of his head. No, I must take it down today. He has already drunk the champagne mixed with the acacia powder. It won't be long before the drug takes effect. I can then take it back to the room. Thinking of this, Zhang Wan showed a malicious smile on his face. As long as he took this opportunity to push Sun Yuan down, maybe he could completely take him down. Then he could make him the daughter-in-law of the Zhang family. With the powerful alliance between the Shui family and the Zhang family, the status and position of the Zhang family would surely rise. After making a plan in his mind, Zhang Wan quickly walked upstairs. On the 3rd floor of the Yunhai 7-star hotel, the huge restaurant was almost full. Suner, as the protagonist of today, sat in the first seat. Even Xiao Qinglong was inferior to him. Miss Su, congratulations on becoming a business star. On behalf of Chintzy Bank, I would like to toast you. The charming and beautiful Yang Ryu picked up the wine glass and looked at Sun Yuan, which made Sun Yuan a little flattered. What level is Tianziki Yanshuang? Yunhai is the undisputed commercial overlord. As the deputy owner of Tianzikian Manor, one can imagine how honorable Yang Ryu's status is. However, someone of such status actually took the initiative to toast him, which made Suner feel like he was dreaming. He quickly picked up the wine glass and toasted Yang Ryu in return. After drinking a glass of wine, Suner's pretty face immediately turned red, like a ripe peach, very tempting. It's so hot. Sun Yuan suddenly felt a little hot all over, so she stood up and said to everyone, sorry, I'm going to the bathroom first. Yang Ryu glanced at Sun Yuan suspiciously. His intuition told him that something seemed to be wrong with Sun Yuan. However, he did not say anything. Instead, he also stood up and followed Sun Yuan to the bathroom. After the two left, Xiao Qinglong picked up the wine glass and said to Yi Cheng, Master Yi, come here, I'll toast you a glass. Out of gratitude to Yi Cheng, Xiao Qinglong took the initiative to toast him with a glass of wine. The adjutant Jiang Dazhuang and the Black Tiger Hall leader Jiang Dabiao behind him saw this with a look of disbelief on their faces. They both wondered who this young man was and how he could make the Azure Dragon God of War take the initiative to toast him. Jiang Dabiao rolled over, drank a glass of wine, and Xiao Qinglong yelled at Jiang Dabiao. How could Jiang Dabiao dare to refuse? He immediately came to Xiao Qinglong respectfully like a grandson. My lord, what do you want me to do? Xiao Qinglong snorted angrily and kicked him in the knee. Jiang Dabiao fell to his knees with a thud. Humph, go kowtow and apologize to Dr. Yi. Jiang Dabiao glanced at Yi Cheng, gritted his teeth, and kowtowed to Yi Cheng 3 times in front of countless people. Oh, Master Shen, I'm sorry. It was my fault for not teaching my subordinates well before, which led to that bastard Li Qinhu attacking Miss Su. I apologize to Yi Shini on his behalf. Having said that, he picked up an unopened bottle of white wine from the table and gestured to Yi Cheng. Oh, Master Yi, I won't say more. It's all in the wine. Then, he unscrewed the bottle cap and drank the entire bottle of strong liquor in one gulp. Oops. After drinking a whole bottle of white wine, Jiang Dabiao's face turned red instantly. He burped and became a little shaky. At this time, Jiang Qinglong also hurriedly spoke and said, Dr. Yi, you don't know that Jiang Dabiao is the younger brother of Jiang Dazhuang from my Fuguan. He only has this one younger brother. You see, this matter should just be let go. Yi Chang finally understood by now. It turned out that Xiao Qinglong came to plead for Jiang Dabiao. As the dignified Qinglong god of war came to plead for mercy in person, this face could not be denied. Originally, Yi Chang had planned to let Jiang Dabiao also experience the pain of having his arms cut off, but since Xiao Qinglong had already pleaded for him, he just let the matter go. Jiang Dabiao is considered a local boss in Yuan High City. Maybe I will need him to do things for me in the future. Thinking of this, Yi Chang waved his hand and said, since you have spoken, let's just let this matter go, okay. But if anyone dares to harm my junior sister again, I won't give anyone face. Yi Chang showed his attitude at the right time. Junior sister was his bottom line. When Xiao Qinglong heard this, his eyes darkened slightly, and he thought to himself, how about Yi Shan also consider my Western army? Of course, he wouldn't say that. When adjutants Jiang Dazhuang and Jiang Dabia heard this, they nodded their heads like chicks pecking at rice. The burly Jiang Dazhuang also opened a bottle of white wine with great enthusiasm at this time. Har har har, Dr. Yi, thank you so much for your kindness. If you need my brother in the future, just let me know. This bottle of wine is for you. Jiang Dabiao, who was already a little drunk, agreed repeatedly. Hey, yes, yes, yes. If Master Yi needs me in the future, just let me know. This is my business card. Jiang Dabiao bowed slightly and respectfully handed a black business card to Yi Chang. Yi Chang took a glance at it, then took it and put it in his pocket. At this time, Zhuang Wenxiao picked up a glass of wine and walked up to Xiao Qinglong. Boss, how are you? Come, let's go. In front of Xiao Qinglong, this boxing master took the initiative to lower his posture. After all, if it weren't for Xiao Qinglong, he wouldn't be in his current position. Xiao Qinglong accepted all the toasts from his subordinates. Since he had some conflicts with Yi Chang on the stage before, Zhuang Wenxiao felt a little depressed when he saw Yi Chang at this moment. After Xiao Qinglong entered, Zhuang Wenxiao ran to find Jiang Dazhuang to drink. Da Zhuang, it's been many years since we last saw each other. Come on, let us have a good drink today. Zhuang Wenxiao and Jiang Dazhuang used to be Xiao Qinglong's right-hand men on the battlefield, and they were also close friends. However, Zhuang Wenxiao was injured later, so he gave up martial arts and turned to literature. With the help of his relationship with Xiao Qinglong, he successfully took the position of governor of Yunhai City. Jiang Dazhuang has been following Xiao Qinglong until now. Drink it if you want. Do you really think you are not worried about me getting fat? The two of them were toasting each other openly at the next table. When they had almost finished drinking, Zhuang Wenxiao asked Jiang Dazhuang. He said, let me ask you something, why is our boss so respectful to that guy? He believed that he had seen countless people and could tell at a glance whether a person was capable or not, but Yi Chang made him a little unsure. You are talking about Dr. Yi. He was the one who cured Shijuan's illness. Do you think our boss can be rude to him? What? That kid actually cured the Western army. Zhuang Wenxiao's face was full of disbelief. As Xiao Qinglong's former subordinate, he was very familiar with Xiao Shijuan's illness. Xiao Shijuan suffered from a cold and had sought treatment from famous doctors all over the world, but none of them could cure him. Unexpectedly, Yi Chang was able to cure him. No wonder his boss was so obedient to him. Does this kid named Yi Chang from Da Zhuang really have skills that are more powerful than the top master in the country? How would I know that? Well, the Western army has indeed been feeling much better these past few days. He is more energetic and no longer as sickly as before. After hearing what Jiang Dazhuang said, Zhuang Wenxiao's eyes fell on Yi Chang and he was reluctant to look away. If this guy is really a miracle doctor, maybe he can cure that person's illness. Thinking this in his mind, he planned to contact Yi Chang after the banquet. On the other side, just as Yi Chang and Xiao Qinglong were preparing to compete at the wine table, Yang Ruyu ran over in a panic. Shangya City? Oh no, I just saw Zhang Huan leading Miss Su upstairs, and Miss Su seemed to be in a bad condition. What? Yi Chang's face changed. That bastard Zhang Huan has been coveting his junior sister for a long time. Bringing his junior sister upstairs at this time is probably not as simple as discussing business, right? I feel like Miss Su was drugged. Having been active in the business world for many years, Yang Ruyu has seen many beautiful women being drugged and taken away. Just now, Sunner's condition looked like he had been drugged. A terrifying aura suddenly burst out from Yi Chang, and the shocking murderous intent even surprised Xiao Qinglong, who was standing beside him. Zhang Wan, you are courting death. Check for me if Zhang Wan has ever booked a room in the hotel. Yang Ruyu ran to check without saying a word. A minute later, he ran over breathlessly and told Yi Chang that Yi Chang had found out that a luxury suite, number 707, had been booked on the 7th floor of the hotel an hour ago. As soon as he finished speaking, he felt a flash before his eyes. When he looked again, Yi Chang's figure had disappeared. Damn, that's fast. Xiao Qinglong was also shocked by Yi Chang's terrifying speed at this moment. In room 707 on the 7th floor of the hotel, Zhang Wan ordered 2 bodyguards to guard the door, then he took Sun Yuaner, whose pretty face was flushed, into the luxurious suite. Looking at the extremely charming beauty in front of him, Zhang Wan felt hot all over. Sun Yuaner, just wait, I'm going to let you taste my power right away, har har har. In the luxurious suite, Sunner glared at Zhang Wan with disgust. Xiao Hun, you bastard, what have you done to me? At this moment, Sunner only felt as if there was a ball of evil fire burning in her body, making her feel weak and powerless all over, and she was extremely eager for a man. Zhang Wan stared at Sun Yuaner with a lewd smile on his face. Har har har, it's nothing. I just put a little angelica in your wine. That's it. Are you feeling like you're burning with desire now, and longing to be conquered by me? Har 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 har. As he said this, he reached out and took off his clothes. Sunner was so scared that he quickly closed his eyes. Chen Huan, you don't come over, otherwise my junior brother will not forgive you. For some reason, at the critical moment, the person Sun Yuaner thought of was Yi Chang. He hoped that Yi Chang could break in and save him. When Zhang Wan heard Sunner mention Yi Chang, the expression on his face instantly became extremely ferocious. Sun Yuaner, you are dreaming, that guy will never come to save you. Har 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 har, even if he comes, the bodyguards I arranged outside the door will not let him in. Oh, I forgot to tell you that my 2 bodyguards are mercenaries hired from abroad at a huge cost. Zhang Wan said as he pressed on. Sunner had no way to retreat and fell directly onto the sofa. If that guy dares to come later, my 2 bodyguards will definitely kill him. When Sunner heard this, he was completely in despair. Sun Yuaner, just obey me. I promise you that once I get you, I will use the power of our Zhang family to help you. It won't be long before your company becomes the leading one in Yunhai City. By then, we will support each other, and it will only be a matter of time for our Zhang family to become a first-class family. He. Zhang Wan's evil ambition frightened Sunner. He knew exactly what Zhang Wan wanted to do. Zhang Wan, you are dreaming. Even if I die, I will never let you succeed. But Sunner tried her best to bang her head against the coffee table to end her life. However, under the effect of the Herwan powder, her whole body became weak and her legs went weak as soon as she stood up and she almost fell down. This move directly angered Zhang Wan. Damn, Sun Yuan too, stop pretending to be a chaste saint in front of me. In Yunhai, there is no woman that I, Zhang Wan, can't get if I set my eyes on her. After saying that, he pounced towards Sun Yuaner like a vicious dog pouncing on its prey. Sun Yuaner struggled frantically, and at this moment, the force of 2 bodyguards suddenly came from the door. Who? Get out of here now and don't disturb our boss' happiness. Then a familiar voice sounded, get out, or you will die. 013-5 Poison's Purulent Needle. The voice of the unemployed city, Hanfu, you little bastard, how dare you give in? The 2 bodyguards' words suddenly stopped before they could finish, and then there was the sound of 2 heavy objects hitting the floor. Snort. I gave you chances, but you didn't cherish them. You can't blame me even if you die. The next second, the door of the luxury suite was kicked open. Junior sister, I'm here to save you. Before Yi Chang's voice was heard, he had already entered the luxury suite. When he saw Zhang Wan rushing towards Sun Yuaner, his pair of cold star-like eyes instantly turned red. Zhang Wan, you're looking for death. Zhang Wan was startled when Yi Chang suddenly broke into the suite. He thought that the 2 bodyguards he arranged at the door could easily stop Yi Chang. You know, those two bodyguards are retired mercenaries who have killed people on the battlefield and have blood on their hands. One person can easily fight against more than 10 people. Unexpectedly, Yi Cheng took care of the two bodyguards without any effort. Yi Cheng at this time, Sun Yuan saw Yi Cheng appear, and a hint of joy immediately appeared on her frightened face. He struggled hard to break free from Zhang Wan's hands, and then threw himself into Yi Cheng's arms like a swallow or a turtle in its nest. Since she was attending the award ceremony today, Sun Yuaner only wore a V-neck evening dress with nothing underneath. With this pants, two surprisingly soft balls hit Yi Cheng's chest solidly. Junior sister is so talented. This collision made Yi Cheng take a deep breath. When Zhang Wan saw this scene, he couldn't help but feel a strong sense of jealousy in his heart. The goddess that he couldn't get actually took the initiative to throw herself into the arms of that brat Yi Cheng. How could he tolerate this? Fuck your mother, Yi Cheng, go to hell. Zhang Wan shouted angrily, took out a pistol from his arms, pointed it at Yi Cheng and was about to pull the trigger. Yi Cheng's eyes narrowed upon seeing this. He put one arm around Sunner's slender and soft waist, hugging her tighter, while with the other hand he held the pistol, preventing Zhang Wan from shooting. What? Zhang Wan's face changed in horror, probably because he didn't expect Yi Cheng to react so quickly. At this moment, Yi Cheng was just about to teach Zhang Wan a lesson, but Sun Yuaner in his arms began to twist like a beautiful snake, and leaned against her ear, gently breathing hot air. A series of soul-stirring moans came out from Sunner's nose, causing the evil fire in Yi Cheng's body to surge. Sun Yuaner's abnormal behavior made Yi Cheng react instantly, causing the drug to take effect. He glared at Zhang Wan fiercely and asked in a deep voice, "What kind of medicine did you give my senior sister? Do you want to know? Har har har, call me grandpa and I will tell you. Once you are poisoned by her one powder, there is no cure unless you have sexual intercourse. If the time drags on too long and the evil fire takes over her heart, Sun Yuaner will probably turn into a fool. If you don't tell me, I will send you to see the king of hell." Yi Cheng didn't waste any words with Zhang Wan. He raised his hand, pulled out 5 Wenlong gold needles, and threw them out. Wenlong's golden needle accurately pierced Zhang Wan's lower abdomen. The 5 poisons needle will cause anyone who is hit by it to die suddenly within a week. First, their vitals begin to fester, and then the internal organs begin to fester. People have to watch their internal organs rot and fester while they are still alive. This is a rather vicious acupuncture method. This was the first time Yi Cheng used this acupuncture technique since he learned it, because Zhang Wan had touched his reverse scale. With a wave of his hand, 5 Wenlong golden needles flew into his hand. Yi Cheng didn't even look at Zhang Wan, turned around and took Sun Yuaner into another luxurious suite. After he locked the door, Yang Ruyu, Xiao Qinglong and his group finally arrived. However, when they broke into the room, they saw Zhang Wan lying on the ground with a painful look on his face. Yellowish pus was constantly flowing out between his legs. A disgusting smell filled the whole room. His vitals had already festered. Seeing this, everyone subconsciously took a few steps back, their faces filled with horror. At the same time, in the next suite, Sun Yuaner was hanging on Yi Cheng like an octopus. "Yi Cheng, hurry up, take me." Sun Yuaner's whole body was burning hot, and the skin exposed to the air was flushed pink. His eyes were blurred and full of spring, and his pair of jade-like hands kept stroking Yi Cheng's body, teasing Yi Cheng so much that he almost wanted to kill him on the spot. "I need to be quiet. If you move around again, I can't guarantee that I can hold it in." Yi Cheng raised his hand and slapped Sun Yuaner's round but hard. Facing such a seductive Sun Yuaner, he really couldn't resist it. Actually, the original intention of this slap was to make Sun Yuaner sober up, but what Yi Cheng didn't expect was that this slap seemed to ignite Sun Yuaner and made him completely confused. Sun Yuaner opened her red lips slightly, saying no while taking off her evening dress. The next second, a beautiful body that looked like a work of art was exposed before him without any cover. Ding Yichen was stunned. "Yi Chao, hurry up, you're going to take me." At this moment, Sunner transformed into a jade girl and pushed Yi Cheng towards the sofa. "Junior sister, please calm down. The sofa won't work." Yi Cheng hugged the jade smooth body, and his big hands kept moving up and down. Sun Yuaner is only 23 years old, which is the most attractive age, and her skin is as smooth and delicate as mutton fat. "Yi Cheng, I feel so uncomfortable, please help me quickly." Sun Yuaner reached out to unbutton Yi Cheng's pants, but because he had to distract himself with taking the pulse and diagnosing what the junior sister had drunk to become like this, he had no time to free his hands to stop Sun Yuaner from blinking, and his pants were stripped off. Then, Sun Yuaner seemed to have seen a new world, and her beautiful eyes sparkled. Wow, RAO! Under the effect of the Herwan powder, Sun Yuaner still uttered an exclamation, as if she was surprised at how rich her junior brother was. It was at this time that Sun Yuan was identified through pulse diagnosis and was poisoned by Herwan powder. In the eyes of others, the couple was poisoned by the Herwan powder and there is no cure. But for him, it is not difficult to interpret. However, the effect of the medicine on Sun Yuaner was taking effect at this time, and it was difficult for her to calm down for a while. I'm sorry, senior sister. In order to help Sun Yuaner detoxify, Yi Cheng didn't care about so many things at this time. She put her fingers together to form a sword and tapped Sun Yuaner's proud and plump breasts twice. This is a technique that has almost been lost. Sun Yuaner, who was twisting around, suddenly froze in place and didn't move. The academic ability sealed her meridians, making her unable to move. After controlling Sunayer, Yi Cheng hurriedly took out the Wenlong gold needles, snapped his fingers, and in the blink of an eye, 7 Wenlong gold needles were accurately inserted into the acupuncture points below her lower abdomen. This was not over yet. Yi Cheng swung his palm towards the tail needle again. A surge of spiritual power poured into the tail of the needle from his palm, causing the golden needle to tremble gently and make a buzzing sound. Upon careful listening, the sound was actually like a dragon's roar, which was the dragon roar acupuncture method. After the dragon's roar disappeared, Sun Yuaner suddenly opened her mouth and spit out a mouthful of pink liquid, which was exactly the Herwan powder. But now that the Herwan powder has been forced out, Sun Yuaner's originally blurry eyes have gradually regained a bit of clarity. Yi Cheng tapped her chest twice again to help her untie the acupoints. Unexpectedly, after Sun Yuaner's acupoints were untied, she looked at Yi Cheng with loving eyes, and then her eyes suddenly turned red. Yi Cheng suddenly panicked. Senior sister, please listen to my explanation. Yi Cheng was just about to explain to Sun Yuaner when Sun Yuaner threw herself into his arms. At this moment, both of them were not wearing any clothes, so they were meeting each other frankly. Sun Yuaner, who had always been a domineering president, had lost her former dominance at this time. All she had was the pitiful look of a little woman. She lay on Yi Cheng's shoulder and sobbed softly, and the suburbs also trembled because of her sobs. Yi Cheng was already very excited by his conversation, and now the two of them hugged each other almost without any hindrance. He reacted quickly. Sun Yuaner, who was sobbing softly on his shoulder, suddenly separated from him quickly as if she had been electrocuted. You bastard, you! Sun Yuaner's cheeks flushed and she stared at Yi Cheng with wide eyes. Senior sister, you can't blame me for this. It's mainly because you are too attractive. This is just a natural reaction. Shut up and stop talking. Although Sun Yuaner was lecturing Yi Cheng verbally, a hint of shyness flashed quietly in the depths of her eyes. Yi Cheng just said that he was very attractive, and it was obvious that the compliment touched his heart. Put on your clothes quickly, it's so embarrassing. Oh. Yi Cheng nodded and quickly started putting on his clothes and pants in front of Su Na. However, Sun Yuaner couldn't help but secretly look at her key parts. Seeing this, she immediately took a breath of cold air, and her expression became more charming. After a while, Yi Cheng put on his clothes and pants. I'm going to put on my clothes, turn around and don't peek, okay? If you dare to peek, I'll dig out your pearls. Sun Yuaner held her evening dress against her chest, trying to hide her graceful body. Senior sister, I have seen every part of your body. Is there any need to hide it? Yi Cheng had an ambiguous expression and a light look in his eyes. Hey! Sun Yuaner was bitten lightly by the teeth, and she was so ashamed and angry that she wanted to get up. However, although Yi Cheng said this, he still turned around and faced Sun Yuaner with his back. When Sun Yuaner saw his back, her expression softened and she quickly changed into an evening dress. Where is Zhang Huan? After changing clothes, the first thing Sun Yuaner wanted to do was to settle the score with Zhang Huan. If Yi Cheng had not arrived in time, the consequences would have been disastrous. It's right next door, little sister, don't worry, I have already used the 5 poisons to Nong needle on him. Within a week, he will die from the torture of his internal organs festering and pus oozing out. Upon hearing this, Sun Yuaner's eyes flashed, and the look she gave Yi Cheng became softer, even with a hint of favor. This time, my junior brother did a good job. Not long after we passed by, the two arrived at room 707. At this time, the room was already full of people. Xiao Qinglong, Yang Ruyu and others were all shocked to see Yi Cheng and Sun Yuan coming back. Yi Cheng looked at Zhang Huan, whose face was pale on the ground. Humph, this beast dropped an umbrella on my senior sister. Fortunately, I discovered it in time and saved the body. We just went to the next room for interpretation. It was Yi Cheng. So what are you going to do with him? Yang Ruyu looked at Yi Cheng cautiously and asked. I have already injected him with the 5 poisons and known transforming needles. Within a week, he will die from the festering of his internal organs. Yi Cheng looked at Zhang Huan with disdain. As soon as these words came out, everyone present looked at him with horror, their eyes full of fear. This Yi Cheng is so cruel. What? You better untie me quickly, I am the eldest sister-in-law of the Zhang family. When Zhang Huan heard that Yi Cheng had actually used such a vicious method as the 5 poisons to Nongjin needles on him, he was immediately frightened. There is no medicine that can cure the 5 poisons and the agricultural needles. Besides, even if there is a cure, why should I save you? Damn, little brat, do you know what the consequences of doing this are? Zhang Huan looked at Yi Cheng with bloodshot eyes. What are the consequences? I am the eldest son of the Zhang family. If you dare to kill me, the Zhang family will make you regret it. As a second-rate family in Yunhai City, the Zhang family does have a high status in Yunhai City, but Yi Cheng didn't intend to take it seriously at all. Humph, you Zhang family, do you really think I'm afraid? Besides, you brought all of this upon yourself. Who told you to give my junior sister the love potion? You deserve this fate. Yi Cheng, you will not die well, I will make you pay the price. At this moment, there was another sound of chaotic footsteps outside the door, followed by a white-haired old man walking into the room with the gait of a dragon or a tiger. The old man's voice rang out like thunder in the luxurious suite. This man was Zhang He, the grandfather of Zhang Huan, the current head of the Zhang family. There were several people following Zhang He. When they saw Zhang He appear, Zhang Huan, who had originally looked as pale as death, immediately staggered and rushed towards him with a look of surprise. Grandpa, you have to make the decision for me. When Zhang He saw his grandson's miserable appearance, murderous intent suddenly rose in his eyes. Then he noticed the pus flowing out of Zhang Huan's key parts, and hurriedly asked what was going on. Without waiting for Zhang Huan to answer, Yi Cheng spoke first. You beastly grandson, you tried to do something bad to my junior sister, so I punished him a little so that he will not be a man in the future. Grandpa, this brat is bullying me, you should kill him now. 014 compensation. Zhang He's face was as gloomy as water, staring at Yi Cheng in front of him. Ho, who are you? After looking at Yi Cheng, Zhang He finally had time to look around. However, when he saw the identities of everyone in the room, he was shocked. Yang Ruyu is the deputy owner of Qinxi Bank, and Yunhai is the governor Zhuang Wenshao. These two alone are people that the Zhang family cannot afford to offend. However, in addition to these two, even the guardian of Yunhai City, Xiao Qinglong, was in the room. Zhang He, who had been extremely arrogant at first, suddenly became a little weaker. He quickly bowed to Xiao Qinglong and the others and said, I am from the Zhang family. Zhang He greets the god of war, Commander Zhang Yang. However, although Zhang He greeted the 3 people respectfully, they did not respond at all. Instead, they looked at him with cold faces. Zhang He immediately noticed something strange. What happened to Zhang He? It seems like you want to cause trouble for Dr. Yi? Xiao Qinglong narrowed his eyes, looked at Zhang He and questioned. Zhang He was able to become the head of the family, so he had the necessary vision. Hearing Xiao Qinglong calling Yi Cheng Demi-Dr. Yi, he was shocked at first, and then he observed Zhuang Wenshao and Yang Ruyu inconspicuously, and found that they were both looking at him with cold faces. He immediately had an idea in his mind. These 3 people were obviously biased towards Yi Cheng. Who was this kid, and how could he get these 3 to support him? Zhang He couldn't understand it for a moment, but if that was the case, he was afraid it would be difficult for him to hold Yi Cheng accountable today. Thoughts flashed through his mind quickly, and he turned to look at Zhang Huan, asking what was going on. Zhang Huan did not hide anything at this time and recounted exactly what had happened. After hearing what his grandson said, Zhang He's old face turned as black as the bottom of a pot. He glared at his grandson with a look of disappointment and said angrily, What a disgrace! You have brought shame to our Zhang family. Come, bring him back to me. As soon as Zhang He gave an order, several strong men jumped out from behind him, and they carried Zhang Huan out of the luxury suite. Immediately, Zhang He bowed to Xiao Qinglong and said, "My lord god of war, my grandson was poorly taught. If he has offended me today, I hope you will be magnanimous and forgive him." "Humph, your good grandson." There was no conflict, but his behavior of drugging Miss Su was very bad. Besides, Miss Su just won the title of business star today. What do you plan to do about this? Xiao Qinglong's words made Zhang He's face turn ugly instantly. He could naturally hear that Xiao Qinglong was supporting Sun Yuan'er. Naturally, his Zhang family would not reject Sun Yuan'er. So what if Sun Yuan'er is a business star? Compared with the long-established aristocratic families, the gap is not even a little bit. But he must consider Xiao Qinglong's importance. Although the Zhang family is a noble family, they are nothing in front of the patron saint of Yunhai City. If they make him angry, the Zhang family can be destroyed in minutes. After taking a few seconds, he looked at Xiao Qinglong tentatively. "Lord Jinshan, then according to your meaning," before he could finish his words, he was interrupted by Yi Cheng. "Humph, Zhang Huan bullied my junior sister. If your Zhang family doesn't show some sincerity in this matter, I will never let you go. Let me tell you a number. Compensate my senior sister 200 million for her mental damages. In addition, the trouble your grandson caused was caused by your failure to discipline him strictly as a parent. You must apologize to my senior sister in public, otherwise this matter will not be over." "What? You want me to pay 200 million yuan in compensation and apologize to this girl?" When Zhang He heard the conditions proposed by Yi Cheng, his eyes widened. "What, you don't want to?" Yi Cheng smiled as he looked at Zhang He coldly, while Sun Yuan'er on the side was looking at her handsome and tough junior brother with loving eyes. It felt so good to be loved by others. Regardless of whether Zhang Jie would agree to these conditions, the fact that Yi Cheng took the initiative to seek justice for him was enough to make him feel more favorable towards Yi Cheng. This brother is quite manly sometimes. Boy, I warn you, don't go too far. Although my grandson was at fault in this matter, he also received the punishment he deserved. That's enough. If you want compensation, I'll give you 10 million for mental damage, but if you want an apology, there's no way. Zhang He's attitude was extremely firm. A mere 10 million was just a drop in the bucket for the Zhang family and he could afford it. But if Zhang lowered himself to apologize to Sun Yuan'er, it would be a matter of face, and he would definitely not agree. So, you can pay compensation, but you can't ask for an apology. 10 million, you're giving it to a beggar? Yi Cheng curled his lips, his face full of displeasure. In fact, the amount of compensation for mental damage is secondary. He mainly wants to seek justice for his senior sister. Therefore, compensation must be made and an apology is also necessary, otherwise this matter will not be over. So how much do you want? Zhang He raised his eyebrows, with murderous intent in his eyes. He has already decided that after returning home, he will have someone investigate Yi Cheng. If this guy has no background, he will be killed with a single blow. If he has a background, he will have to resort to some despicable means. How much do I want? I've already said it before, I want you to apologize to my senior sister and compensate her for her mental damages of 200 million yuan, not a cent less. Zhang He's face darkened and he was about to get angry when he heard Xiao Qinglong hum softly. Then, Zhuang Wenshao also hurriedly said, "Zhang He, what do you mean? Are you unwilling to take responsibility for doing something wrong? Don't forget that the approval document for your family's project in the south of the city needs to be reviewed by me. If your Zhang family is of such character, I think we should just drop the approval document issue." Zhuang Wenshao's words were full of threats. The project in the south of the city is the largest project of the Zhang family in recent years, with an investment of over tens of billions. In addition, if the land in the south of the city is well developed, the Zhang family will be able to become a first-class family with this land, so this project cannot afford any mistakes. When Zhang He heard that Zhuang Wenshao was actually using the land in the south of the city to threaten him, his face instantly became particularly ugly. After weighing the pros and cons for a long time, he finally let out a long breath and said, "Never mind, my grandson was indeed spoiled by me. It was my fault that he did such a shameful thing today. Miss Song, please be so kind as to forgive my bastard grandson. I, Zhang He, would like to apologize to you." After saying that, Zhang He bowed deeply to Sun Yuan'er. "Miss Su, I'm sorry." Seeing that Zhang He had already apologized to Sun Yuan'er, Yi Cheng's brows finally relaxed. Old man, where is the compensation for mental damage? Veins on his forehead throbbed. He clenched his teeth and forced down the murderous intent that was surging in his heart. He then took out a check, wrote down an amount of 200 million on it, and handed the check to Sun Yuan. Miss Su, here is a check for 200 million yuan. It is compensation for your mental damage. From now on, we are even. Sunner put away the check, and a hint of worry flashed in his pretty eyes. He could see that He was trying hard to control his emotions. Obviously, Yi Cheng's actions had completely angered the old man. However, Yi Cheng was completely unaware of this. Seeing that the senior sister took the check, she immediately asked He to get out. He glared at him fiercely, then said hello to Xiao Qinglong, Zhuang Wenshao and Yang Ruyu, and left quickly. After he left, Yi Cheng looked at Zhuang Wenshao and thanked Zhuang Dudu. He was a man who always distinguished between gratitude and resentment. If Zhuang Wenshao had not threatened He with the project in the south of the city, He would probably not have apologized and compensated his senior sister so easily, so he thanked Zhuang Wenshao. The reason why Zhuang Wenshao helped Yi Cheng was mainly because he wanted to do Matt a favor. In this way, he would have sufficient reasons to ask Yi Cheng to help treat that person. Dr. Yi, you are too polite. I just can't stand the character of that old guy He. Okay, it's getting late and I have official business to attend to, so I won't stay any longer. After doing the favor, Zhuang Wenshao left without saying a word. Afterwards, he said goodbye to Xiao Qinglong and left. Since the matter had been resolved, Xiao Qinglong naturally did not stay any longer. He reminded Yi Cheng, Dr. Yi, if Ku dares to cause you any trouble in the future, just tell me and I will definitely settle it for you. Har har, okay, then I'll take my leave. As soon as Xiao Qinglong left, only Yi Cheng, Sun Yuan and Yang Ruyu were left in the room. Yang Ruyu looked at Yi Cheng, then at Sun Yuan, with ambiguous eyes. He knew that Sun Yuan was poisoned by the Herwan powder. Once poisoned by this drug, one must have sexual intercourse in order to detoxify. So he thought that Yi Cheng took Sun Yuan to the next room to do that kind of thing. Noticing Yang Ruyu's ambiguous gaze, Sun Yuan's delicate cheeks suddenly turned red. Sister Ruyu, things are not what you think. Sunner originally wanted to explain that Yi Cheng just used his superb medical skills to force out the poison from the Herwan powder, but he was interrupted by Yang Ruyu before he could finish his words. Sister Yuan, you don't have to explain anything. Tai Cheng is a good man, you must seize the opportunity. The stunningly beautiful Yang Ruyu covered her mouth and chuckled. These words made Sun Yuan feel so ashamed and angry that she wished she could find a crack in the ground to crawl into. By the way, I will have people publicize what Zhang did today. In addition, the cooperation between our Qinxi Bank and Zhuangjie will also be terminated. Miss Su, since you are now a business star, have you ever considered cooperating with our Qinxi Bank? Yang Ruyu directly dropped a bombshell. After he said this, he subconsciously looked at Yi Cheng, as if asking Yi Cheng whether it was appropriate for him to do so. Yi Cheng nodded imperceptibly, and then he breathed a sigh of relief. Cooperate with Qinxi Bank. Sunner was a little confused at the moment. After all, in his opinion, Qinxi Bank was the top group in Yunhai City. Compared with his own company, it was like the difference between the bright moon and the firefly. Why would such a huge Qinxi Bank take the initiative to seek cooperation with me? Is it just because I won the title of business star? This was obviously impossible. In the huge Yunhai City, there were many groups larger than his own. Why would Qinxi Bank cooperate with anyone else but himself? Moreover, it was the deputy owner Yang Ruyu who took the initiative to propose it. For a moment, Sun Yuan couldn't understand why Miss Su was unwilling to cooperate with our Tianzikian village. No, Sister Ruyu, you misunderstood. I just feel that it is a little unreal. Sunner has always dreamed of cooperating with Qinxi Bank. How could he refuse at this time? That's good. I will carefully evaluate it later and see what kind of cooperation is suitable for Sister Yuan's company. I will personally supervise this matter and will not disturb you too. After Yang Ruyu finished speaking, she immediately left the room. At this moment, Yi Cheng suddenly approached Sun Yuan with a sly smile on his face. Sun Yuan looked at him warily and asked subconsciously, "What do you want to do?" "Junior sister, isn't it time for you to fulfill your bet?" "Bet? What bet?" Sun Yuan frowned slightly and subconsciously took 2 steps back because she saw a strong desire in Yi Cheng's eyes. Senior sister, you must have forgotten that you promised me that if the company's stock price rises more than 3 times within 5 days, and Tianzi Bank and Zhongjia terminate their cooperation, you will have sex with me. Sunil had indeed promised Yi Cheng before, but at that time he had just been impeached by the company's vice president Li Daobiao and almost lost his position as president. In addition, the company's stock price plummeted and the award ceremony was about to begin, so he did not pay attention to Yi Cheng's words at the time and agreed to it in a daze. But who knew that he would actually win the title of business star? Not only that, Yang Ruyu also just made it clear that she would terminate the cooperation with the Zhang family. Humph, you said that you would only sleep with you if the company's stock price soared 3 times and Qianzi Qinzhuang terminated its cooperation with the Zhang family. Now Qianzi Qinzhuang has only terminated its cooperation with the Zhang family, and the company's stock price has not increased 3 times. It seems like you want to cheat. Why don't you call Dao Dao and ask what the company's stock price is now? Sun Yuaner looked at Yi Cheng suspiciously. Just as he was about to take out his cell phone to call his female secretary Dao Dao, his cell phone rang. He picked it up and saw that it was Dao Dao calling. He quickly pressed the answer button. Hello, what's up? Mr. Su, the company's stock price. On the phone, Tao Tao's tone was urgent and full of excitement. What happened to the company's stock price? Please explain it clearly. 0.15 Rose Bar. Sun Yuaner took a deep breath and her heart skipped a beat. She was prepared to hear that the company's stock price had hit the limit down. After all, the company was now being targeted by the Zhang family, and a limit down in the stock price was normal. Mr. Su, the company's stock price has suddenly increased significantly. It has now exceeded 5 times the highest price since the opening. The market value of our company has increased by more than 500 million in one fell swoop. On the phone, Dao Dao was extremely excited and told the good news in one breath, but Sun Yuaner was stunned when he heard the news. At this moment, there was only one sentence left in his mind, that is, the company's stock price skyrocketed, more than 5 times the highest price since the opening. Why did the company's stock price suddenly surge? Before he could figure this out, he suddenly felt a tightness around his waist. Looking down, I saw Yi Cheng stretching out his big hands and wrapping them around my slender waist. Junior sister, do you want to have sex? Roll. Sun Yuaner's pretty face turned red and she rolled her eyes at him unhappily. At this moment, his heart was beating wildly like a deer, and he didn't dare to look at Yi Cheng at all, for fear that if the two of them looked at each other, it would be a scene of rift, which would not end well. Now he has many questions in his mind. Why did the company's stock price suddenly skyrocket? Why did the title of business star, which should have belonged to Zhu Jinshan, fall on his head out of nowhere? Also, Yunhai is a leading enterprise. Why would Yang Ruyu, the deputy owner of Qinxi Bank, take the initiative to propose cooperation with him? And Xiao Qinglong and Zhuang Dudu, the patron saints of Yunhai City, backed him up and asked Zhang He to apologize. All of this seemed to point to one person, Yi Cheng, who was beside him. Sunner looked at Yi Cheng carefully, thinking to himself, could it be that my junior brother is not as simple as he seems? Zhang He from the Zhang family in Yunhai City was so furious that he threw the expensive purple clay teapot in his hand to the ground. In an instant, the purple clay teapot worth millions was smashed to pieces. Bastard! This is too much, it's really too much. Hey, come here, check for me what the origin of this Yichen is? Zhang He was furious because he had just learned that his grandson had been given the 5 poison needles by Yi Cheng. Not only would his vitals turn into pus, but even his internal organs would rot and fester one after another. Moreover, there was no antidote for such a vicious and deadly needle. In other words, Zhang Wan is doomed to die. He only has this one grandson. If he dies, won't the Zhang family be extinct from now on? That's why he was so angry. Oh, their master found out that this Yichen was from Yunhai City, which had just arrived a week ago. It was said that he had just come down from the mountains and was Sunner's junior fellow apprentice. Hearing the news found out by the servants, Zhang He frowned deeply. Is that gone? Oh, this is all I have found out for now. Snort. They are all a bunch of bastards. Waste. Get Zhang Mo here for me. Oh, Yi Cheng must die. It's the master. Zhang Mo is a powerful killer of the Zhang family. He was an orphan and was adopted by Zhang He. Later, he was sent to a killer organization abroad for secret training. In the past 2 years, Zhang He has used him a lot to clear obstacles for the family. Now that Yi Cheng has harmed Zhang Jiawu, Zhang He will do whatever it takes to get revenge. When Yi Cheng and Sun Yuan returned to the company after attending the award ceremony, it was already evening. The first thing Sun Yuan did when he returned to the company was to find Dao Dao to confirm the stock price. After seeing the detailed report made by Dao Dao, he believed that he was not dreaming and that all this was real. The company's stock price really went from being on the verge of the limit down to the limit up in just one day. The company's market value suddenly soared by 500 to 600 million yuan. In addition to Zhang He's 200 million yuan compensation today and the subsequent cooperation with some companies, the company has made almost 1 billion yuan today alone. Such a magical thing made Sun simply unable to believe it. Come on, what do you two want to eat? It's my treat tonight. Yay! Hey, Mr. Su, let us go to the Rose Bar. I heard that the bar is the most luxurious bar in our Yunhai city. Dao Dao jumped excitedly, causing the two big white rabbits to come out, which made Yi Cheng's eyes sparkle. I didn't expect that the personal female secretary of the junior sister is also quite attractive. Before, most of her attention was on Suna, and she didn't notice that Tao Tao's figure is so domineering. Okay, let us go to the Rose Bar. Sun Yuan waved her jade hand, signaling Yi Cheng to drive the two of them over quickly. In desperation, Yi Cheng could only act as the driver and bodyguard of the two women. The Rose Bar is located on Shaolin Road, the most prosperous area in Yunhai City. This road is also called Bar Street by the people of Yunhai City. Looking around, the entire block is filled with large bars with luxurious decorations, and all kinds of beautiful women in cool clothes coming in and out of the bars, which is dazzling to the eyes. After parking the car, the three of them came to the Rose Bar. On the huge black sign there is a giant rose made of LED lights. At this moment, the rose is flashing and emitting a charming red light. Rose Bar? I remember that the beautiful rose from Qinji Pavilion was in this bar. Yi Cheng suddenly remembered the charming beauty who came to see him that day. At that time, the beauty who called herself Rose had given Yi Cheng a business card and told her that if she had any problems, she could come to the Rose Bar to find her. Why are you standing at the door like an idiot? Come in. Sunayer and Dao Dao held hands and urged Yi Cheng. Oh, okay, I was also planning to see what's so special about this Rose Bar. As soon as he entered the bar, the deafening and dynamic music made Yi Cheng frown subconsciously. However, when he saw countless scantily clad beauties posing and dancing in the center of the huge dance floor, his eyes instantly became bright. Hey, this place is great. JK hip skirt, cheongsam, black and white stockings, she is worthy of being a girl from a big city, this way of dressing is so bold. Yi Cheng almost drooled when he saw the numerous beauties in the bar. Sun Yuan noticed her expression, a hint of displeasure flashed across her beautiful eyes, and a hint of jealousy suddenly rose in her heart. Humph, you rascal, this is your first time in a place like this, go to the bar and ask if there are any booths available. While Sun Yuan was speaking, she threw a bank card to Yi Cheng. If there is a booth, open a deluxe booth. After all, I have a senior sister. I will take care of this matter. Yi Cheng did not take the bank card that Sun handed over. With his identity, does he need to spend money to come to the Rose Bar? That is obviously impossible. Junior sister, just wait for me here, I'll be back soon. After instructing Sun Yuan, Yi Cheng walked straight through the crowded crowd and touched the buttocks of several hot girls in tight skirts. The feel is average, not as good as that of junior sisters. He commented with a lack of interest. She had reached the bar. At this time, a beautiful girl in cheongsam was standing behind the bar. She had a plump and sexy body and big chestnut wavy hair casually draped over her shoulders. The cheongsam beauty has an almost impeccable appearance, with thick, gorgeous makeup on her delicate and beautiful oval face. A pair of heavy papayas in front of her are round and full, holding up her cheongsam, making her look extremely beautiful. The cheongsam beauty has a cool and elegant temperament, like a beautiful rose in full bloom. Although she is breathtakingly beautiful, she is also very dangerous at the same time. It is the Rose of Qinji Pavilion, and also the proprietress of this Rose Bar. The boss lady is so beautiful. Yi Cheng walked to the bar and did not hesitate to praise. When Rose heard their voice, she immediately looked up. Young master, why are you here? When Rose saw Yi Cheng, she was surprised. I want to have some fun. Get me a booth. There will be 3 of us. And give me some good wine. Okay, young master, please wait a moment. Facing Yi Cheng, Rose, who was always cool and elegant, appeared very humble. If the regulars at the bar saw this scene, they would probably be shocked. After all, everyone knows that the proprietress of the Rose Bar is an icy beauty who can't be seduced no matter what. Rose opened a booth for Yi Cheng and told the waiter to bring some wine. Soon, a card was stuffed into Yi Cheng's hand. Yi Cheng took the opportunity to pinch Rose's delicate hand, but Rose did not pull it back and let Yi Cheng play with it. "This little hand is so slippery," Yi Cheng exclaimed inwardly, then said to Rose, "Have you made any progress on the matter I asked you to investigate before?" Rose quickly shook her head and told him to calm down. "Young master, please calm down. There should be news soon." "Okay, let me know as soon as you have any news. By the way, young master, Zhang He from the Zhang family investigated you today." Zhang He used the connections in Qinji Pavilion to investigate Yi Cheng's background. However, Yi Cheng's identity was top secret in Qinji Pavilion. Except for the two senior members, Rose and Anya, the other members did not know his true identity. So what Zhang He found was basically useless information. "So he found out my identity information?" Yi Cheng raised the corner of his mouth slightly, his eyes playful. The fact that Zhang He investigated himself clearly showed that he had not yet gotten over the humiliation he had today, and that he was planning to take revenge on himself. Rose shook her head firmly and explained, "Young master, your identity is top secret even in the Qinji Pavilion. No one knows it except me and Anya, so Zhang He did not find any useful information." After saying that, Rose looked at Yi Cheng, and after noticing the playful expression on the other's face, he immediately asked, "Young master, do you want me to send someone to wipe Zhang He's neck?" The meaning is obvious. It's just a small Zhang He, not worth mentioning. "Young master, I think Zhang He is investigating you because he is planning to send assassins to kill you. Zhang He has a son named Zhang Mo, who is the shadow of the Zhang family and specializes in doing shameful things." "How strong is Zhang Mo?" "The inner diameter is at its peak, and only one step away from becoming a master of the innate realm." "The peak of the inner realm? Humph, it would be fine if Zhang Meng doesn't come to provoke me, but if he dares to come, I will make sure he never returns." After saying this, Yi Cheng turned around and left, leaving Rose standing at the bar with a look of surprise on her face. The 5 intentions to enter the door were from the outside, and then from the inside. The strong ones who entered from the inside were so terrifying that one person could easily beat dozens of people. Moreover, Zhang Mo has already stepped half a foot into the innate realm. After reaching the innate realm, martial arts can be considered to have truly entered the realm of mastery. Many patriarchs of inspiring families are basically at this realm. Above the innate realm, there are martial arts masters. Such people will be admired by everyone no matter where they go. When Yi Cheng returned to Sun Yuaner and Dao Dao, he had a golden card in his hand. It was the key to the luxurious VIP seat in the Rose Bar. Only with this card could one sit in that luxurious VIP seat. "Hey, Sister George, we are lucky. The boss lady opened a luxurious VIP booth for us. I thought Sun Yuaner would be very happy, but I saw her frowning slightly." "Hey, what were you talking about with that boss lady just now? You've been talking for so long, are you jealous, little senior sister?" Yi Cheng smiled playfully. Dao Dao, who was standing by, also covered her mouth and giggled. As a girl, how could she not see that Sun Yuaner was jealous? "Will I be jealous of you? You dream." Sunner snorted coldly, snatched the gold card from Yi Cheng's hand, and walked straight to the luxurious VIP seat. Yi Cheng and Dao Dao could only follow quickly. When we arrived at the VIP area, it was obviously much quieter than the public areas. After all, the cost of opening a booth in this area alone would be an astronomical figure for ordinary people. Just when the 3 of them found a seat to sit down, a young man in white trousers and a tight suit came over with more than a dozen lackeys. He also looked at the 2 beauties, Sun Yuaner and Dao Dao, with a frivolous look. "Do you mind if my brother and I join you for a drink?" "Who are you?" Yi Cheng narrowed his eyes slightly, looked at the young man in the white suit with an unhappy expression and asked. "Shit, you come to the Rose Bar to drink, but you've never even heard of our Bai Xiaochen or Bai Xiao's name." A lackey immediately started to flatter the young man in the white suit. "Bai Xiaochen? Yun Hai is the eldest son of the Bai family." Sun Yuaner's pretty expression changed slightly, obviously she had heard of this man's reputation. "Senior sister, do you know him?" "I don't know him, but I've heard that the Bai family runs a jade and jewelry business and is quite famous in Yuan High City. Moreover, the Bai family also owns 7 or 8 mines in Yuan High City, which means they are extremely rich. After hearing Sir's words, Bai Xiaoqun's face suddenly showed a hint of pride. She straightened her white suit, then said with a coquettish smile, "Yes, it seems that this beautiful young lady knows me. Since we know each other, why not have a couple of drinks together? Waiter, open 10 bottles of Ace of Spades for me." Bai Xiaochen waved his hand and generously threw a thick stack of banknotes to a waiter. "Here's the tip." After receiving such a generous tip, the waiter immediately nodded and bowed to Bai Xiaochen in ecstasy, saying, "Oh, thank you very much. Please move on. The next 10 bottles of Ace of Spades will be here soon." 016 Rich Second Generation Bai Xiao. The waiter's voice was not small, and it was very loud even in the noisy bar, which led to many people hearing what he said. "Oh my god, who is this? So generous that he gives out 10 aces of spades at once. Won't it be gone in the blink of an eye? Wow, look, isn't he that person Bai Xiao? Har, yes, it is indeed Mr. Bai from the Bai group, no wonder he is so generous." Bai Xiaochen seemed to enjoy the feeling of being the center of attention. He looked at Sun Yuaner with a smile, and then planned to walk into the booth. However, Sun Yuaner showed a look of disgust on her face, and she obviously didn't want Bai Xiaochen to join in. "Huh? I say, why are you so shameless? Do you really think you can drink with us just by opening 10 bottles of Ace of Spades? Can't you see my girlfriend doesn't want you to come?" At this moment, Yi Cheng stood up and blocked Bai Xiaochen, who was about to enter the booth. "Your girlfriend? Which of these two beauties is your girlfriend?" Bai Xiaoqun's face turned slightly cold and he questioned. "Both." Yi Cheng calmly declared that Sun Yuaner and Dao Dao were his girlfriends. "How dare this bastard take advantage of me?" Sun Yuaner was extremely angry, but she couldn't lose her temper at this moment. After all, she would be exposed if she did so. On the other hand, the female secretary Dao Dao looked shy. Fortunately, the lights in the bar were dim, otherwise he would have been embarrassed. "Where do you come from, kid? Come out and listen." Bai Xiaochen was curious and wanted to find out about Yi Cheng's background, because Sun Yuer and Dao Dao were so beautiful. Even in this bar full of beautiful women, they were very outstanding. Looking at the entire bar, perhaps only the top-notch proprietress at the bar could compete with them, so Bai Xiaochen did not want to miss this opportunity to strike up a conversation. "Do you think you are qualified to know my identity? Get out of here now, or don't blame me for being rude to you." Yi Cheng's arrogant look made Bai Xiaochun's face darker and darker. He clenched his fists and tried hard to control the anger in his heart. If it weren't for the explicit rule in the Rose Bar that prohibits fighting, he would have ordered someone to beat up the guy in front of him. "Damn it, boy, don't be shameless. Our master Bai likes your woman and that's giving you face. Don't be ungrateful. That's right, we have countless assets for nothing, believe it or not, we can kill you with money. Humph, why don't we let these two beauties have a couple of drinks with our master Bai to liven up the atmosphere? If you offend young master Bai, you will never be able to survive in Yunhai in the future." A group of lackeys came to cheer for Bai Xiaochen. Sun Yuaner's face was also extremely ugly at this time. He knew that with Bai Xiaochun's identity, if he really offended him, he might be targeted by the Bai family. Although the Bai family is only a business dealing in jewelry and jade, they are also involved in some other industries. It is better not to offend people of this level if possible. Yi Cheng saw the worry in Suner's heart. He gently took the other's jade smooth little hand without leaving any trace, and squeezed it a few times, indicating that he didn't need to worry. "You think it's a big deal that you're rich? You talk as if everyone has money." Yi Cheng said disdainfully, and then said to a waiter, "Bring me 100 bottles of the most expensive wine you have. I'll drink 1 bottle at a time today." Such arrogant words coming out of his mouth instantly shocked many people. Oh my god, could this kid also be the young master of some big family? Otherwise, how would you dare to challenge Master Bai? The most expensive wine in Rose Bar should be the 1987 Madian Li Bar. A bottle alone costs more than 50,000. 1 bottle costs more than 50,000 yuan, so wouldn't 100 bottles cost more than 5 million yuan? There were sounds of people gasping for air, and the looks of many people looking at Yi Cheng changed. He dares to spend more than 5 million to buy alcohol. It seems that this person is not an ordinary person. In 1987, Ma Jinli was moved to a booth by the waiter. Yi Cheng took out a black card from his pocket and threw it to the waiter, saying that there was no password and used it to pay a tip of 100,000 yuan. The waiter bent over excitedly and took the bank card. The look he gave Yi Chen was even more fanatical than the look he gave his own father. 100,000 yuan is equivalent to his salary for more than half a year, and this is just the tip Yi Chen gave himself. Thank you, boss. Thank you, boss. The boss is generous. After the waiter finished speaking, he immediately ran to the bar with the card in his hand to swipe it. Let me do it. Rose took the bank card from the waiter calmly, and then pretended to operate the machine. Naturally, he would not accept Yi Cheng's money. Seeing that Yi Cheng was so arrogant and spent more than 5 million bottles of Martell at once, and even threatened to drink a bottle after a bottle, Bai Xiaochen was really frightened for a moment. He thought to himself that this kid was so confident, could he really be the young master of a big family? But at this moment, the lackey beside him immediately whispered to Bai Xia, is this kid just trying to show off his wealth? Oh, yes, Bai Xia Yunhai is a young man from a wealthy family, who wouldn't he recognize him? Suddenly this unknown guy showed up. I think he just has a bit of a fake background, but he is definitely not as good as you. We can't lose face with so many people watching us today. Bai Xiaochen felt that the lackey's words made a lot of sense. Who is he? He is the dignified Mr. Bai. In terms of power and influence, the Bai family may not be as good as some aristocratic families, but in terms of wealth, his Bai family has never been afraid of anyone. Bai Xiaochen glared at Yi Cheng with cold eyes, and then said arrogantly, boy, don't pretend to be rich in front of me, because no matter how rich you are, you can't be richer than me. I heard that the Rose Bar has a lot of fine red wines. Waiter, go get me 3 bottles of Romanée Conti. I want the year, 1945. Bai Xiaochen gave an order and threw out a bank card. After a while, the waiter came to the booth carefully carrying a tray. There were 3 bottles of red wine on the tray. The label of the red wine was a little blurry, and from a distance it looked like some low-quality red wine. However, the waiter held the 3 bottles of red wine as if they were invaluable treasures, and did not even dare to breathe. The discerning guests around recognized the origin of the red wine at a glance and immediately exclaimed, oh my god, it is indeed Romanée Conti, the classic model of 1945. I heard that there are no more than 10,000 bottles of Romanée Conti of this vintage in the world, and each bottle is priced at a sky-high price. Last year, 1 bottle was even sold at an auction for more than 3 million. My god, a bottle of red wine costs more than 3 million, so wouldn't the price of these 3 bottles be over 10 million? Wow, that's so fucking arrogant. Oh, it really is worthy of being called Bai Xiao. With such a skill, how can I only sigh in despair? Hearing the exclamations of the people around him, Bai Xiaochen felt very proud and said to the waiter, 8 or 9 out of 10 bottles have been opened. I want to use this precious Romanée Conti to treat the 2 beauties to a taste. The waiter did not dare to delay and quickly opened all 3 bottles of Romanée Conti. If you want to drink wine of this vintage, you should let it sit for at least 3 hours according to normal procedures, otherwise it will affect its taste. But Bai Xiaochen was not here to taste wine today, he was here to show off, so when the waiter opened the red wine, he couldn't wait to pour a glass for Sun Yuaner and Dao Dao. 2 beautiful ladies are doing me the honor of having a drink with me, Bai. Although Sun Yuaner and Dao Dao don't often come to the bar, they know exactly what Bai Xiaochen is planning. If they drank this glass of wine today, he would probably make many unreasonable demands later, so the 2 women did not move. Har, are you stupid? I told you, they are both my girlfriends. Do you really think you can take them away by opening a few bottles of high-end red wine? You are too naive. Yi Cheng looked at Bai Xiaochen as if he was a fool and said. When Bai Xiaochen heard this, he immediately got angry. Damn it, how dare you play tricks on me? Bai Xiaochen finally realized at this time that Yi Cheng was clearly making fun of him. He knew very well that Sun Yuaner and Dao Dao were unsuccessful no matter how much money he spent, yet he still deliberately competed with him to see who was richer, causing him to waste more than 10 million in vain. There are 3 bottles of Romanée Conti, and I can't stop smoking even if I open the wind. Damn, how dare you tease our Bai Shang, you are looking for death. Boy, I am afraid to tell you that in Yunhai City, no woman that our young master Bai takes a fancy to can escape from his grasp. Bai Xiaochen slammed the table angrily and said to the lackey beside him, come here, take these 2 away. I will have fun with these 2 women today no matter what. As soon as Bai Xiaochen finished speaking, a terrifying aura pressed towards him like an overwhelming tidal wave. Under this terrifying momentum, Bai Xiaochen felt as if he was being pressed down by a mountain, causing him to bend his legs and kneel on the ground. Boy, you dare. Bai Xiaochen's face darkened and he glared at Yi Cheng fiercely, but Yi Cheng just sneered. If you dare to touch a hair on them, believe it or not, I will kill you. His words contained terrifying murderous intent, which made Bai Xiaochen terrified. However, his lackey was so reckless that he shouted, "You little bastard, you're done for. You actually dared to fight in the Rose Bar. You're dead." The entire Yunhai city knows that the Rose Bar has an unwritten rule, which is that no fighting is allowed in the bar. No matter if it is the young master of a big family, or the powerful and upper-class people, they are all treated equally. Anyone who dares to fight in the bar is disrespecting the proprietress of the Rose Bar. There once was such a group of people who didn't care about their lives. It was said that they were some big guys in the underground world of Yunhai City. They had an argument with the bar staff over some trivial matters. Not only did they beat up the staff, but they also smashed the bar, causing serious losses. As a result, the next day, the gang the boss was in was wiped out by a group of mysterious people. This incident caused a sensation in Yunhai City at the time. Everyone knew that the gang of that big boss was wiped out by the backers behind the Rose Bar. It was also after that incident that no one dared to beat anyone up in the Rose Bar anymore. When Yi Cheng heard Bai Xiaochen's lackey's words, he curled his lips slightly, raised his hand and slapped him hard in the face. The slap from Kumo knocked out all the lackey's teeth. The two lackeys turned around several times on the spot, then fell heavily to the ground and fainted. So domineering. Bai Xiaochen, who was kneeling on the ground, was stunned when he saw his lackey being knocked unconscious. Then a ferocious smile appeared on his face. Har har har, boy, you are dead. Do you know who is behind the Rose Bar? He laughed particularly wildly, as if he had already seen Yi Cheng's tragic ending. Yi Cheng sneered and said, "HMPH, of course I know that the person behind the Rose Bar is your grandfather. What do you mean by me?" Snort. You don't even think before you brag. Bai Xiaochen looked at Yi Cheng with disdain and said. Yi Cheng did not tolerate him. He raised his hand and slapped Bai Xiaochen hard on the face, saying, "You talk too much nonsense. Who do you think you are? I'm going to hit you, what can you do to me?" Yi Cheng simply interprets the word arrogant to perfection. Although he was in the Rose Bar, he was decisive in his actions. Bai Xiaochen screamed and then spat out 2 broken teeth from his mouth. He covered his face and looked at Yi Cheng in horror, but Yi Cheng stepped on him and said angrily, "If you dare to hit on my woman again, I will destroy you." Bai Xiaochen covered his face and looked at Yi Cheng with resentment. No matter what, he is the eldest son of the Bai family. Yunhai is a well-known figure. How can he swallow this humiliation by Yi Cheng? The conflict between the two sides quickly attracted a lot of people's attention, and Rose also noticed something was wrong. But just when he was about to come over to check what was going on, a delicate voice suddenly rang out, "Bai Xiaochen, I see, are you itching for trouble? Yi Cheng is a distinguished guest of my family, do you dare to mess with her?" As soon as he finished speaking, a girl in white stockings wearing a JK uniform and twin ponytails appeared in front of him. It turned out to be Xiao Qinglong's youngest daughter, Xiao Yumen. "Xiao Yumen, why are you here?" Yi Cheng was quite surprised to see Xiao Yumen. Xiao Yumen glanced at him unhappily, put her hands on her chest and said, "Who said I can't come to the bar to play?" Yi Cheng was speechless after hearing this. At this moment, when Bai Xiaochen saw Xiao Yumen, a look of horror suddenly appeared in his eyes. "Which Xiao?" No, Sister Yumen, do you know this boy?" When Bai Xiaochen saw Xiao Yumen, his reaction was quite violent, even more frightened than when he was beaten by Yi Cheng just now. Obviously, something Xiao Yumen had done before left an indelible impression on her mind. Xiao Yumen slowly walked up to Bai Xiaochen, stretched out her jade hand, patted her face lightly, and said with a smile, "Of course I know him. He is a distinguished guest of our family. Today you are unlucky and have no eyes. You have met someone you shouldn't have messed with. For the sake of us being classmates, get out of here right away. I will plead for you. As long as I step in, he will definitely not make things difficult for you." 017 Mr. Yi pays for the entire meal. Xiao Yumen's behavior is just like that of a female gangster, but her appearance, temperament and dress are all that of a cute girl. Yi Cheng was dumbfounded by such a huge contrast. Who could have thought that the daughter of the Azure Dragon God of War would be such a girl? When Bai Xiaochen heard what Xiao Yumen said, he immediately nodded his head like a chick pecking at rice, and was very well behaved. "Oh, thank you, Sister Yuman." After saying that, she looked at the lackey, waved her hand, and shouted, "Hurry up and thank Sister Yuman." A group of lackeys quickly lined up, bent down and bowed 90 degrees, bowed to Xiao Yuming and said, "Thank you, Sister Yuman." Xiao Yuming waved her hand impatiently and urged, "Get out! Get out! Get out!" Bai Xiao Chen and his lackeys immediately left the Rose Bar in shame. At the door of the bar, the lackey who had just had his teeth knocked out asked Bai Xiao Chen, "Master Bai, did we receive this slap in vain today?" The lackey's face was full of resentment. Bai Xiao Chen glared at him fiercely, which scared him. "Humph, even Witch Xiao said that the boy is a distinguished guest of her family, what else do you want? Do you dare to go against that crazy girl?" When talking about Xiao Yuman, Bai Xiaochen's eyes were filled with deep fear. The lackey obviously knew how terrifying Xiao Yuman was, so he immediately shut up. "Humph, even though that brat is protected by Xiao Yuman and we can't do anything to him, but I think the two beauties he brought with him may not be important figures. I will find a chance and have sex with these two women. He, let me show off my power. I have a VIP seat in the Rose Bar." Xiao Yuman, who was wearing a JK uniform, said to Yi Cheng with a smile, "You filthy hooligan, I helped you chase him away. Now, Bai Xiao Chen, how are you going to repay me?" Hearing Xiao Yuman's address to Yi Cheng, Sun Yuaner frowned slightly. When he went to Xiao Qinglong's mansion before, he had seen Xiao Yuman and knew that she was Xiao Qinglong's daughter. "Hey, Xiao Yuman, why did that guy call you Witch Xiao just now?" Yi Cheng smiled and poured Xiao Yuman a glass of Romane Conti, and motioned for her to sit down. Xiao Yuman was not polite and took the glass of red wine from Yi Cheng and drank it all in one gulp. "This red wine worth more than 3 million per bottle is really different and delicious." Just when Xiao Yuman was about to ask Yi Cheng to pour her another glass, the charming and stunning Rose came over in high heels. In an instant, the originally noisy bar fell silent, and everyone involuntarily turned their attention over. Just now, Yi Cheng attacked someone in the bar, which violated the rules of the Rose Bar. According to the rules, Rose will probably not let him off easily. "Oh no, it's over, that guy is dead. How dare he do that in the Rose Bar? Well, oh my, the more arrogant this kid was just now, the more miserable he will be later. The proprietress of the Rose Bar is no pushover." Listening to the whispers of people around him, Tai Cheng laughed and thought, "Will he be in trouble? What a joke! The Rose Bar is backed by the Temple of Servant of God, and I am the disciple of the Temple Master and the young master of the Temple of Servant of God. Not to mention beating someone up in the Rose Bar, even if she wanted to tear down the bar, Rose would never dare to say anything." Rose, wearing a cheongsam, walked slowly to the booth where Yi Cheng and others were. She was just about to ask Yi Cheng whether she should send someone to teach Bai Xiao Chen a lesson, but Xiao Yuman spoke up, "Sister Rose, she is a distinguished guest of our family. You just saw it. It was that bastard Bai Xiao Chen who was so blind that he took the initiative to provoke her. It is understandable that she hit people. I hope Sister Rose, for my sake, will not make things difficult for her." After hearing Xiao Yuman's words, the mature and charming Rose subconsciously looked at Yi Cheng. Yi Cheng didn't want to reveal his identity, so he gave Rose a look, indicating that he should cooperate. Rose nodded, parted her red lips, and said lazily, "Okay, since Miss Xiao has spoken, I won't make a fuss about it. It won't happen again." The little Witch Xiao Yuman's temperament was still a little immature in front of Rose. Seeing that Rose promised not to embarrass Yi Cheng, she quickly reached out and patted him, reminding him to thank Sister Rose quickly. Yi Cheng immediately pretended to wake up from a dream, and quickly poured himself a glass of red wine, poured another glass for Rose, and then said loudly after a few glasses, "I will pay for all the consumption tonight, everyone drink as much as you want." As soon as these words were spoken, the bar that Luo Zhen could hear before became lively again, and the deafening music was like thunder. No one noticed that under the dim light, Rose held the glass of red wine with both hands and drank it all. After Rose finished drinking the red wine, she returned to the bar. At this time, Xiao Yuman glared at Yi Cheng unhappily and said in a tender voice, "Hey, if I didn't know what happened just now, you might not be able to leave this bar today. Why don't you thank me quickly?" Xiao Yuman was a regular at the Rose Bar and was quite familiar with Rose. He thought that Rose made an exception for Yi Cheng because of her identity as the daughter of the god of war. What he didn't know was that Rose didn't do it for his sake at all. As the Azure Dragon god of war, Xiao Qinglong does have some weight in Yunhai City, but in front of the huge global killer organization, the Temple of Trial, he is nothing. What he was wary of was Yi Cheng's identity as the young master of the Temple of the Gods. Hey, thank you for this. Why should I thank you? Even if you hadn't shown up just now, I would still be safe and sound today. Yi Cheng held the wine glass and looked at Xiao Yumen with a playful look. Just brag, look how proud you are. Xiao Yumen curled her lips in annoyance, her face full of displeasure. Instead, Sun Yuaner immediately came out to smooth things over. Sister Xiao Xiao, I want to thank you on behalf of my junior brother for what happened just now. I'd like to toast you with this glass of wine. Xiao Yumen quickly picked up the wine glass and clinked it with Sun Yuaner. Then, Dao Dao also took the initiative to join in. The three girls were all about the same age, and they quickly became friends. On the contrary, Yi Cheng was actually isolated. However, being able to sit in a booth and drink with these three top beauties is actually a wonderful thing. After 3 rounds of drinks, the 3 women not only drank up the Romane Conti worth more than 10 million, but also ordered a lot of wine. At this moment, the 3 women were all drunk. Seeing that it was getting late, Yi Cheng said hello to Rose and then planned to take the 3 women out of the bar. Xiao Yumen, Dao Dao, it's getting late, how are you going to get back? Why are you replying? We have already agreed on where to rescue tonight. My sister's house, please drive us back quickly. Xiao Yumen waved at Yi Cheng impatiently. When Yi Cheng heard this, his eyes lit up instantly. You, the 3 beauties are all staying at 10th Sister's house, so isn't it tonight? Thinking of this, without any hesitation, he drove the 3 top beauties straight to Junior Sister's home. Sun Yuaner's home is located in a high-end villa community called Weilan Yundi in Yunhai City. The community has an elegant environment, a huge sports park outside, and is close to the sea, making it a super luxurious sea view villa. He has lived with Sun Yuaner since he came down the mountain, so he was familiar with the route and brought the 3 top beauties back to the Azure Cloud embankment. After parking the car in the private garage, Yi Cheng held Sun Yuaner in one hand and his female secretary Dao Dao in the other. The delicate Xiao Yumen was also hanging on his body. Her pair of slender white silk legs were tightly clamped around his waist, causing the evil fire in Yi Cheng's lower abdomen to rise. Who the hell can stand this? After finally getting the 3 girls into the villa, they were already drunk and for some reason insisted on taking a shower. You rascal, we are going to take a shower later, you are not allowed to peek, do you hear me? If I catch you peeking, I'll dig out your eyes. Xiao Yumen stretched out 2 fingers and spoke to Yi Cheng in a fierce tone. Yi Cheng curled his lips and said, look at your tiny breasts. I would only peek at you if I had nothing better to do. If I want to see it, I will go to see my junior sister. Xiao Yumen was so angry at his words that her face turned red instantly, and her teeth were chattering. You bastard, who are you calling small? Open your eyes and see clearly, I am not a small girl. After Xiao Yumen finished speaking, she deliberately squeezed her chest with her arms to make it look more majestic and fuller. However, no matter how hard he squeezed, he was not as dazzling as Sunner's natural 36. You Mao, don't bother with this filthy bastard. Come on, let us go take a bath. Sun Yuaner, who was drunk, pulled Xiao Yumen and Dao Dao into the bathroom without saying a word. There was a sound of running water, and then Yi Cheng heard a rustling sound coming from the bathroom. It should be the 3 women taking off their clothes. Immediately afterwards, Xiao Yumen and Dao Dao's screams came from the bathroom. Wow, Sister Yuaner, yours is too big, let me feel it. Wow, Missu, you must have a 36D. In the preview, Xiao Yumen and Dao Dao frequently uttered vile words, which made Yi Cheng, who was outside the door, so excited that he wanted to rush in and watch with them. However, this was not the end. Sun Yuaner's next words almost made him bleed from his nose. Sun Yuaner just shouted tenderly, oh, you two, don't touch me. He, Sister Yuaner, don't be shy, we are all girls. Yes, Miss Su, we are all girls, don't be shy. Damn, do girls nowadays play so big? Outside the bathroom door, Yi Cheng swallowed hard. Through the steamy glass door, he could vaguely see 3 slim figures wandering around in the bathroom. Just as he was scratching his head in anxiety because he couldn't see the beautiful scenery, he suddenly heard 3 women's terrified screams coming from the bathroom at the same time. Yi Cheng, who was guarding the door, suddenly changed his expression. There is danger. In a hurry, he didn't care about anything else and kicked the bathroom door open. The next second, a picture of a gorgeous woman coming out of the bath came into view. The three fair and delicate bodies caught her eyes tightly, making it impossible for her to move away. The bathroom door was suddenly kicked open, and the screams of the three women suddenly became louder. Xiao Yumeng's eyebrows were raised, and she kept covering her private parts with her hands, shouting, "You filthy hooligan, who let you in? Get out now!" The female secretary Dao Dao covered her chest in shame and anger, her pretty face blushing, and said, "Master Yi, how could you come in? I'm still taking a shower." The calmest person was Sun Yuan. No one knew if it was because Yi Cheng saw her naked today, or if he deliberately wanted to see who was the most attractive to Yi Cheng among himself, Xiao Yumeng, and Dao Dao. Just when Yi Cheng broke in, he covered his private parts in fear, but when he saw that the person who came was Yi Cheng, he put his hands down without leaving a trace and let Yi Cheng see enough. As a pervert, how could Yi Cheng miss such a great opportunity? I saw her pair of cunning eyes sliding across the delicate bodies of Xiao Yumeng and Dao Dao, and then fell on the little senior sister. Then she swallowed and said with her eyes fixed on her, "Well, I heard you three screaming just now, and I thought you were in danger. Oh, that's why you're a scoundrel. We just saw a cockroach just now." Upon learning the reason why Yi Cheng suddenly broke in, Xiao Yumeng, who was originally full of anger, instantly became a deflated ball. She wanted to get angry but couldn't. "Sir, please go out quickly, we haven't finished washing yet." Tao Tao's voice was as soft as a mosquito, and her delicate face was so red that it seemed like blood was about to drip out. Yi Cheng suddenly woke up from his dream at this moment. He laughed awkwardly twice and prepared to leave. "Wait a minute, Yi Cheng, please help me hang up my underwear." Sunil threw a piece of bra with exaggerated outline and sexy style at him. I don't know if it was because his feet were too slippery or what, but Sunil suddenly stumbled. Suburbs. "Qingdao, little sister, be careful." Yi Cheng reacted very quickly and rushed forward to support Sun Yuan, who was about to fall. However, due to inertia and the slippery bathroom, although Yi Cheng caught Sun Yuan steadily, he was thrown to the ground by her. The faint fragrance of virginity instantly penetrated into his nose, making Yi Cheng's blood boil. "You want to die, you bastard!" He clenched his fist and slapped Yi Cheng's chest hard, but this action did not seem like a punishment, but more like a flirtation between a couple in love. Yi Cheng said with an innocent look, "Junior sister, it was me who saved you just now, okay? Not only did you not thank me, you even hit me, you rascal. Go and help me hang up the clothes." Sun Yuan bit her teeth lightly, her red lips looking shy and tender, so adorable. Yi Cheng understood that the tofu had been taken enough, and this kind of thing needed to be done step by step, so he quickly helped Sun Yuan up, picked up her underwear and left the bathroom. 018 Ancient Martial Arts Family. No words were spoken that night. As soon as it was light in the morning, Yi Cheng got up and went to the park outside the villa to run and exercise. Just when I had run a short distance, I suddenly saw two people in training clothes practicing boxing under a banyan tree not far away. Out of curiosity, he quietly walked over to the two of them, intending to observe carefully. But just as he approached, a delicate shout suddenly came, "How dare you, big thief, steal my skills?" The person who spoke was a woman with a graceful figure wearing a purple training suit. The woman was about 24 or 25 years old, and was very stunning, with black hair tied into a ponytail, and her domineering figure could not be concealed by her loose training clothes. After the woman's delicate cry, her figure flashed, like an agile female leopard, and she rushed in front of Yi Cheng in the blink of an eye. Then she leaped up, and her slender legs kicked towards Yi Cheng like a whip. Even the sound of sonic boom was faintly heard in the air. "Oh!" The encourager also showed up, his eyebrows raised, and he suddenly became interested. He didn't expect that he could meet an encourager here. However, the woman in front of him, wearing purple training clothes, was just an encourager with internal strength. Although her whip kick seemed to be quite powerful, it was nothing to Yi Cheng. It happened quickly, and in the blink of an eye, the leg of the woman in purple training clothes had kicked in front of Yi Cheng. "Look, I'm going to kick you to death." Nangong Yu seemed to have anticipated the tragic scene of Yi Cheng being kicked away by her. A smile subconsciously appeared on her pretty face, revealing two cute little fangs. However, in the next second, he suddenly felt his ankle tighten. He turned his head and saw that Yi Cheng had reached out and grabbed his ankle. What? How did he do it? Nangong was surprised and fell to the ground, but a terrible force came from Yi Cheng's arm and lifted him upside down. Yi Cheng held Nangong Yu like a chicken, with his feet facing up and his head facing down, and as luck would have it, his head was facing Yi Cheng's crotch. A masculine energy that only belongs to men came over her and hit her charming cheek, causing her face to blush immediately. "Humph, you scoundrel, let me go." Although he had been captured by Yi Chen, Nangong refused to give in. "Humph, I'm a girl. You and I have no grudge against each other, so it's probably inappropriate for you to attack me as soon as we meet, right? Humph, who told you to learn martial arts secretly?" Secretly learning martial arts also showed a slight change in expression. At this time, Nangong voice came again. "My grandfather and I are practicing our family's ancestral boxing. You come to watch without saying hello. Don't you want to learn from us?" "Teacher what?" "Bar, the boxing style you just practiced. I have been able to practice it when I was 7 years old, isn't it just level 8, how can you say you learned it by stealing?" When Nangong heard Yi Cheng's words, he was stunned. Obviously, he didn't expect that the other party actually knew the boxing style he practiced. At this time, an old man in white training clothes also walked over slowly. This man was Nangong's grandfather, Nangong Qian. Nangong Qian stroked his goatee with a smile, then looked at Yi Cheng and said curiously, "Har har, this young man also understands bujabang, could he be an encourager as well?" Seeing Nangong Qian, Yi Cheng nodded slightly and snorted, "Grandpa, don't be fooled by him. Look how old he is, how could he be an encourager?" Nangong's eyes widened and her other leg kicked wildly in the air. "Dong Tuzi, please let me go." Yi Cheng's hand was like a pair of pliers, tightly grasping her ankle, and no matter how hard she tried, she couldn't break free. "It's not impossible for you to let you go. If you apologize to me first, I will let you go." "Apologize? Why should I apologize to you? Let me go now, or I will be rude to you." Nangong struggled hard, but to no avail. "Humph, you attacked me without asking clearly just now, that's one thing. Secondly, you slandered me for stealing someone else's skills and equated me with that petty thief. Do you think you should apologize to me? You dang rabbit, forget it." Nangong grinned, his two pointed little fangs gleaming with cold light, as if he was going to bite someone. "Daughter, why don't you apologize to them right away?" "Grandpa, I don't. I did nothing wrong. Why should I apologize to this bastard?" Seeing this, Yi Cheng's face darkened slightly. "Wow, I didn't expect him to be such a stubborn donkey. Well, it seems that you won't apologize unless I make you suffer a little today." After saying that, she raised her hand and slapped Nangong Fengyu's buttocks, causing waves of flesh to ripple. The wonderful touch made Yi Cheng unable to help but come a few more times. After these slaps, Nangong's pretty face immediately showed a look of grievance, and there was a hint of mist lingering in her big almond-shaped eyes. Nangong Qianjian's face twitched violently. He looked at the young man next to him in surprise, wondering why Yi Cheng dared to spank his granddaughter in front of him. However, these slaps did make Nangong much more obedient. Normally, Nangong relied on her status as the eldest daughter of the Nangong family to act domineeringly at home, and no one dared to mess with her. Unexpectedly, she hit a wall today. The reason why Nangong Qian did not stand up for his granddaughter was that he wanted to let her know the dangers of society. She was domineering in the family because someone protected her and spoiled her. However, if she cannot change her spoiled young lady's temper in the future, she will definitely suffer. Why don't you apologize to them quickly?" Seeing that the time was almost right, Nangong Qian asked Nangong to apologize to Yi Cheng again. "Yes, sorry." Nangong bit her red lips tightly with her pearly teeth and spoke in a low voice. That's right, apologize earlier and you won't get spanked by me." "Hey!" Yi Cheng chuckled and put her down. After Nangong landed safely, she covered her buttocks and looked at Yi Cheng warily, with unspeakable anger and shame in her eyes. "This bastard, doesn't he know how to be gentle and considerate to women? You scoundrel, just wait for me, my Nangong but is not that easy to spank." Nangong silently kept this account in mind. At this time, he heard Nangong Qian say, "Xiao Yao, you haven't answered my question just now." "Old man, I am indeed an encourager." Upon hearing the exact answer, a hint of surprise immediately flashed in Nangong Qian's eyes. This Yi Cheng looked to be only in his early 20s, but he was actually an encourager. Moreover, when faced with Nangong sudden attack just now, he responded calmly and even subdued Nangong easily. It is not difficult to see from here that Yi Chang's martial arts skills should be above Nangong Yu's, but Nangong Qianqiu, who is in the innate realm, finds that he cannot see through Yi Chang's skills, which means that Yi Chang's strength should still be above his. Who is this kid? For a moment, Nangong Qian felt that he could not see through Yi Chang. I wonder which ancient family you were born into? Nangong Qian was quite interested in Yi Chang's identity at this time. You know, the 8th level collapse that he and Nangong Yu had just practiced was a traditional ancient martial arts that has been passed down for thousands of years. Except for some encouragement families, it is almost impossible for ordinary encouragers to know this boxing style. So when he heard Yi Chang say that the boxing method the two were practicing was the 8th level collapse, Nangong Qian guessed that he was most likely a descendant of a certain encouraging family. But Yi Chang's answer surprised him. Old man, I don't come from any ancient martial arts family. Nangong Qian's expression turned stern. If it's not a family of ancient martial arts, then could it be a famous and prestigious sect? Apart from ancient martial arts families, it is possible that some disciples of hermit sects know Bakibang. Not really. I have no sect or school. How could I know about the 8th level collapse? Nangong Qian was even more confused. Humph, you scoundrel, I guess you don't dare to say it? Nangong Yu, who was full of resentment, took the opportunity to mock Yi Chang, saying, I really have no sect or school, and I am not from any inspirational family. But there is one thing I can be sure of, that is, your bujabong is practiced incorrectly. As soon as these words were spoken, both Nangong Yu and Nangong Qian showed shocked expressions on their faces. What did you say? Is the bakibong we practiced wrong? How is this possible? My dear friend, although Parkibang is not a top-notch ancient martial art, it is also a family treasure that has been passed down in my Nangong family for thousands of years. Isn't it a bit inappropriate to say that it is a wrong match? Nangong Qian was obviously a little unhappy. Although Yi Chang's identity was mysterious and his martial arts level was not inferior to his own, he couldn't say anything careless. Moreover, this level 8 collapse is a type of boxing that all core members of the Nangong family practice. If it was really wrong, wouldn't anyone have discovered it after so many years? Seeing the two people's violent reactions, Yi Chang smiled and waved his hands. To be precise, the 8th level collapse that you are practicing is just a fragment, not the real 8th level collapse. Old sir, I believe you should also know the culmination of the 8th level collapse practice. One punch contains 8 layers of events. These 8 layers of events are the true origin of the 8th level collapse boxing. The 8 cases are like a surging river, one after another, each one stronger than the last. That's right, when the 8 chickens gang reached the pinnacle of their practice, they indeed reached the 8th level of security. However, my friend said that the 8th level collapse I practiced was a fragment. What does that mean? Well, it's fate that we meet today. I will show you the real 8th level collapse now. As for how much you can learn, it depends on your own understanding. Yi Chang said some profound words and took a stance under the banyan tree. He opened his dantian, opened his arms, and punched the banyan tree, which was as thick as a person could hug. His fist lightly imprinted on the bark of the banyan tree without leaving any mark. After throwing this punch, Yi Chang stopped working and stood still. Nangong Yu stared at Yi Chang with her wonderful eyes and asked in confusion, is this the end? Nangong Qian also looked at Yi Chang with confusion at this moment. He didn't see anything special about the punch just now. He even felt that he seemed to have been fooled by Yi Chang. This kid was obviously just an ordinary person. Just when he was about to get angry, he heard a cracking sound, and then he saw the big banyan tree that the man was hugging suddenly cracked, and then collapsed with a loud bang, and the wood inside the broken part of the trunk was all turned into powder. What? Nangong Qian's eyes widened, and his whole body was filled with matrix. Nangong Yu also widened his eyes, looking at the collapsed banyan tree in disbelief. He had no idea how Yi Chang did it. The punch just now seemed ordinary, but why did it have such great power? The inside of the tree was shaken into powder? Nangong Yu couldn't figure it out. At this time, Nangong Qian looked at Master Yi Chang with an expression of obedience. Forgive me for my poor eyesight and failure to see the master's methods. Ambassador Neptune, don't bother with me. His attitude towards Yi Chang was extremely respectful. The punch he just threw seemed ordinary, but in fact it contained a mystery. Such means are enough to prove that Yi Chang has cultivated the 8th level to the great success realm. Yi Chang waved his hand and said with a smile, hey, don't call me master, it's not appropriate. Yi Cheng always felt a little awkward being called master by a white-haired old man over 70 years old. Hey, master, the purpose of martial arts is that the one who achieves the best comes first. Since your 8th level collapse has been cultivated to the level of a master, it is not wrong for me to call you a master. Nangong Tian's way of addressing Yi Cheng now turned into honorifics, calling him master all the time, which made Yi Cheng feel a little embarrassed. He quickly said to Nangong Tian, "Just call me Yi Cheng." Yi Cheng? Nangong Tian's expression froze, and his mind quickly flashed through the ancient martial arts families he knew. Soon, his eyes darkened, and he was also a little confused. My surname is Yi. Why don't I remember any ancient poet with this surname? Is it from another province? After thinking for a while without any clue, Nangong Tian smiled and bowed to Yi Cheng, saying, "It turns out to be Master Yi. I've heard a lot about you. My name is Nangong Tian, and this is my granddaughter Nangong Yu. Master Yi, forgive my stupidity, but how did you do that just now?" He was referring to Yi Cheng's method of shattering the inside of the banyan tree without damaging its bark. As a member of an ancient martial arts family, Nangong Tian had practiced the 8th level of collapse for more than 40 years, but now he could only exert the 6th level of hidden power. It was not that he could not break the banyan tree with one punch, but he had to use all his strength, and the bark of the banyan tree would be destroyed as well. It was almost impossible for him to do it as hard as he did in Yichen. 019 Martial Arts Tournament. It's very simple, it's all hidden and introverted, it's a hidden killer, that's the essence of Bakibong. The core of this boxing technique lies in the word, bong. After these words were spoken, Nangong Tian's eyes first showed confusion, and then suddenly became clear, as if he had been enlightened. He laughed excitedly towards the sky. "Ha ha ha ha, I get it, I get it. Thank you Master Yi for your advice." Nangong Tian bowed deeply to Yi Cheng. Yi Cheng's words just now made him completely comprehend the core of the 8th level of his ancestral boxing technique. It would probably not take long for him to comprehend this boxing technique and reach the peak of his skills. When Nangong Yu saw his grandfather bowing to Yi Cheng, a hint of surprise flashed in his pretty eyes. He knew his grandfather's temper best. Nangong Tian is the current patriarch of the Nangong family, an ancient martial arts family, and is also an innate realm inspirer with unmatched pride. He never expected that his grandfather would actually bow and thank a young man who looked a few years younger than him. "Master Yi, it's getting late. Why don't you come to my house and have a chat?" After receiving Yi Cheng's guidance, Nangong Tian wished he could go back home immediately to continue comprehending the 8th level of collapse. Faced with Nangong Tian's invitation, Yi Cheng declined. "I have something else to do. Let us do it another day." Jian Yichen refused. Nangong Tian's expression darkened slightly. He had originally thought of inviting Yi Cheng back to his home for a gathering so that they could discuss in more depth the cultivation method of the 8th level collapse. However, since the other party has clearly refused, he can't say much, so as not to leave a bad impression on this young man with unfathomable martial arts skills, which would be a loss. "Oh, since Master Yi is busy, I won't force you. I wonder if Master Yi would be so kind as to leave us his contact information? When Master Yi is free, I will set a table with good wine and food to personally entertain Master Yi." Yi Cheng thought about it and thought that having more friends means having more options, which might not be a bad thing, so he readily agreed. "All right." Seeing Yi Cheng agreed, Nangong Tian showed joy on his face. He looked at his granddaughter and said, "Why don't you leave Master Yi's contact information?" Nangong Yu covered her plump breasts and round buttocks, glanced at Yi Cheng gently, and then reluctantly took out her cell phone. "I'll sweep you." Yi Cheng smiled and didn't care about Nangong Yu's attitude. He took out his mobile phone and added him on WeChat. Afterwards, he kindly reminded me that the 8th level collapse is a very overbearing tactic of encouragement and power, and as a girl, it is best not to practice it. "It's up to you." Nangong Yu pouted, looking unhappy, as if her kindness was being taken for granted. "Don't say I didn't warn you, if you practice level 8 collapse for a long time, your body might get into trouble." When Nangong Yu heard this, his expression finally changed. What's wrong?" "Hey, of course it's endocrine disorder. You are indeed a pervert." Nangong Yu raised his hand as if to hit him, but Yi Cheng was as slippery as a loach and disappeared in a flash. "This young man is quite interesting." Nangong Tian stroked his goat with a smile on his face, and looked in the direction where Yi Cheng left, his eyes full of smile. These days, there are not many people who can make their granddaughter suffer such a loss. Grandpa, I've been bullied like this, and you're still laughing? Unexpectedly, Nangong Qian spread his hands and said helplessly, "What can we do? I can't beat that kid." Grandpa, is that scoundrel named Yi Cheng really that powerful? Nangong Yu was surprised to hear Nangong Qian say that he couldn't beat Yi Cheng. You know, his grandfather was a martial artist at the Xianqian realm. In Yunhai City, except for the god of war Xiao Qinglong, almost no one could defeat him. Such a master is actually no match for Yi Cheng. Well, if I am not mistaken, Yi Cheng should have the strength of a martial arts master. Grandpa, of course I am no match for him. Martial arts master. Nangong Yu opened her mouth in surprise. How old was Yi Cheng, and yet he was already a martial arts master? Xiaoyu, you must spend more time with Yi Cheng, do you understand? Nangong Yu nodded with a red face. He knew what his grandfather meant by contact. By the way, Grandpa, can we let Yi Cheng participate in the martial arts conference in half a month? The martial arts conference is an exchange meeting organized by a group of encouragers. It is a multi-style exchange meeting, in fact, it is a large-scale competition conference. Every year, non-governmental organizations hold martial arts conferences. This year's martial arts conference happens to be held in Yunhai City. At that time, the local encouragement families in Yunhai City and the encouragement families in the surrounding provinces and cities, as well as the sects and independent practitioners in the martial arts world will come from all corners of the world to participate. Of course, participating in this martial arts competition is not in vain. The person who wins the championship will not only gain a high prestige in the world, but also receive valuable rewards. Nangong Qian pondered for a moment and said that if Yi Cheng could represent my Nangong family in the martial arts conference, then my Nangong family would not be able to win the championship, but at least it would not be a big problem to enter the top 3. I just don't know if Yi Cheng will agree to represent my Nangong family in the competition. After all, participating in the martial arts competition requires signing a life and death agreement, so Yi Cheng may not necessarily participate. Our Nangong family has not won a place in the 5 major conferences for more than 10 years in a row. If we fail to win a place this time, I am afraid that our title of an inspiring family will be lost. That's why I asked you to interact more with Yi Cheng. As long as he is willing to represent our Nangong family in the martial arts conference, I think we can give him some appropriate benefits. After Nangong Qian said this, he looked at Nangong Yu meaningfully. After running around the sports park, Yi Cheng returned to their villa calmly. At this time, Sun Yuaner, Dao Dao and Xiao Yumeng had already gotten up. The 3 girls were dressed coolly and looked very attractive. After having a quick breakfast, Xiao Yumeng said goodbye to them and went to school. He is still a college student now. Dao Dao, let us go too. Okay, Mr. Su. After what happened yesterday, there was a subtle change in the relationship between Sun Yuaner and Yi Cheng. At least he no longer looked down on his junior brother as before. Where are you going today? Sun Yuaner looked at Yi Cheng and asked. Of course I went to your company. Why are you going to my company? Sun Yuaner frowned slightly and said, Junior sister, you have a very bad memory. Didn't the vice president of your company named Li Dabia make a bet with me a few days ago? If the company's stock price rises within 5 days and exceeds 3 times the original price, he will pack up and leave. Of course I'm going today to take his position as vice president. After hearing Yi Cheng talk about this, Sun Yuaner remembered that the 2 of them did have a bet before, but so many things happened at the award ceremony yesterday that he had forgotten about it. Yi Cheng, although we have already won, I think you should not be so serious about this matter. After all, Li Dabiao is a powerful vice president of the company, and he cannot be fired just because of a simple bet. Sun Yuaner's words made Yi Cheng's face turn cold. Humph, a real man, once he speaks, he can't take back his words. Besides, Li Dabiao is not a good person at all. When the stock price plummeted before, he dared to use this incident to make a fuss. What about you? If you spare him today, you will be nurturing a tiger to cause trouble. These words were like a heavy hammer, hitting Suner's heart hard and making her pretty face turn pale. Yi Cheng was right, Li Dabia could not be kept. Okay, let's go to the company together. I'll ask them to get ready for the shareholders' meeting later. Sun Yuaner is not an indecisive person, otherwise, he would not have grown the Starlight Group to its current scale in just a few years. Since Li Dabiao has already shown his claws before, there is no need for him to be perfunctory with him now. It is better to eliminate this uncertain factor as early as possible, otherwise there may be endless troubles in the future. Although firing Li Dabia now is likely to cause considerable losses to the group, this loss is insignificant compared to the benefits brought by the title of business star. Half an hour later, the luxury Mercedes-Benz had stopped downstairs of the Starlight building. "Junior sister, I'll go with you." "Okay, hurry up, they are already in the meeting room." The reason why Yi Cheng wanted to attend the meeting with Sun Yuaner was mainly because he was afraid that Li Dabia could not afford to play with him. It would be troublesome if he did something bad to the junior sister. "Since Master Qi asked me to protect junior sister well, I must protect her closely." The two took the elevator to the top floor and then entered the spacious conference room. In the conference room, the core members of the group's senior management were already sitting at the conference table, but this time the main seat was empty. Li Dabia sat next to the main seat with a depressed expression on his face. He didn't understand why the group's stock price suddenly soared yesterday. Not only did it soar all the way to turn the group from loss to profit, but it also broke through to 5 times the highest stock price in history. In just one day, Sunil made a profit of nearly 1 billion. Just when he was puzzled, there was a sudden commotion in the conference room. Looking up, Li Dabia saw that it was Sun Yuaner who arrived. "Mr. Su, hello Mr. Su is here." In the conference room, the core senior executives greeted Sun Yuaner one after another. Their attitude towards her was completely different from before. After all, Sun Yuaner was now a business star with huge potential, and many of these senior executives and shareholders had started their own companies, including Li Dabiao. For the sake of the future development of their own company, even if they had 10 times the courage, they would not dare to offend Sun Yuaner now. Sun Yuaner looked at the people who greeted her, nodded slightly, then sat down in the main seat and started the meeting. Yi Cheng was like a door god, guarding him silently behind him. There are 2 aspects to this shareholders' meeting. One is the future development direction of the company, and the other is to force Li Dabiao to give up his position as vice president. As soon as the meeting started, Li Dabiao interrupted Sun Yuaner and said, "How can Su's Wusuor be so presumptuous? What qualifications does this guy have to participate in this shareholders' meeting? He is not a shareholder of our group. In addition, this meeting involves many business secrets. If he has bad intentions and leaks these secrets, who will be responsible? He is my junior fellow student, why is he not qualified to attend this meeting?" Facing Li Dabia's targeting, Sunner directly responded with domineering attitude, and Yi Cheng also laughed wildly at this time. Li Dabia looked stern when he saw this. "Boy, what are you laughing at?" "Li Dabia? I mean, is there anything wrong with your brain? If we were to say who is the least qualified in this conference room, it would be you, not me. What did you say?" Li Dabia slammed the table angrily, stood up suddenly, and stared at Yi Cheng with his eyes. This kid is talking nonsense. As the vice president of the group, his status in the group is second only to Sun Yuaner. If he is not qualified to sit here, then no one else is qualified. "I said you are not qualified to sit in this conference room, are you deaf?" As soon as these words were spoken, there was an uproar in the conference room, and Li Dabia's face became gloomy to the extreme. "Humph, you little bastard, how dare you talk to me like that? Security guard, throw this guy out." The next second, the door of the conference room was pushed open by several uniformed security guards, and the strong security guards instantly rushed into the conference room. "You guys, throw this guy out." Li Dabia pointed at Yi Cheng and gave orders to several bodyguards. Assistant Sun Yuaner's pretty eyes were filled with anger as she glanced at the bodyguards. "Yi Cheng is my junior fellow apprentice. Let's see who dares to touch him today." The president's power exploded. The other security guards who originally wanted to attack Yi Cheng looked terrified. They are just here to work. Given the current situation, it is obvious that the president and the vice president have different opinions. How dare these minions like them act rashly? Li Dabia's face darkened and he glared at Sun Yuaner and shouted. "Sun Yuaner, what the hell do you mean? Are you getting carried away just because you won the Business Star Award?" As soon as Li Dabia finished speaking, he was slapped hard on the cheek and asked to be polite when speaking to my senior sister. The slap was given by Yi Cheng. The loud sound shocked all the shareholders and senior executives in the conference room beyond words. Everyone looked at Yi Cheng and Sun Yuaner in surprise, not understanding what was wrong with these two people. But Li Dabia roared, "Har, you little bastard, how dare you hit me? Do you know who I am? I'm the vice president. Bullshit, you are not the vice president anymore. Yi Cheng snorted unhappily, and then heard Sun Yuaner say, Li Dabiao, from now on, I declare that you are dismissed from your position as vice president. What? After resigning from Mr. Li's position as vice president for half a year. What do these two siblings want to do?